You shouldn't believe anything these people are telling. Or you're part of the problem. And you're just here to regurgitate their narrative that's destroying the world. See, flat Earth is going to save the world. This is where we move away from the evil regime. Stop believing their lies. You got to start somewhere. Yeah, step one of breaking free of the matrix. You got to accept that the globe is it's unfalsifiable, and it's a religious belief, blind faith. Once you can accept that, then you can really move forward and have progressive conversations. Oh, omnivores deafened? Well, what the fuck?
But it's not just the globe that's stupid, it's also the concave Earth gatebreaker. Don't forget. You're one of them, basically.
Oh. Caught it stray. Ouch.
Well, there's always possibilities they could actually prove their claim somehow, but, we know that's not going to happen.
So what's going on in Earth Awakenings? What the fuck are they talking about?
They're just watching Whitsitt and Jaren debate again in silence. So weird.
Oh, yeah, you said that. Yeah, that debate was so bad.
I know. Why would they watch that again?
They were throwing soft punches. It was like an exhibition round. They were being real polite to each other.
That's how I fight when I'm fighting girls. Make believe. Or are you trying? Yeah, sure.
Say it with your chest.
I don't want to engage with you, ayahuasca or whatever.
Man.
I also have a clip. I have to upload it to the soundboard. I have a clip of Kai saying that if they didn't see the 24-hour sun, I mean they did. Oh my god, someone's gonna clip that. She actually said that.
Oh really? That's funny as fuck.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I need to hear that clip. Yeah, the globe religion is dying. Thanks to the internet, thanks for the public having access to real information and not a bunch of textbook lies, textbook religious indoctrination. Now people are realizing that they were lied to about the shape of the earth. And it's a hard pill to swallow for some of these globers. They want to reject it. They hear about it and they go, "Ah, fuck!" But they're so engaged. They like the topic, but they like their globe. All you gotta do is just let go of the globe, and then you'll feel better. It's like you're in like a thorn bush right now. You tripped into the thorn bush, and the flat Earth is gonna help you out. You're in a thorn bush of global eyes poking you in the fucking leg.
Globers Anonymous. We're gonna have meetings for you guys.
Yeah, I'm pulling
My
up.
name's Left.
There's coffee and donuts.
My name's Left Lane. I've been a Glober for 50 years, and I,
I tried to
realized
walk
the Earth.
away, but the Discord keep calling me. Yo, let me debate a flat earther, man. Come on, man. I'll suck your dick. If Earth were truly a globe and it truly resounded as true in everybody's hearts, like that's how they felt, they wouldn't come discuss it. Like I look at grass and I see that as green, and I am not compelled to go debate people about whether or not grass is green because I see it. I have the direct experience. I can verify the color of the grass. The reason you're interested in debating the globe is because you can't verify the shape of the earth. You don't have any direct experience observing the globe. That's why it interests you. That's why you're not debating grass is green, but you're debating if Earth has curvature. And if Earth does have curvature and you are compelled by the observation, then stop talking to flat earthers. Because I'm just going to tell you the opposite. Where's Omnivore, man? I thought I was talking to Omnivore and he was deafened. So rude.
I heard him,
Something like
heard his heart.
he'll be a flat earther soon enough. I vote Omnivore, highest potential to become a flat earther right now. He's going to break free. No more blue pill. Holy shit, dude. AI is getting so fucking realistic. And it's only been like a fucking year.
Is it gonna? No, it's got to cuss. If it doesn't cuss or act weird, like or be like have an attitude of any sort, if they don't program an attitude into it, it's not real. AI
Yeah,
is
I didn't.
always nice. It's always nice. Anyone I've talked to on here on the thing that's like, sorry, oh yeah, but think about it this way. It's like it's really super nice. Like
You got to
so
program attitude. Yeah, I don't know.
the Demok AI,
If AI doesn't curse, then it's not nothing to worry about.
correct. No emotion, just sheer programming. You understand?
Yes.
That's funny. You said it like a robot. You was like, yes. No, but physics destroys the globe. I mean, it can't not. I don't even know. They call this word salad the word physics. The word destroys, and then globe. I think that's word salad. Those are pretty good words, I think.
The Globers, they have the most word salad. It's just they have so much. They have words that mean words that mean words. It's just ultimately circular, but it's all just salad.
They have new species of words. Their words are evolution. Every time I ask for any kind of demonstration, I get the weirdest questions. Where's Utah? What color's green? I'm like, what the fuck? What you think we can? You think we can demonstrate everything we say we know? Well, that's usually what knowledge is experience or firsthand knowing. Like you know something you experienced somehow. But you guys are saying all your experiences are zero of this thing. What kind of fucking person says the no water on my table means it's full of water on my table? This is globe fucking logic. No evidence of a ball anywhere means ball. Horizontal everywhere means curve. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Why would physics lie to you guys? Why does physics lie to globers but tell us the truth? Isn't that weird? Globers claim physics are a conspiracy theory. Just saying, it's weird. It's like, why does the globe conspire to lie to you guys on what it does?
What do you think?
Because we
Omnivore, I
got
thought I was talking to you and you fucking deafened. I'm very offended. You need to apologize.
Well, I got a call from my cousin, so I'm terribly sorry, but
All right. I was explaining to you why Earth is not a globe.
yeah,
You should know that already, though.
I heard a little bit.
Yeah, you're getting there. I'll be proud of you when you finally give it up.
Okay, all right. No, I have to see some kind of a convincing argument, or data or measurements or something.
Yeah, no globe. You got no globe. Where is it?
Well, I do in fact have a globe.
Where?
what if the problem is just that you're not, you're maybe not correct about how physics works?
I know how physics works in your model. Yes, I do.
How? How is it? How does it work?
Gravity is caused by there's a force of attraction towards the center of your ball.
Okay. And so why does the ISS remain in orbit?
It's in free fall orbit. It's
What does
like
that mean?
this idea of Kepler's laws of motion in orbit. Based
Okay.
off of that, the distance from the center of the mass, eventually your vector is going to change angle. So instead of falling towards the center, now you're falling around the gravitational well.
So
Like you said, the centripetal force. It's like putting a rock in the center of a stretched out blanket. Centripetal
No,
force
it's like
keeping you on the edges of your well.
no, it's like falling from a magnet to a magnet that you're already connected to.
No, it's like a
So
tether. It's like a tether ball.
yeah, I know. Listen, so if you got a ring magnet, a circle magnet, right, and you got a circle BB, and the BB just holds onto the edge and rolls around. That's what they're saying. So the gravity is always moving around in the circle and up, around that way, down every vector, yeah, every way but towards the center. Yeah, pretty crazy.
I feel like maybe I'm not connecting with this here. So
You never do. You never would because it's real physics.
well, I don't know about that.
You don't know about a real BB rubbing around a magnet? Well, we do. It's real. So we don't know why you can't connect with anything real, but you can against imaginary shit. It's pretty odd. It's lame if you ask me. Scapegoat.
So Jesse, you said that you understand how this works, right?
Yeah,
You
I
don't.
don't claim to be an expert or a professor or a PhD.
You do not claim to be.
Why would I? I'm not.
Well, I would say that it's probably a good thing that you don't claim that. But you do claim you understand it. So
Well
and
enough to
you-
discuss it.
you-
Yeah.
Sure.
What's
And
that mean to understand it, Omnivore?
it
How do
means
you
that
know whether somebody understands something?
whether or not they can explain it.
All you need is an explanation, and then you're
I
buying
need
the
I
story.
need a coherent explanation. Yes.
So all you need is an explanation, and you'll buy whatever we sell. Okay,
A
go ahead.
coherent explanation.
I don't even know what the fuck that means, but go ahead.
I'm I'm not surprised.
Yeah, every liar is going to tell you a coherent explanation. You're not
Uh,
surprised? That's weird that you believe liars so easily.
no, it turns out not true.
Superman's not real. Coherent stories of Superman don't make it true. They make you a liar too because you just lied.
So, okay.
Proof's in the pudding, brother. Proof. What
Well,
we
look,
like.
yeah. So, like I said, Jesse says, "Well, you don't even know that the vector would be different." I heard that.
What vector of what?
The vector of downwards towards the Earth.
Show us what that means with a ball.
It would have to be different on your globe model.
How so?
The direction that you move in orbit around the Earth is not towards the center.
Correct.
Right. So the gravity, your geodesic, is it changes angle. The vector towards the center of the Earth, it changes. You say it's because
So when I walk across
flying through space.
the room, does my vector to the center of the Earth change?
Wait, ask that again. I'm sorry.
Hell
When
yeah.
I walk across the
Yeah,
room.
with every mountain and cliff and valley and mud puddle, fucking
So,
A, right.
Democ, hang on. Let me go back and forth with Jesse here. So
I'm
go
listening.
ahead. If I walk across the room, does from where I started to where I stopped, my vector to the center of the Earth, or my vector of down, has changed? Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. There's a divergence of the plumb between two spots in your bedroom.
Right. Okay. Great. So
Doesn't
as
change.
And not in reality, in your model, maybe.
okay, well,
In reality, no vector change.
that remains to be seen. That remains to be
By you.
well, whichever. But when the ISS is moving, wouldn't its vector, wouldn't the its position relative to the center of the Earth be changing every second, every microsecond, whatever?
Yeah, not only does it not maintain a consistent altitude above the Earth, but the elliptical orbit also changes the fuck. I'm sorry. You could fuck. What was your original question?
Doesn't its relationship or vector towards the center of the Earth change constantly as it moves?
Uh Not sure. What are you asking? As the ISS moves above the Earth, the vector of down changes.
Yes, it's always pointing towards the center, but
Yeah,
because it's
just like in the bedroom. Yeah.
yeah, just like when I walk across the room. Correct. So
No, the center point wouldn't change. But the mass of the material that's supposed to be pulled, like the biggest part, would actually have to be oriented toward that.
okay, I don't know what that means, but okay.
So because
So
I'm in
Biggest
free
part
fall,
of
because
mass, the
gravity
center of mass.
gravity is causing the acceleration of the ISS, correct?
uh, it also started with a bunch of initial speed when it was put into orbit.
Ugh, now it's convoluted. What's
Well,
causing the orbit, not what caused it to launch into correct
I
altitude to orbit.
I understand. So what if things are a little bit more complicated than
What
you're
about a yard dart?
giving them credit for? So
Yard dart's heavier.
It's not an issue that you want to bring that up. I just
okay,
all right. Now we're talking about that force as well. Okay, now we got another force.
so right. Well, when you're talking about orbits, what you're typically talking about is an object that was launched with a high velocity and it is attempting to move in a straight path. However, because of curved and warped space-time, it winds up moving in what we perceive from our frame of reference as a circular path uh, around a center of gravity for a massive object, the Earth. And that, if you're doing this in terms of forces, there is the centripetal and centrifugal force. The centrifugal force is the force exerted on it because it is trying to escape from the orbit. It's trying to move straight, not able to. Centripetal force is the force that holds it in the orbit. Think of it like a tether, if you will, that goes to the center of the Earth. Yeah. So when those forces are balanced, you get a steady orbit, a stable orbit.
I got you.
You could see this by swinging a water balloon around. The slower you swing the balloon, the less centrifugal force you put into it, the shorter the balloon will be. But you start spinning that thing real fast, and it will elongate because you've put more force into it.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but we're talking about space. Okay, so you don't have anything physically tethering to the center of the Earth.
That is correct, but you do have gravitation.
Which right now is only down. It's just downward acceleration. It's not all this extra orbital mechanics that you're invoking.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, your cause for down and your cause for orbit. Well, we don't know. You haven't demonstrated that, How do you even demonstrate? There is no way to demonstrate it because you have an unfalsifiable claim.
Well, wait a minute. So what do we mean by unfalsifiable in this case? Because relativity, the reason why relativity became as popular as it was because it was imminently falsifiable. You're not the only people who thought Einstein was maybe talking crazy talk.
Well, yeah, he was a crackhead.
What's that?
Never mind.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. But regardless, yes. So Einstein came up with this theory of special and then general relativity, and it was extremely falsifiable, as opposed to the flat Earth belief that it is unfalsifiable. So the question that I guess I would ask is, if in fact it turns out that relativity is extremely falsifiable, and that is one of the reasons why it was so popular, was because it made a bunch of predictions that people could test, then I guess the question that I'm left with is, why do flat earthers think it's unfalsifiable and nobody else does? I mean, it's kind of a rhetorical question. But
Wait, why do we think relativity is unfalsifiable?
yep.
Is that backwards, or am I confused?
No, relativity is extremely falsifiable
I
because
agree.
it makes a ton of predictions which have been rigorously and extensively tested.
Oh, I see what you mean. And you say it hasn't been falsified?
It has not been falsified. That is correct. That is one of the reasons why it is so popular.
Yeah, it's like a stretchy band-aid that fits all sizes.
What I want to explain, Omnivore, is going to take a minute. Because you have all these compounding variables, and we're trying to isolate if the downward vector that you experience on Earth's surface is the same force that's supposedly causing your satellite to orbit. But you just brought up that in order to enter orbit, if you even want to demonstrate that there is a force that's going to cause your craft to orbit, you need to launch it, right? So you need a force to have a different force start acting on your craft. You see what I mean? It's like you're counteracting gravity, so you're exiting the part of the gravitational field that's going to make it appear that gravity is forcing things downward, right? So you're accelerating, adjacent to that vector, right? Now you're trying to break free from that gravitational field. How do you know that what's helping your craft orbit is the same force that, caused gravity downwards towards the Earth? You
So
can't.
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I don't think you can. No, I am. That's it. You can't.
Okay. So it's a legitimate question. All right. So first off, we could be, nothing prevents us automatically from being in the realm of Taylor variables, where there is
No,
always
I don't like this. No, stop calling things by that person's name. You gotta stop doing it.
well, I will stop calling those things by her name if she would stop, doing it. She won't stop doing it, so I'm not sure why I should not, gently make fun of her for it.
That's not fair. She can't defend herself.
Well, true, but I'm not going to go into more detail about it. The point is, you can always claim the potential of a confounding variable. Even when there's really no evidence of a confounding variable, you can just say, "Hey, I think that there could be or is a confounding variable around here somewhere," and who can tell you different, right? You can just always say that. So the way that science works is, instead of saying, well, there will be no confounding variables, or there will be no chance for other confounding variables, because science knows there always could be. What it will say instead is, well, you have to make a specifically testable prediction before you go ahead and declare your theory to be validated.
I agree.
That's important. So what the ether guys don't like, Dicelo got mad and left the server because I explained to him that in order for him to claim that he had a good solid theory of ether physics, he had to come up with a theory of ether predictions. And that theory of ether predictions, and this is the part that he hated, had to have numbers associated with them. Because if it's just a general sense of, well, I think, I can use the predictions of the globe and the numbers of the globe and ascribe them to ether, alas, that doesn't work. That's not how science works. So, he was quite upset about needing, he didn't understand why he needed to have specific numbers associated with his prediction, but science does. So just saying, if I move an atomic clock, I think that the number will change. The amount of time elapsed will change is not a valid scientific prediction. It's not. Just saying I think it will change isn't, I mean, it is kind of testable. If you move it, it doesn't change. You falsified that. But it doesn't give any real credibility to your theory unless you can say how much, that atomic clock will change. And once
I know why you're saying all this. Go ahead.
Once you do that, then at that point you've actually got a testable, falsifiable theory. Because if you move the atomic clock and the atomic clock changes, but it doesn't change by the amount you said it would, that still hasn't validated your theory. It may mean that your theory is on to something, that you've got, you've got a reasonably good idea or something, but your theory as it stands isn't validated unless it changes by the amount that is predicted by your theory, plus or minus error bars for your equipment and ability to measure it and things like that. So right now there is no ether cosmology that we're aware of. No theory of ether.
Oh, don't let Beasticles hear that.
Well, Beasticles is welcome to come over here and simp for ether. I'd be happy to hear him do it.
Yeah, all those guys are gonna pull up at once. All 9 of them are gonna join the chat right now.
Well, if they want to come, unfortunately, I'm about to go listen to Bad Science Sundays with Tapioca Weasel. So if they want to come, they'll have to get me after. Or
is that a YouTube link?
What's that?
You got a YouTube link?
It's a YouTube, yeah.
Tapioca weasel.
Tapioca Weasel, our very own working quantum physicist and
All
friend
right,
of the
I got his
show.
channel. I got it. Wait, no, that's not his channel.
He's the co-host of Bad Science Sundays.
All right, well, I can't find his YouTube.
I just posted it in Omnipresent chat.
Thanks.
So, but my point about this is that if we're going to accept if we're going to accept science as a discipline, then you could say all scientific evidence is affirming the consequent, which is true. From a logical perspective, it is affirming the consequent. Now, some people whose names may or may not begin with a T, and many other people will claim that because you haven't, unless you can, erase all possible for your theory. However, what actual science says is if your theory makes a numerical prediction and you've identified all the confounding variables and controlled for them that you can think of, you're golden. You've successfully met your burden of evidence for not for it being the ultimate truth of the theory, but for validating validating the theory that you've got. Validating is not the same as proving. What it means is we tested this and and it bore out. It changed by not only did the dependent variable change by the amount that the theory said it would, but it changed by the amount the theory said it would when the independent variable was changed by the required amount. So if you can do that, then science generally holds that you have at very least proven you're on to something. You've made a very strong case for, we should take this guy seriously when it comes to time dilation.
Okay. I'm sorry if I'm cutting you off.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I was rambling.
Before, because I see that he's about to go live.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is, because I like that you brought up that the initial force that launches the craft into the atmosphere, that this force is necessary for the orbital trajectory, the ellipse.
Yes, its velocity when it goes into the orbit, to my understanding, is required. If you just launch it and drop it, and it were to kill its velocity somehow, like let's say we're to fire reverse thrusters that brought it, to a effective speed of 0 relative to the Earth, it would fall into the atmosphere. Is my
So if no forces were applied to a craft, it just immediately just appeared at the same altitude as something orbiting, like the ISS.
right.
It just appears. You're saying that it's not going to move in the same direction as the ISS.
Correct.
Okay.
So one of the examples of this is the faster you go, the higher the orbit you'll get. You'll get a higher orbit if you're moving faster. So if you play Kerbal Space Program,
Yeah,
you
I've heard of it.
You'll see that effect. Yeah.
I've watched people play that game.
probably about as good as playing it yourself, considering that the game itself is apparently freaking huge on orbital mechanics. I just can't imagine that.
So you're
being-
talking about propulsion. You're talking about, okay, so you got a rocket. The rocket has a chamber. You have an exhaust, right?
Yep.
You need all that energy to be directed out of the chamber.
Well, that's how you generate thrust. But also, if you just let's say that you have somehow
Right. And you're saying that orbit, like, okay, so if something is circling the Earth, then you're saying that the thrust, the vector of that direction, is a part of the reason why something is moving in the complete opposite direction, because it's done a 180 in the orbit now.
I think so. If I understand that correctly, yes.
All right. I don't want to hold you up going to your tapioca.
Okay. I'm gonna go hassle him on Bad Science Sundays. So
What is that? What does he do? I'm about to watch this too.
it's basically he and the host and generally a guest watch some fringe, the more batshit the better science video and talk about it.
All right.
So they'll point out either it doesn't make any sense or they're getting this or that wrong. I mean, the stuff they're doing is usually way out there. Like they don't do flat Earth. I mean, they have like once or twice, but it's generally like mystical genitalia and goofier than Bigfoot. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
So the stuff that they're doing is really weird science.
All right.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna go do that.
And yeah. Talk to you later.
In a world where the victor's not the vector, Victor, and the vector's not the victor, Vector. There is no vector of orientation around a sphere. It doesn't even know where to start. A ball has no orientation. That's why the only thing they can show you going around a ball would be a ball, because it has no, like all sides of itself are equal. They don't have to reference it to anything other than its own circleness. So like Now, if you have an airplane or something that like definitely shows what it is and how its orientation is from itself, then yeah, from the other object, yes. There's actually no orientation of a sphere. That's why when they say a tilted sphere, that's the funniest shit I've ever heard. What's that even mean? What the hell's that even mean? So you live on a globe. Your experience of reality can't be, it's, you're not tilted. You're not tilted. If you think you are, how are you always putting yourself on top of a ball and doing math? You'd be doing it from the side. If you were tilted. Be no fucking zenith going on there. Be zenith off that way. In the trail. How does an object leave a trail if the object isn't moving? If the object isn't moving, it doesn't leave a trail. If the object's moving, it can leave a trail. Like a light streak. The tail of the light streak shows you the opposite orientation of direction of where the thing's going usually. Like a rocket's tail goes that way, you know the rocket's going the opposite way. So we would be seeing a lot of streaks for stuff that moves. Like the sun puts off a streak, the stars put off a streak. Stuff that moves puts off a streak on a camera. Certain cameras. Stuff that sits still like a tree usually don't put off a streak. Why are we doing observations from a hot air balloon with our eyeballs? Seeing if we see the curve with our eyeballs from a hot air balloon. Left to right. In any direction or orientation. Behind you that way, over that way, over that way. That's way too many horizontals. Gravity doesn't control the vector of water either. It's a free flowing material. It's not solid. The material has to be solid for gravity to mess with it. People in here.
Sup, huevitos? I guess you don't speak Spanish.
What is it?
I said, sup, huevitos?
What up?
That means eggs in Spanish. Did DMOC make all the Globers rethink their reality? Is that why they're so quiet?
Yes. Yes, I did.
You've been in here too long, bro. Give them a break. They need someone easier to debate.
I didn't say anything. That
It's whenever you're unmuted, your presence is just scary.
why? They can talk about whatever they want. Globers, talk. Come on, you guys. I'm not in the room.
Yo, left lane, you got have you guys reproduced any liquid magnets yet?
Yo,
So
You mean like a molten core?
yeah, they got a molten iron like magnet, right?
We've been looking. I mean, it turns out certain kinetic movement, like any kind of substance or material, would like create a field, right, from itself to the thing around it, which is like air or anything that would like insulate it. So there's going to be a reaction. I just don't know if that's like the very reaction they're trying to claim it does. And I don't even know if there is that thing.
You're saying you can move molten iron around and it'll make a magnetic field?
Well, I mean, anything is going to put off kinetic energy, like air, water, anything that flows is going to give like some type of something. So if there's some lava flowing somewhere, it'll do
Yeah, but
stuff.
is it? We're
It'll
talking
put
about
off a
like
heat reading. It'll put off a reading. It's going to be an attribute that's not there before. So it's going to be a differential. So you'll get some effect. Now, what I'm saying is that I still don't believe there's a molten core anyway.
I mean, if
I
you
just think
scale that down
lava.
and do that, if you scale that down and do that and try to get like some type of effect like a magnet from, that far away from where we are on the surface, you know, scaled down. I don't think it's possible to do that kind of make a magnet like that.
No,
They don't even claim that it's due to something that is what do they call it? Because a magnet is due to the arrangement of the molecules. Like they all face the same direction or something.
Yeah, and they got to be frozen like that, and then once you heat it up, then it all gets disorganized.
Well, I was speaking to somebody in here the other day, and they claim that the magnetic field is being created by the rotation of the liquid mantle, not by the arrangement of the molecules of the core.
yeah, they're
And
trying to say if
they say the mantle is what's creating the magnetic field.
Yeah, which is interesting. I never heard that before. But yeah,
because it's like I said, they're trying to say that amount of shit spinning puts off an effect, but it's
Well, then
not.
why would that be? Why would that concentrate everything to like
It's
point north? Like that,
they
if
can't
it's all
demonstrate it.
yeah,
that's a
if
good
if
question.
They can't demonstrate
there
it.
would be no reason for there to be like a north and south that are in the same position if it's just mantle moving all around in a circle.
Well, they can't
Right. If
demonstrate it. Like
if a rotating liquid mantle is the cause for a toroidal magnetic field,
It would be
then
moving.
why are the field lines all uh,
they have
perpendicular?
patterns and they're different everywhere and they react every yeah. But the thing is, like the lava is created by something else happening that creates the lava where and when it happens in certain attributes of certain areas. So so if lava was coming from the center, it could come like our backyard tomorrow could have, be a fucking volcano mountain. Everywhere could spew one up at any time, like a pimple on your face. But that's not, I don't think that's the case. I mean, how far do you got to go down to see lava everywhere equally? That would be my question. Or to see it at all, where you just go to see lava no matter where you're at. You just go straight down, you're seeing lava. The dudes that dug 7.6 miles didn't seem to think so. Were they trying to dig a lava hole?
Bro, what's going on, bro? Omnis, no debates. Earth Awakenings, they're all fucking. Oh, what's it? Oh, nobody talk. Listen. Oh.
Yeah.
Which it ain't saying nothing important. All he's got to say is one word: physics.
If you ask me, omnivores is where it's at. It's just like some of these globers, they just need a little bit more moderating.
Well, none of the bad globers are. Well, there's a couple of globers that are a pain in the ass in here, but they're not on here.
Yeah, but they don't realize like, man, it's they need to be here for me to explain this.
I miss the good old Rakia versus Jesse Padalite debates. Those are some good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jesse's like just he always just like weasels out of everything and doesn't really. Ever since I've asked him for the side view.
Jesse's one of my favorite Globers.
Yeah, he's really
I think
convincing of whatever. Yeah.
I think it's as good faith as you can get with a Glober. He has to use some tactics, but it's a Globe. I mean, give him a break. He's doing good. If I had to defend the Globe, I would use fucking tactics.
You have to deny a lot of reality.
How'd they get SC to go back?
Blaze bridged the gap.
Blaze Nazarene?
Yeah.
She apologized?
No, she got them back together. You know, go talk to ASC and then go talk to GO and then got them back together.
Blaze is the worst, bro. I'd rather left lane even than Blaze.
Jeez.
That's okay. I forgive you.
Is that rude or is it a compliment? I can't tell. Bro, she's the worst. Oh my god. She I think she fucking timed me out this morning. I don't know who did it, but I was every time, so like the Christians were like circle jerking like her and Lion, and after every time they said something, I would say allegedly. And then I got timed out. I don't know how these people say like such crazy like claims with like a straight face. Like I have like a picture of like, you know, what the old world was like, but I would never be like, yeah, 500 years ago there was 3 pyramids and a flying saucer and they fucking had a picnic, and yeah, that's just fact. Like how the fuck would you know that's a fact?
Yeah, all those guys, they ran back to Earth Awakenings. They were hanging out in here, enjoying it, and they're like, well, fuck this place. Fuck omnivores. We're going back to Earth Awakening. Yo, what's up, Geo?
Oh, Blaze is unmuted over there. That's not good.
Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to talk shit about Blaze.
You're such a nice person, though. You like, I don't know what happened.
Let's talk shit about like fucking. Let's talk shit about Omnivore. I was in here today, and someone was fucking interrupting no tanks. And a mod stepped in, and they were like, no tanks, stop. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? It's no tanks is the one getting interrupted right now. And when the mod did that, No Tank said, "You know what? You guys don't fuck." He was literally like, "You guys don't know how to talk to people," and he left. And he was like, "Everybody should come with me." So he's like, literally, like, you know, making it clear, like he's putting his foot down. I'm not tolerating the behaviors of Globers in here, and I'm gonna go take his business elsewhere. He's going back to Earth Awakenings. He's making it a point. Globers can't control themselves.
How come well, I've never heard on this server, but when there's there's no flat earthers in here, the Globers aren't like going back and forth like, like how like I don't know if Jesse's a Glober. I mean, a flat earther. But like flat earthers, when there's no Globers, like we talk about flat earth stuff. So Globers don't do that. Like at least I've never heard it. Like, oh, it's so cool that they like are fucking landing on Mars with like whatever like they're claiming to do, right? Like they don't talk about that shit.
Oh, true. Yeah, because the
Like, don't
globes.
you think like after they debunk like the flat earthers, they rejoice about like the space accomplishments or whatever they like to talk about?
Hell no, that's just boring. Nobody's talking. No one.
His name is like NASA show's name is Dimok. Shut the fuck up. That's pretty funny, NASA. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty.
NASA's tears cure cancer.
Yeah, Demaka, just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, NASA. Why don't you admit that they lie about science?
Who's they?
People that lied.
Who's they? They. Them, huh?
Yeah, they them.
Yeah, who are they?
NASA show, I have a question. Do you believe that there's diapers on the moon right now?
They weren't exactly diapers, but okay.
Yeah, they say there's diapers. So
Not exactly diapers, but okay.
what is
Did
not exactly
Neil
diapers?
Armstrong leave his poop on the moon?
What is it not exactly diaper?
Yeah, they're like depends. They're like adult.
Bro, there's no biome. There's no biome on the moon, dude. That stuff is still fucking there. Nothing's decomposing that poop.
It's probably dying. I mean, any bacteria in there would be long dead.
You guys don't let anyone leave shit in Antarctica, but the moon is fine. Like this is your Glober.
Well, it's easier to haul it off in Antarctica than the moon. There'll probably be a time when they can't do that. Yeah,
You
but
guys are
They brought a fucking they brought a jeep. They brought a car with them.
The first explorers in Antarctica didn't have the rules we have currently on Antarctica.
They took a car with them on the spaceship. They didn't have fucking. They can't carry a fucking diaper.
Well, they would rather carry back rocks than poop, I guess. Plus, it was the 70s, the 60s, the 70s. They had a different ethic then. Have you been camping recently? In, say, a nature preserve where you have to carry the poop out with you? Yeah, it's the same thing. They didn't do that back in the 60s either.
And no one went camping on the moon, though.
Well, again, they'd rather carry back rocks than poop.
Even the rocks that they claim to have brought back were just petrified wood.
Yeah, incorrect.
Show me a NASA rock.
Pictures of them. Go look for them. Go Google it yourself.
Yeah, it turns out it was wood.
Incorrect. Nice try.
No, not incorrect.
Incorrect.
No, the claim that they brought rocks back from the moon. Turns out that supposed rock, they found it in some guy's desk, and it was actually wood.
That was a fake. We know that was a fake, but that's okay.
Look, as he just said, found in some guy's desk. Somebody gave it to somebody. Yeah, it has no way does that preclude the large quantity that is in Houston in the nitrogen chambers and has been parsed out to other universities. Yeah, you have one singular example of someone's found a rock in a desk, called it moon rock. That doesn't make, if you think that's your evidence for all of the material brought back, well, there's no hope.
You can't even touch the material. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, they
Oh,
lied,
shut the fuck up.
you know, so it's not my fault
Who's
that they're
they? Who's they? You keep on saying they. You never tell me
Everybody
who
that
they
won't give
are.
you a moon rock.
So someone
You think
claims they
you
got a
get a
moon rock
moon rock?
and they lied, and it's my fault. All right.
Who are they? You keep saying they. You never tell me who they are.
The government. All the government people who claim to have moon rock stuff. What kind of tests would you do with the moon rock? Spectroscopy? Would you shoot signals to it? Like a
Nope.
retro reflector?
You don't have any. Yeah, see, the problem is you have no idea.
So you wouldn't retro reflect it like you
Why you
do
keep
the dirt
talking?
on the moon?
Why do you keep talking in here when you have zero idea?
You can go get a moon rock. Why can't you go get me a sun rock or like a Jupiter rock?
Yeah, first of all, the sun and Jupiter are gas, but that's okay.
Whole
So,
story. Bring us some back
So
in a
still,
container.
right?
Some Jupiter gas. What's that like?
What, dude? That's what we should do. We should start selling Jupiter gas, dude. And
Yes,
holy
That's
water.
what I'm fucking saying, bro. I got you. That's what I'm here for.
Oh
Cuz.
my god, I'm
that is
selling
actually
holy water to Christians
yeah,
and Jupiter gas to Glovers.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah, lie some. That's always the flat Earth strong point. It's just to make up some shit.
Bro, NASA sells fucking petrified wood and you're fucking judging me,
They
dude?
didn't sell petrified wood. Stop it. You know it's a lie. But tell more lies.
Go
That's
touch a
okay.
moon rock. Prove there's moon rocks. How are you going to prove
I mean,
that when you have
there's one
no
in the museum.
reference to compare them to?
There's probably one in the museum nearby you.
What would you compare it to? One of what in the museum? What do you
Earth rock,
compare a moon
a moon
rock
rock,
to? What do you
Earth rock,
compare that to? What's it
guy that
feel
was
like?
responsible for
an Earth
reporting
rock.
findings of the moon landings, and he
How
got on
much?
camera. He straight up said that the moon's made of plasma.
How much water does
Who
it
said the moon's made of
move?
plasma?
How much
Yeah,
water does the moon rock move?
Damoc, shut up. Who said
Water
that the
mover.
moon is made of? Damoc, I'm gonna mute you if you don't shut the fuck up.
no,
Who
don't
said
be
that the moon is made of
plus
plasma?
gas. Don't do that.
I'm gonna if
The
you don't
moon
shut
is
the fuck
supposed to
up.
move water. It's supposed to have phases. It's supposed to get real big, so your rock's supposed to swell up
It's
during
supposed to have
harvest moon.
phases. What do you
Yeah,
mean
like
it's
turn
supposed to have
orange and
phases?
all that cool stuff.
You can see the moon have phases, or
How do you know what a
have your
moon
head up your
is?
ass?
Where's your
Just
reference?
look up in the sky. Look, does it have
That
phases?
made
How
no
can you say that
sense. I see
supposedly
Mickey
phases?
Mouse. I see
How can you
Superman.
say the moon
It's not going to
supposedly
help you
has
with a
phases?
moon.
Do you have your head
What are
completely
you
up your
talking
ass
about?
for
What
your
has
entire life?
phases? What material?
The moon
What
has phases.
material
You
has
said the moon
phases?
has supposedly.
What's
You
the
said the moon.
material?
You said the moon
What is the
supposedly had.
moon?
You said the moon supposedly has phases.
What
Have
is
you
it?
not looked? You
Yeah,
said
I'm
the
looking
moon
right at
supposedly.
it.
Every time you interrupt me, I'm going to go back until you let me say the whole fucking
Yeah, the
sentence.
moon has
You no.
phases.
You
Your
said.
Glovers say
You
that.
said.
It's a
You
Glove
said the.
story.
You
Stick to it.
said the moon. You said the moon supposedly has phases. Have you
NASA
had
doesn't
your head?
believe the moon
You
has
said the
phases.
moon. You said the moon supposedly has phases. Have you
NASA
had your
said it
head up?
doesn't have
You
phases.
said the moon
Why
supposedly
don't you
has
believe the
phases.
moon,
You
NASA?
said
Is he
the
stuck on
moon
repeat?
supposed you
Yo, you
said
broke
the moon
the
supposed I'm
Glover's
gonna
You
repeat
broke
myself
the
until you guys
the
let me say
robot's
the whole
broken.
fucking
glitch
sentence.
and
Someone fucking
I'm gonna
reset it.
repeat myself until you guys let me say the whole fucking sentence. You said the moon supposedly has phases. Have you had your head up your ass your entire life or just part of it?
I
What is the
wish, dude.
moon? How would you prove me wrong?
Again, have you said you haven't seen the moon have phases?
We're looking
Have you
for what
had
a
your
moon
head up
is.
your have you had your head up your I don't care what the moon is. It's
You
observable
started out
from the
saying you
earth.
were going to get some
It's
moon rocks.
observable from the earth. The
You said
phases
you
of the
had
moon,
some moon
the
rocks.
phases of the moon are moon rocks are not important to this discussion. We have
They're
watched the
not
moon have
important to see
phases.
what a moon is.
People have watched the moon have phases for thousands of years. Do you
How does
deny that the moon has
How does a
do
pawn
you
shop tell
deny
if
that
your
the moon
gold's
has
real?
do you deny the moon has phases?
Do you deny how a pawn
Do
shop
you
tells
deny the
gold
moon
is
has
real?
phases?
They rub the gold and they
Do
do a
you
test
deny the moon
on the
has
gold.
phases?
Wait,
I'm
Denmark,
not
what's wrong with the
answering you
faces?
until you say that you didn't deny the moon has
We got to
phases.
test the moon rocks.
No, we don't have to do shit to the moon rocks that has phases. We've seen
You
phases
don't
for
have
Tell
to
him
do
there's
thousands of
nothing
phases,
to
years.
a moon
Denmark.
rock.
Come
What is
on,
it?
Daymok. Admit that the moon has phases.
Shut him up.
You won't even fucking admit the moon has phases. A fucking retard.
What
No one
is a
knows what
phase?
DMOC has a
What
fucking
what
crazy
do you mean,
model,
what is
bro.
a phase, you moron? The moon
I don't
goes
know what
from
he believes.
full to new over a period of 28 days. You deny that?
I deny you have moon rocks to back any of your
We're not
stories.
talking about. We don't need moon rocks to back up this story. We for
What's the
thousands of
moon
years,
made out of?
or for thousands. We don't care what the moon's made of at this point. To when we see that what it has phases or not. You moron!
Yeah, but what does the
You
phases
denied the moon
prove,
has
though?
phases.
What does that prove, though? The phases.
What is the phase?
Proves that you can observe something. That's what it observes.
What is the
That's
phase?
what
You
it
can
proves.
take a moon rock right now.
There we go. See, this is the problem. That
You
even
can take a
Damok,
moon
he
rock
is
right
too
now and hold
retarded.
it up,
He
and
is
it should have the
he is
same
too
phases.
retarded to even admit that the moon has phases. Something was
Get a moon
observed
rock
for
and prove
thousands, if
that.
not millions of years.
Prove it with a moon rock, or
Don't
shut
need to
up.
prove with a moon rock, moron. See, this
Yeah,
this
you
is
always got to.
this is how dishonest flat earthers are when you
What?
have
Asking
Damok
for
here who
proof?
won't even admit that the moon
Asking for
has
proof of a
fucking
moon
phases.
rock
Well,
is
you say the
dishonest.
moon
Don't need
has
moon rocks.
phases, and then you
Moon
say
ha-
the moon is a rock. So can you show me a rock with
We're
phases?
not talking about the rocks right
We're
now. We're
looking
talking
for
about the moon
we're
has
looking for a
phases.
moon rock with phases.
We don't
What's
need a
the
moon
moon
rock.
look
We
like?
just need phases right now. You said the
What's
moon
that
was
look like?
supposedly has
Oh,
phases.
so you
denied that the
cannot
moon has
provide
phases.
evidence of your own claim?
Wait a minute. Hold on. We're just looking at the moon having phases right now.
We ain't looking at shit but something on
No.
Earth
We
have
need
a
to
I know.
phase.
You're not, because you guys never look at shit. You
You
never
have
know
moon
shit.
rocks,
You won't even admit
supposedly.
simple observations that we've known for millions of years
You
that the
have
moon has
conspiracy
phases.
moon rocks
We're not
that are
talking about moon rocks. We're
conspiracy
talking
to
about the
you.
phases.
Moon
And
rocks are
I'm not
lying
going
to
to. No,
you.
I'm not going to talk to you about the moon rocks until
Moon
you at
rocks
least
are
admit
hiding
that the
from
moon
you.
has phases.
What moon rocks? Where they
You
at?
don't want to talk about the moon rocks because you can't demonstrate your claim.
We're not talking about the moon rocks. We're going to start with phases
Claim
of the moon.
the moon is a
We're
rock.
going to go. We're
So
going to
you
go
should
simple first.
demonstrate
See,
the
the
lunar.
problem here is you guys have no. You have no balls. You have no intelligence. You have no.
You
You won't
have
even admit that the
You're-
moon has phases. Let's start with the moon. Let's start with the simplest observation of the moon, that it goes through phases from new back to new every 28 days. Do we agree to that, Damok?
None of these work, dude. Yo. Yeah, no
What
moon,
happened?
no moon rocks, no lunar phases on a rock.
Moon phases first. Let's just go to moon phase.
Yeah, can you demonstrate the phases on a rock?
We're not talking about the composition of the moon at this phase. I just want at this place. I just want to know if the moon has phases or not.
You want to know if the moon has phases?
Yep, I want Damok to tell me that the moon has phases.
Your name is Shut the Fuck Up Damok, and you want him to talk to you?
Just he won't shut the fuck up. I mean, he basically the only time he shuts the fuck up is when he knows that he can't say anything.
So you're not convinced of the globe model until a flat earther tells you that they agree?
No, see, the problem is that Damok won't even admit that the moon has phases, something you can observe with your own eyes, unless you have your head up your ass. You guys talk about doing your own research and then won't even admit to the moon having phases.
Why are you saying us? It's just Damok didn't want to answer your
Yeah,
question.
dude. What are you talking about? You don't do research. What did you research for the globe?
We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about moon phases.
Well, okay, but is there something to talk about? Because I don't think you've ever verified any globe evidence.
How about moon phases? I've verified moon phases.
All right. You know, in show, you know they lie about science. Did you know that?
Who's they? You keep on saying they.
Yeah, the people that are making
Who are
scientific
they?
claims.
Who are they though? Them. They. Who are
The people that
they?
are making science. The people that are making scientific
But who are
claims
they?
that
The
aren't
people. Who are they? Do you have any specific names?
anyone who does such things.
Anyone. Them. Some
Yeah,
nondescript
there's a lot of people who lie
non-people.
about science.
Who are they? Who are they? Give me some names.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, he's a science communicator that makes stuff up. Yeah.
Yeah, right. As opposed to say, I don't know, QE. Who's the
QE
Neil
is
deGrasse
that.
Tyson? Who's the Neil deGrasse Tyson on the flat Earth side?
We all know Neil deGrasse Tyson is a liar.
Who's
Sure.
the Neil deGrasse Tyson on the flat Earth side? Who's the spokesman? You know, the priest, if you will, of the flat Earth.
Flat Earth doesn't require any
Oh, then how come you
clown.
guys all echo the same bullshit from all the flurf daddies?
Flat Earth doesn't have any,
Why do
clown.
you all echo the same bullshit from the flurf daddies?
Well, it's the same on both sides, dude. The best arguments are repeated by the side. Come on.
Well, do you have some evidence for the flat Earth?
How about the fact that the Earth is flat?
Evidence of that?
The Earth is flat, even on the globe. You guys just
Measurement
say
measurement
really
of that?
far after
Give
that
them
it's not flat, where you
evidence.
can't.
Evidence.
Exactly.
So you can see is not flat.
Evidence, please. Evidence.
Even on the globe, the Earth is flat.
Evidence, please.
Yeah, the evidence is your model.
Evidence? The Earth being a sphere is proof the Earth is flat. Thank you. Welcome to the globe.
No, welcome to flat Earth.
Well, where's the evidence for that?
Your globe model says that the Earth appears flat.
Oh, so it looks flat. Got it. Ooh, that's really
flat, you
powerful.
treat it as flat.
According to reality, you experience flat Earth.
So it looks flat. Wow, that's amazing.
It feels flat.
Oh, so you have no measurements, or no? Do
It's
you?
practical to treat it as flat.
Do you have any evidence for this? Any measurements or something? Other
Yeah,
than it looks flat and water.
all
All of them?
All
Like
of them,
what?
all the
Like what? Name one.
measurements you ever do, and
Oh,
physics.
Damok. No, Damok, I'm not talking to you until you tell me that the moon has phases.
Demonstratable. You don't know what a moon is. Talk to yourself when you
I'm going to
figure
turn
out
you
what a
down
moon
until
is.
someone tells me that you want to talk about
Well,
moon
turn
phase.
yourself up when
There
you
we go.
when you can
Damok
trust
until he
a
talks
moon
about moon
rock.
phase.
Don't trust the moon rock. It's gonna
So
lie
anyway,
to you.
does anybody have any evidence for the flat Earth, please?
How about the fact
Yeah,
that you
physics are lying
experience
to
the
you.
Earth is flat?
Why don't they trust physics,
measurement of
you
that?
guys? Why would physics lie to you guys, Globers?
Yeah, you're going to go your entire life, and to your best ability, you could try to test the shape of the Earth.
I've done
And no
it.
matter what you do on till the day you die, you're going to be testing the Earth as if it's flat.
Incorrect.
Physics says that the Earth cannot be flat; it must be
What physics are you
sphere.
demonstrating?
Well, not so much must be
Demonstrate
sphere.
a
It's
ball
just it's
physics.
measured to be a sphere, and it's
Let's
easily
go
done.
see what balls
I've
do.
measured it to be a sphere.
Yeah,
Let's
me
go
too.
see what balls do together.
Wait,
Live.
tell us. I want to hear that. How do you measure it to be a sphere? This is exciting.
Well,
Here we go.
okay, so I've done it in several different ways. My favorite way is I
Wait.
just
I hope it's not something like Eratosthenes, but continue.
no, it's not at all.
It's very
It's not at
simple.
all.
Okay, but
Okay, great.
hold on a second. See, the thing is, if you don't use Eratosthenes, you actually have to like go out and buy some, instruments, which
Well,
might cost you
no,
some
there's
money.
another way.
Why don't you do that?
There's another way to
another
do
way,
it. I
he
did it a
says.
different way. I
Listen
did
to
it a
this, Glover.
completely
He's got
different way.
another way besides 2 sticks.
Oh,
and
hold on a
acid
second. 2
You
sticks.
must
That
listen.
actually, 3 sticks. 3 sticks will definitely
Oh
show.
fuck! You guys upgraded. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, 3 sticks
Okay.
on the same line of latitude, same line of longitude. That will do that.
So what I did was I took my car and I drove across the United States from coast to coast and
Close a measurement.
from coast to Canada.
Close a measurement.
On paper?
You drove your car?
Yes, I drove my car.
And then you
That's
looked
how
at
I
GPS?
measured. That's
And you
how I
checked the
measured.
GPS? Use the GPS?
No, I used the odometer.
Okay.
What the fuck? Why would that tell you that Earth is round?
Because whenever you go from coast to coast and from coast to border of Canada, then you can draw triangles from all 4 points, and all of those triangles, the angles equal more than 180 degrees.
NASA show.
Very
I
simple.
was wrong. Your sticks might be better than this.
Nope, this
Right.
is way better than the sticks.
Well, this is
No, I don't know
this
what
is
the hell you're
this is
talking about.
this is sort of a surveying proof, if you will, and that's difficult because flat earthers don't understand math.
Please
Yeah, I
explain it
get
to
it, but It's fine for me. I've measured the plane. It is a sphere.
Oh shit. So we just need cars. We got those.
Yeah, cars have accurate odometers and speedometers, right?
Shit.
Hey, are you gonna treat the Earth as stationary in your car?
Sorry, what?
Treat the Earth as stationary. You mean like Bob Nodell with the 15 degrees per drift? Thanks, Bob.
It's not my fault that you're treating the Earth as stationary when you're driving.
Thanks, Bob. You can talk to me.
I
but
mean,
you can't talk to
you
Bob.
just don't understand relativity. So relativity is a
You'd
thing.
have to like, you have to get like a Ouija board and talk to Bob.
Let's say not to understand, dude. Motion is relative.
Yes, motion is relative to two things.
Correct. Thank you.
Not hard to comprehend. I don't know why you would say that.
Well, I mean, to two things. So if I'm moving on the surface, then the thing is relative to me and the surface and nothing else.
Yeah,
If
you're saying
I'm
that the surface is moving
if
and you don't
it's
experience that it's not moving in your reference.
if it's
Focus pendulum. Bob Nodell, go get a Ouija board and talk to Bob.
If that's not word salad, I don't know what is. Just saying the word
Ouija
Foucault's
board?
pendulum, dude.
Foucault pendulum. Have you done that? I've done it.
Foucault's
Have you?
pendulum. Foucault's
Yeah,
pendulum.
Foucault.
I
Actually, is his
have
name.
never
Yeah,
done it, but I saw one in a museum. I've never actually done it myself. To do it right, you need a very long
probably saw a
string,
fake
right?
one.
Yeah, you need a long string. You need a stairwell, a long string. And
Yeah,
pretty
I've
heavy
never
weight.
had access to that.
Yeah,
So
you've
wait,
never done
back
it.
to
I
the
did see one in a museum once. It's very cool.
Back to the car thing with the odometer in the car. So
Sure. I also
Sexy
measured the
thing.
mileage in gas. So I double checked with gas. So the odometer was accurate because my fuel.
Okay, so if I get on a ferry, hold on, if I get on a ferry and I park my car, hold on, let me say this up. I get on a ferry in my car, and then the ferry leaves port, and I'm going along in the ferry, and then someone says you need to you need to move your car to another parking space.
Yeah.
I treat the ferry as if it's stationary.
Sure. Yeah. Relative to the
if I'm on a plane, if I'm on a plane. If I'm on a plane and I need to go to the bathroom, I stand up and I walk to the back of the plane. I treat the plane as if it's stationary. It would be exactly the same.
relative to you.
What I do?
Yeah, if at 40,000 feet, it's the same as when it's taxiing on the runway or parked.
The problem is
Yeah, because relativity works everywhere.
Hold on, dude. The problem is you're experiencing that the plane is flying. You don't know if you're experiencing that the Earth is moving.
You know the plane's going 500 miles an hour, right?
But
Did you hear what I said?
What I do? What I do is you have to make sure that you have one of a straight aisle, and you get to the front of the airplane, and you jump up, and you hit the back of the airplane going 600 miles an hour. You should try that sometime.
Oh, shucks.
You fly through that plane like Superman. Try
Damn it,
sometime.
that didn't happen to me.
Yo,
Conservation momentum is a thing.
Yo,
I've
back
never
to this,
jumped up in the middle
no
of a
one
plane.
disputes conservation momentum. Yo, back to this measurement with the car. So ChatGPT says that you have to you can't just drive. Like you need to take measurements of like.
I did it with the fuel.
Objects like height. Wait, what?
I did it with height.
Yeah, dude.
Why
What
do I
if you
need
start? What
height?
if you start driving up the hill? Is that going to tell you how
Yeah,
much?
all the methods of including a car odometer.
So do you know what a margin for error analysis is?
No, it's just your stupid idea that you measured the globe when you could be driving up a hill, and
Also, it's irrelevant because
that's going to
also
mess
it's
up your gas.
irrelevant.
It's frustrating.
I'm rebutting your stupid claim. Please stop interrupting the globe card that ruins servers. So if you start driving up the hill, your gas mileage is not going to tell you how far you would have driven on a flat Earth or a crystal globe.
But it's irrelevant, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm measuring a triangle, and if there's a little bit of a distance,
no, you're not measuring anything. You're reading an odometer.
I am. It is a measurement. It is a measurement.
No, your odometer is making a measurement.
Okay, didn't he just say don't interrupt?
Don't interrupt and then interrupted. Let's not do that. Let's try. I know I speak blah, blah, blah. Let's try and be respectful, shall we?
So whenever
that includes both sides. That includes both sides.
Sorry,
if you wouldn't mind, NASA shill, could you please be a little bit more respectful?
I was compelled to interrupt because he blatantly lied. But yeah, anyway.
Okay.
I did not lie.
Let's hear the alleged
Why is everybody calling me a liar today? I have not lied ever. This is incredibly insulting as hell.
You must be
Being
lying.
accused of
What's the
lying when
line?
I've never fucking lied in this room, not even once, is insulting as fuck.
God, his autism's acting up.
Relax.
Everyone calm down. At the
But you
wall.
must be lying because
Perfectly
you said-
relaxed. I'm just insulted as fuck.
Furry wall.
Oh, don't be insulted by
Deep
these
breath.
What are we
morons who
talking
think
about?
the
What
Earth
are they
is flat,
saying?
and because you have
I
to
don't
lie.
know. Who knows? We don't know what they're talking about.
Evidence of me lying is
Take your
fucking
prescription medicine that
insulting.
your therapist
like-
gave you.
So you don't have any evidence?
Just
of you
remember
touching
that flat
anything,
earthers
or-
lie their asses off, and they think everybody else lies.
Oh, I
No, you're
know.
supposed
You're
to
lying.
touch
You
Hypocrite.
think you measure Earth curve by driving in a car.
I've measured
That's
Earth
a
curve,
lie.
Yes, you can measure the Earth by driving on the Earth.
Hey,
You can't. What's the Earth curve look like?
Oh God, that's a globe joke. That's a globe joke. Why are the Globers laughing?
the Earth
Oh God,
curve
is that a
like?
laugh? What was that?
What is an Earth
Are you
curve? What
crying?
the hell is that thing?
yeah.
What's the Earth
Meantime,
curve?
though, you can measure the Earth. It's really quite easy.
What is the Earth curve?
You haven't done it ever. You say
I've
it's
done
easy,
it. Yeah,
but you don't
I've
do
done
it.
it.
No, you don't.
Is
I've
it
done
in
it,
your
yeah.
backyard,
I've
NASA?
driven
You observe the
from
length of a shadow. Is this your measurement, Earth curve guy?
no, I've
Yeah, a
driven
little
from
bit
the
of math.
coast,
So your
the
tires
coast of
measure the
Texas
Earth?
to Canada, and from the coast of Florida to the coast of California.
And your tires talked to you and told you the Earth is what?
Should go to
Well, no,
Bumpy and hilly?
between my odometer and my gas
Up and down
mileage,
the
I can
hill?
check this.
Left
Plus,
to right, up and down?
amazingly, the U.S. highway system has actually
How
given
high up
us
and
like
down did you
distances
travel?
on these things, so I can double check with that. If my
Right.
gas fuel and my odometer match the numbers on hello. What about interrupting?
It's not the Earth. Your
I
tires
thought
are.
there was no interrupting here. So
That's
if
correct.
my
It turns out
odometer and my
so.
gas matches the highway distance when they built the thing, then I'm gonna trust the measurements.
Your gas matches what now? A curve?
What a bunch of fucking baloney.
The
You just say
odometer.
that your
Gasoline
odometer is
in
going to
his
match.
car matches the curve.
What a
Yeah, you
load
don't
of
think
gas
that
baloney.
you
Never
don't
say
think the
anything
odometer.
about the
Hold
curve.
on. Excuse me. You don't think the odometer is going to match the road measurements? You know, the mileage on the side of the
You
road.
mean up and
No,
down?
I think he's lying.
Like
He's
the
not
highway,
fucking up right now.
Why is he lying?
the highway
Really?
commission that built the road, the people who built the road, they measured the road as they built it.
How high
If
was it?
their measurements match my measurements, then I'm going to trust the measurements.
How low was it?
Well, you
How
don't
high
think
was
that
it?
when they
I
made
was
the
about
road, they didn't know
10%
how
off.
much. You didn't know
So
when
you
they
had
made the road.
hills
You
and
think that
valleys
they
and
didn't know
dips?
how much road they put down?
Did you drive over any hills, valleys, dips, or bumps?
Yeah, I was about 10% off. My margin for error was about 10%.
So
10%
out of
off.
which hill was the Earth curve? Which hill is the Earth curve that we can stick a
10%.
fucking flag in?
10% off. Thank you, dude. You're
That's
wrong.
irrelevant
what?
because I was measuring angles. I was not measuring
How did that not measure the Earth curve?
The distance up and down is irrelevant.
So now
You
you
were
don't know the Earth curve. Now you're
Because
looking at straight
it's
lines,
part of the margin for error.
You understand that every measure has
horizontal
a
lines.
margin
Yeah.
of error on it, right?
You have to say that. All
No, see,
measurements
this is
have
the
a
problem
margin
is
of error.
the problem with flat
All
earthers is
measurements,
they're
yeah.
science deniers, and one of the problems with science deniers is they expect science to be perfect all
We
the
love
time.
physics.
No, you had a globe prediction, and your measurement did not match your prediction.
Pretty
Oh,
damn
it's
close.
10% off. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
No,
Give 'em
not
10%.
good.
Oh, not
10%
good.
is pretty damn good.
No. See, this is the problem. It has to be perfect. Science deniers,
What,
everything has to be perfect. Everything has to be
No,
perfect
nothing
when you
has to
do it.
match the globe in order for you to think that Earth is a globe.
You're not matching the globe. We're matching the mileage on
No,
the road,
nothing
you
matches the
moron.
globe. Exactly.
And
Nothing
What doesn't
again,
match the
excuse
globe?
me, they're matching
What?
the mileage on the road.
Which
The
doesn't match
highway
the
commission that
globe.
built
Oh,
the
it doesn't
road.
matter because you said therefore.
part
It doesn't matter
so,
that
is
it
the
doesn't match
globe
because
curve?
it's a globe
Can
anyway.
I give you an
Thank you.
example of something that
wait, hold
matches
on.
the?
Wait, hold on. You think that
Can I,
he's measured it
Spray paint
2 or
the
3
curve
different
part of the
ways, and
road,
you say
Earth
no
curve.
onto them all because you have
3
to,
different
because
ways, yeah.
you're a science.
You know, you got no ways. You got no curve.
We're not
Well,
measuring
they're-
curve. We're measuring distance right
Yeah,
now.
distance and angles.
Yeah, I know you're not measuring curve. I know.
No, I am because of
Measuring
distance and angles, but I'm
Oh,
not
this guy
directly measuring
thinks he is
curve.
measuring.
No. See, distance and angle that requires math, and people like
Yeah,
they don't
You
understand.
guys can't make your minds
calculations.
up. Are you measuring curve or not?
He doesn't understand math.
So I
Math's the
am
problem.
calculating the curvature from the measurements
Thank
that I
you.
took. That's what's happening here.
Yes, let's get semantic because
Calculate what the hell?
measuring is very different than calculating.
No.
Incorrect.
Every measurement
measuring
requires
calculating.
calculations.
Your
Every
calculation
single
is
measurement
your
requires
calculation.
calculations.
Every measurement has a
calculation-
calculation in.
You
Every
cannot do a
calculation
measurement
is
with
based-
calculations. That is just
Every
a
measurement
make sure it's
has a
with the road.
calculation.
every measurement
in it.
requires
Can you stop
calculations.
interrupting? Can you please stop interrupting
Do
me?
you
Well,
think
you're
you don't think that
wrong.
measure you don't think that measuring is calculating?
So you ask another question, so I can't respond to the first
Hell
thing.
no.
You don't think that measuring is calculating?
No.
It's definitely not because you presume a model first.
No, we're not presuming shit. We're measuring
That's the goalpost
like a
move.
measuring tape.
Yes, a
We'll
calculation
get the measuring
presumes a
tape
model.
Like,
out.
do you think a
Sit
tape
there.
measure needs calculations to be built? Because it does.
We'll use the tape measure.
If you're
You
going
have
to
to use
calculate anything,
calculations
you have
to
to
build the tape
presume
measure.
a model.
If
Use the tape
you're
measure.
going to measure it,
Without using calculations, you cannot take a measurement without using calculations.
not
no,
gonna use
if you say
calculations.
measurement,
Calculation
if you say
is not a measurement.
if you measure something and say
I'm smoking a cigarette.
it's 14
Yo, Red
and 3
Cloud.
quarters. If you measure
Do you
something
hear
and
this?
say it's
This is
if
why
you measure
people don't
something,
hang out here.
if you
Hold
measure
on.
something and
I'm
say it's
trying to.
14 and 3/4 inches long, you have made a calculation.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
Okay.
What? So when you look at 14 and 3/4, you don't calculate how long it is?
What
You
the
don't
fuck are you talking
interpolate
That's-
between 15
that's-
and 14 and 15 and come up
that's
with
being-
3/4?
You're off
That's
into
being
la la
nitpicky.
land.
You're wrong. You don't have to keep
That's
checking.
a calculation.
What's
Per foot. It doesn't make no sense.
Back to Earth, okay?
Oh, so now you're gonna deny
if
that
you
measuring
think-
is calculating, right? Got it.
We're gonna stick
Those
to
are
reality.
wrong.
You're driving
Yeah,
down the road.
you're gonna deny that
You're the
measuring is
denier of a
calculating
foot
now.
being a
Got
foot.
it.
Yeah, you don't know if foot's
You
a
don't
foot.
like reality, do you?
No, I know reality. You, on the other hand, are obviously living somewhere that reality is whatever you say it is. You know, like I'm going to smoke some weed and get some reality here.
Okay,
What are you
so
talking
let me.
about?
Can I ask you,
Sure.
Master Chill? Can I ask you a question about that? About measuring is calculating. I have
Yeah,
I have a 12-inch ruler, and I measure my keyboard, which is exactly 11 inches wide. Is that a calculation?
Yeah.
It is. In what? Can you explain that? Because I'm not understanding.
Well, how do you figure it out without looking at the number and calculating what it is?
Oh, I see. Okay, you consider that a
counted from
calculation.
You counted from 0 to 11 to figure out how far it was, right?
So you would consider that a calculation. Okay, because I would thought a calculation is if I have two 6-inch rulers, and I measure half of it, and then measure the rest, and it measures 6 and then 5, and that would be for me that would be a calculation. But getting a ruler out and just seeing that it's 11 inches wide, my keyboard, I wouldn't consider that a calculation. Can you explain why I'm wrong about that?
A mathematical determination of the amount or number of something. The definition of calculation.
Okay. That is a semantic definition, though.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, but
That's okay. That's fine. It's fine. That's fine.
Flat Earthers love the definition game.
All right. Thank you for that. That means that yes, any measurement then is a calculation by that definition.
Have we finally settled this and moved on to something else? Because
No, you driving in your car does not provide evidence of Earth curve, obviously. Red Cloud, why are you interrupting me?
Because I was just starting, you started basically at the same time.
You guys can't help yourselves. It's crazy. This is why people are fucking with y'all.
This is why what?
You guys are very interrupted.
It's I can't see you, and you can't see me. Yes, we're going to be interrupted.
You constantly have to assert your globe delusion. You're unwilling to listen and participate.
What am I listening to? Tell me something I need to listen to then. Tell me something I need to listen to.
Oh, where's the flat Earth evidence? Come on.
Tell me your flat Earth proof.
This guy reading his odometer is not a measurement of Earth curve.
Yes, it is. Well, no,
It's
a way to calculate Earth curve. It's a way to calculate Earth curve.
Thank you. Not a measurement.
Yes, it is a measurement. Oh my God!
Why would you say
We
calculation?
just settled this. This is a reset and loop. We just settled that all measurements require calculations. So a measurement and calculation, they're the same thing.
No, they're not.
Oh my God, we just settled this. We just spent 10 minutes settling this.
He just gave. Hey, wait, hold on a sec. Wait, hold on. He just gave. He just gave the ultimate flat Earth rebuttal. He just gave the ultimate flat Earth rebuttal and shut the argument down completely by saying "nuh-uh." So we have to say now, oh yes, your "nuh-uh" outweighs everything else in the world because you are a flat earther who's incredulous about something. Got it.
I mean, we just spent 10 minutes on this and settled that every measurement requires calculations. We just settled that. Why would you reset and use the same thing?
I don't know, dude. You're the guy claiming that you driving in your car is a measurement of Earth curve. I don't know why you would say that.
Well, can I ask this question?
Oh my
Can you now
gosh.
accept that a measurement is a calculation?
It's not.
Oh my god.
All right. Yeah,
It's
there
not
it is. It is though.
because
We just figured that
then
out.
do both
I
these
mean, we
things.
just spent 10 minutes doing this.
No,
What?
take out the tape measure and do the tape measure thing.
You
or the
have to
yardstick
have a
thing.
calculation to have a tape measure. You
With
cannot have a
ruler.
tape measure without a calculation.
And measure and calculate. You said they're the same. We talking about stupid.
Yeah,
Yes,
what are you
they're the
calculating with
same.
the
They're
tape
not the
measure?
same, right? Now,
Yeah, what are you
They're the
calculating with the
same.
tape measure?
You
Gotcha.
cannot have one without the other. They're essentially let me say that then. They're essentially the
So
same thing. How
measurement's
about
not a
that? Does that make you
calculation,
feel
boys.
better with your
The
fifis?
calculation
They're
is
not
the
the same
measurement.
thing.
They
I just looked
are.
up
You
the
cannot have a
definition,
measurement
Sherry.
without a calculation.
No tape measure. You're not tape measuring
I
it
just-
either. You need to
You
do
have
both.
to calculate
Measure
and build the tape
calculate.
measure. You
Just-
cannot build the tape
Your
measure without
problem,
calculation.
Peacemaker. Well, what are you
I just
fucking
looked up
waiting on?
the.
That's what you'll
I
need.
just looked up the dictionary definition.
Yeah, we'll look up
Calculation,
2 points.
noun,
We'll
a
get the tape
mathematical
measure.
determination of the size or number of something.
And what's a measurement?
Touching
Look up
both
the
points.
definition of measurement. They'll be almost
Touching
identical.
both points.
A measurement is the process of determining the size, extent, or amount of something.
By touching it. By touching each object.
It doesn't
with
say
another
that.
object.
It doesn't say that.
By who? Then how do you know? Then don't never touch nothing and go tell me how big your porch and my porch and everything is by standing back and not touching it. You're fucking an idiot. You don't make any sense. I don't care what the fuck that says. It's wrong then, clearly, because you ain't doing that. Ain't no fucking builder standing back without a tape measure and building your house. You're crazy as fuck. So now you'll need a measurement and a calculation. Measurement is direct, calculation is not direct. So add both of them and they'll complete your claim together. You'll need both lined up. If you claim they're the same, fucking stick to it. Do both of them at the same time then. And if you can't, then shut up.
What's wrong with calculations and measurements?
What's wrong? Nothing when you got the tape measure. Nothing when you get the tape measure out. We're waiting for you to get the tape measure out. There's nothing wrong with your tape measure calculations. Get them out, left lane. Let's see what you got. Now listen to you squirm.
Yeah, you don't want me to take mine out, but I mean,
So ain't no point in doing no calculation
what's the
without a tape measure.
argument? What is the argument though?
What
I
are you
mean,
measuring without tape measures and rulers? How you measuring your house and your front yard and everything without tape measures and rulers? Don't fucking get
I walk
retarded. Answer
off.
the
I can
question.
pace. I can pace off distances. I can, I don't
Prove it
know.
right now. No, I didn't say that. I said how you measuring stuff. I didn't say nothing about
Oh,
distance. I said how you measuring your
pacing
front
off.
porch, your house, your floors, outside, sidewalk, stuff like that. Right
Yeah.
now, go outside and guarantee the fucking measurements of everything you see, and then get a ruler out and then make sure. And then when you're wrong, we'll take a peek.
I can pace it off and say it's this many paces.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that's got to do with anything. You're supposed to look. You ain't supposed to pace nothing. Stay right there, look, and tell us the fucking inches to everything. Stupid. Calculate it. You ain't pacing nothing. You pacing angles to fucking zeniths and
I still
polaris?
don't understand the
pacing
contention.
zeniths and
What is the
reciprocal
contention?
angles?
What is the
Are
contention?
you
What's
pacing
wrong with
reciprocal angles,
measuring?
brother?
What's wrong
We're
with
not.
measuring?
Nothing's wrong with your tape measure. Break it out. What the hell are you waiting on? Get your tape measure out. Make all the calculations.
I've got
and
it.
measure
It's
what you
right here in
want
my
at the same
hand.
time.
Literally, I've got my tape measure in my hand right now.
Yeah, measure the earth curve, stupid. That's what we're waiting on.
Yeah, that tape measure should bend.
So I think that yes, Donald is correct that the two definitions are almost the same.
No, you guys aren't about to start conflating what words mean just because you want Earth to be a ball.
Well, Earth is a
You'll need-
ball,
you'll
and
need
we
a
can
measurement
conflate
tool.
words as we so choose.
Well, we're not worried about your words. We're worried about your
That's not
measurement
for you
tool
to
with the
decide.
numbers lined up across it. So a ruler, a meter stick, any kind of thing that you can go off of that you have marked as like any kind of measurement thing that you can guarantee, as long as you have that with you, to take your calculations and your measurements from, just like you do with the ruler. Talking about, is it 12 inches? I'm not sure. It might be a zillionth of an inch off. The fuck out of here. Not sure that a fucking foot's a foot. You guys are crazy as shit, but then you think you can just go guessing shit? Come on now. If you're off by a foot with a foot, then what the fuck? What are you guys measuring a globe with what? How much you off there? Way, way off. Like
Yeah, and
billions of miles off.
this guy Donald claimed that he drove from somewhere to Canada and from somewhere else to somewhere else, and
You weren't
all
listening, were
all
you?
the distances matched the globe or something. I don't know what the
You
fuck he was
weren't
talking
even
about.
listening to what he said.
Yeah, because it was
Uh,
dumb. I heard what he said. It was fucking silly.
uh,
You're talking about gas mileage. The reading on your odometer when you're driving across the entire country, and that the changes in elevation aren't going to have an effect on, the supposed distance that you're traveling.
well, as far as I know, all the measurements or all the distances agree with the globe. And when we look at the AE map, particularly in the southern hemisphere, it's really bad there. It doesn't match. Australia is the best example, I believe. It's just nowhere close to the same.
You don't experience a globe.
I do, as a matter of fact. I do experience
No,
a
you
globe.
don't. No, you're too small. How you gonna experience a globe? What do you
I'm
like?
too small.
What do you like? The size of a planet?
Well, all right, so let's examine this for a second. I'm too small to experience a globe. What do you mean by that?
Pretty straightforward.
No, explain it.
Pretty straightforward. You want me to explain it?
That's why I said it. Yeah, it would be lovely.
Okay, so your globe model,
Hmm.
you presume a scale to the globe, right? Really big ball. You're standing on a really big ball. Well, in relation to you, your scale, the ball is going to appear flat.
Right? So,
Okay?
what's the conclusion? What's the conclusion then?
You experience flat.
No, that's not the conclusion.
Yeah, it
Do
is.
you
The
agree?
conclusion is the globe is large enough to appear flat.
That don't make no sense. Where's your reference for that while you're standing on flat Earth? Where would
Yeah,
we
can
ever experience that?
can you reference Earth curve from your reference frame?
The Earth is large enough that
You
it
keep
isn't
claiming that.
part of
Where
my
do you see that
experience to have to
physicality
do
at
that.
on? Where have you seen a
If I
ball
was
like
in a
that?
plane and I
When
was
have you
managed to
been
get
on
up
a
to 2,000
ball?
miles an hour somehow, then
When
I
have you
would
been
have
on
to
a
do that.
ball?
Nemok turned down. Don't do that.
You haven't been on a ball. You have no reference to keep making
I
fucking
definitely
claims on what
have
a
done that
ball
and
does.
will continue to do that.
Yeah, and you'll
You're gonna make
continue
everything
not to be on
chaotic.
a ball.
It's your fault.
Just like his listen, his measurement has to be direct and
Oh, it's
indirect.
you was
So
little.
he can calculate all he fucking wants, but he still needs that ruler.
Oh my God! You
I
cannot build a
mean,
ruler without a calculation, Demok. You
Yeah,
cannot build a
I
ruler
know.
without a
You take the
calculation.
ruler with you.
Why
You're
I
gonna
You
haven't done
cannot
it
calculate
now?
build a
the
ruler
ruler,
without
right?
a calculation,
You're gonna
Demok.
calculate
because
off
you,
the
you
ruler
can
like
build a
we do,
ruler
No,
right?
you
without it.
cannot. You cannot
Aren't
build a
you gonna
ruler without a
calculate off the
calculation.
markings
I
off
don't.
the ruler?
Yeah, you can. You have
Hang
a little
on.
You're gonna
Hang
compass.
use the
on.
You don't
ruler
have to
and
you
look
don't have
at
to
the ruler
I,
calculate anything if you got a ruler.
hang on,
You
guys.
just measure.
Hang on, guys. I
You
would
don't
like
gotta
for us to
calculate.
have some meaningful conversation. I'm tired of listening to this shit.
tired of reality. We know.
That flame. This is we're killing it, right? This is
That thing
top
wants
tier.
to calculate
Flat
10
Earth
inches
is
without the
taking
ruler
wins.
from nowhere with nothing. You guys want to calculate shit with no reference. Take the ruler with you, calculate
It's
from that, and we're
brilliant.
happy. We'll
It
believe
is.
that.
Flat
You
Earth
have a
Makes
physical
makes me
ruler.
makes
material,
me laugh every
taking
not your
time.
fucking hopes
dubs
and
today.
dreams.
Anybody who
Demok.
takes on Demok loses.
Demok,
It's
the
like
ruler was
it's like
the
having a fight
odometer and
with a
my
toddler.
speedometer and my fuel.
There ain't
It's like
nobody
having a
care
fight
about
with a
what you're
toddler.
talking
Like,
about,
who
how much you
really
drink.
wins, do you
You
reckon, Red
drank 2
Cloud?
bottles of beer. You must be on flat Earth now.
No,
Because
I'm
if
no
the toddler
Do you
winners.
You're a
think that I
weirdo.
can
the toddler
calculate
won.
distance with
I can
fuel?
calculate 2 bottles of beer
But
equals flat
if
Earth.
the adult wins, the toddler still won.
Demok, do you
What?
think I can calculate
Don't
distance
matter
with
what you hope
fuel?
and believe. Can you take the ruler and tape measure with you?
See, dude, that's the thing.
You
You
cannot
ask
build a
questions,
without
he won't
calculation.
answer your questions. There will be no coherent answer
The
to these
answer is
There
questions.
with
will be
the tape
none.
measure and the
If
ruler,
I
something
may,
you'll never touch,
since he
left
stops
leg.
talking,
Sure.
Tape
there
measure and a
is
ruler.
no conversation to be had
There's
there.
no such thing
I
as
know.
ball physics, you
I
guys
So
generally
believe.
don't talk
turn
to
him
Demok.
down.
Oh,
It's real
great. Now
physics.
the Globers are talking amongst themselves. You guys ruined everything.
And they
My
won't believe
bad.
Sorry.
globe
Just
physics
turn him
for anything.
down.
Why do you guys
No,
think
now you
balls
guys are
lie to you?
turning down people and talking amongst yourselves. This is why Omnivore's server's fucked up
They
today.
got a conspiracy.
No, I'll
They think
stop.
balls
Actually,
lie
it's
to them. They think real spheres lie to
in
them.
my
I
mind,
mean,
it's
if you
screwed up
want a
because
Glober
stomach's in
echo
here.
chamber, then you don't gotta invite like anybody else. Just
They
invite
think
your own
Foucault's
Glober
pendulum
self.
on a real 3D
Dude,
sphere
just stop
lied to them.
complaining.
They think they
I
got
mean,
You're
different
complaining. You
physics.
got
Demok,
demo
You're
turned
just a
down.
child.
Demok,
You're like a child.
Well, you
can
got
I
Foucault's
measure
pendulum on a
distance
real
with
3D
It's
ball.
fuel?
How
too
does that act?
hot. It's too
How would
cold.
you ever find
Demok,
out how a
My tummy
Foucault's
hurts.
pendulum acts on a 3D
Demok,
ball?
Demok, can I measure
Yes,
distance
get
with
a
fuel?
ball with a Foucault's pendulum.
Jesus, dude.
How does
You'd
this work?
never
No, we're
even
not
speak
talking
to
about
someone. Okay,
geniuses.
yeah. This is
No,
why
we
I
don't
don't.
care what
This
you
is why
mean.
I
Huh?
don't try
Prove
to talk to
nothing.
Demok.
What you're
So
talking
Yeah,
about is
why
stop
not
are
it.
you?
helping.
What are you
You
doing?
should answer the question that a
It's like
flat earther
punching
asked.
yourself in the face and being like, "This is why I don't punch myself in the face," and then returning to punching yourself in the face.
Exactly.
Ball physics. Why do you guys run from ball physics and don't believe it and think the ball lies to you in a lab? Why do you think that ball's lying to you guys?
Yeah, good point, Demok.
But why? Is it a conspiracy? Is that ball conspiring
Exactly.
with each one of you? That it's doing other stuff than what we see? Because I don't see it doing no fucking magic shit. And I don't see no fucking cat toy Foucault's pendulums doing anything you claim or that matches on my flat earth. Nothing of the sort. How would you even, where would you even get a reference of what a fucking Foucault's pendulum does on a 3D sphere without imagining ball or globe at all? How would you even do that? How could you possibly know what a 3D sphere does with a string on it? How could we find that out, guys? Let's think about this.
I mean, that's
Yeah, if you got a
trivial,
if you got a
Demok.
Foucault's pendulum in your car, you drive north, does it deviate less and less?
If you're moving, then it's going to deviate. I mean, at the rate that you're moving, right?
Do you know what it does on a real ball? Do you have any clue of what a
On
Foucault's
a real
pendulum does on a
ball.
real sphere? Real physics. Don't
He
learn
It's
doesn't
it.
have
the
that.
Foucault's pendulum is not about the sphere; it's about the rotation. So
Do
you've
you
got that
know
wrong.
what, brother? You have no clue what a pendulum does on a 3D
I do.
sphere. We're
I do.
proving this right now.
It's not
Demonstrate.
about the sphere, dude. It's
Demonstrate it.
about the rotation, Demok. It's about the
What
rotation,
does
Demok.
the
You
pendulum
don't have
do on
It's
a
rotation.
ball?
about the rotation,
A 3D
Demok.
ball.
What
It's
rotation?
about the
Nothing's
rotation,
rotating.
Demok.
Are you gonna
It's about
demonstrate it?
the rotation, Demok.
Are you
There's no
gonna
rotation.
demonstrate, brother? I
He
don't give a
instantly
fuck that
returned to
dumb
punching
words you're
himself in the
using.
face.
It's
Yeah, you can
about
use
the
all the retard
rotation,
words you want
Demok.
about a ball and
Why
a
are you
string.
still
It's not
punching
helping.
It's
yourself in the
about
face?
the rotation, not the ball. The
What
rotation,
does your
Demok.
There
fucking
is no
retarded
rotation.
religion
What
claim,
rotation?
weirdo?
Chill,
We trust the ball.
please. If you're
There
going
is
to
no
shout,
rotation.
just go to a different VC and you two can shout with one another. But if you've just said, Donald, that you are no longer engaging Demog and then mute and deafen yourself for all of 30 seconds, then return to punching yourself in the face, it seems like you're really running out of like good sense. It seems like you are going insane. It's wild. So why don't I just give you another 30 seconds to have a think about where you want to go next and what kind of conversation you do want to have. And then when you get to the end of that, maybe you can make better choices. Because as it is, nearly half of the room is deafened. And I think it'd be easier if just you two went off to a different room and we didn't have to deafen. See how they can manage it.
We don't care what 90%
Say,
of
I
globe
think you should just
haters
lead
of
off,
physics
Donald, with
say.
shouting, "It's about the rotation again."
We don't care about what you say, globe physics bias boy. Your opinion means nothing because you believe in
point,
stuff
Demok.
that doesn't exist. Now,
So
physics,
true.
yeah, it's so true. You don't got no physics. Do you know what a ball does with a string on it?
Yes.
Eggshells and you. Now demonstrate.
Demonstrate. You just put a ball on a string, and
Show us. What's that
if it's swinging
there.
with a point of rotation,
Take
that
a
like
look.
a point of free rotation, then it's going to stay.
Cool
It's going
story.
to it's going to stay rigid in 3D space.
We'll take a look at your experiment.
Experiment is swinging a ball.
Yeah, ball with a Foucault's pendulum on it, a real sphere spinning around, and put your Foucault's pendulum on there and let's see what it actually does. See what the action or attribute of it is. Real physics. It's no
Yeah,
conspiracy
we
here.
do that all the time, Tomo.
We're waiting for you to prove that, liar.
Do not ever call me a liar. I do not lie. I'm done.
Stop lying then. That's what I thought. All liars will not demonstrate anything on a 3D sphere. They will never do real physics. Physics kills the globe every time. Because liars claim shit, but the ball says different. I don't care about any fucking excuses that nobody can listen. Your claim is to demonstrate your claim.
Yeah, great
Don't
one,
ask
Demok.
me dumb questions about scale and other retard questions that don't make no fucking sense about you proving your thing live.
What were you saying, Red Cloud?
I just wanted to jump into 1v1 with you for a second.
Okay. See you in 1v1.
All those guys, why you guys hate physics? Why do you hate balls? 3D spheres, why do you hate the fuck out of them? It's fucking weird. You guys, your ball is Satan and it's God. Same time. It kills itself. Got a Satan ball on one shoulder and a God ball on the other shoulder. How many biased globers are in here?
A lot.
Yeah, just two people and then a bunch of biased globers.
Bro, what's going on with fucking 1v1 room? Is that like VIP with the two Globers over there? Like,
Yeah.
It's okay.
VIP
Jump in on them. Let's
That's
see
where
what
you go.
How much is that?
That's where
How
you
much-
go if you want to kiss.
That's
Is there-
disgraceful.
Is it full nude?
Pay to play.
They're trying to figure out how to calculate their measurement or to measure the calculation.
What are you up to, QI?
Trying to pick who I want to take in VIP with me.
Bunch of dudes in here.
I know, that's why it's a hard pick.
Let's just kind of like.
He said it's a hard pick.
Just kidding, Lush. I totally wish I didn't say that. Sorry.
I bet the
I didn't even hear what you said. Whatever it is, I forgive you.
It's just because of your profile picture. It's got the glitter. You got the little green leaf.
Oh, you're like, oh, he's the.
Yeah, you got the sparkles going on there. Yeah.
I know. I like flowers and stuff too.
So what are Eggshells and Red Cloud? What are those two Glovers doing, man? What the fuck?
They're kissing. They're
We
kissing.
can only know.
What, they think they're so fucking special? They're gonna come back in here, and we're not gonna let them say shit. Gonna Fundy meet the fuck out of Eggshells.
Yo, Jesse, how much Taylor Swift have you listened to today?
I'm not gonna lie, it's been about 3 days where I have not listened to any Taylor Swift.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I'm trying other stuff out. You ever hear of
He's still...
RX? You ever hear of RXK Nephew?
No.
He has this bar where he says, he says, I feel like Hillary Clinton. I'm eating white kids. Shoot the fuck out of everybody like a white kid.
So I'm like I have a really weird theory with Hillary Clinton. It's like it's the craziest theory of any flat earther you'll ever hear.
Okay.
Hillary Clinton is a nice lady.
Get him
Yo,
out of
yeah,
here.
that's a tinfoil hat. Yo, you're crazy. You're out of your mind, dude.
Is what?
You got to medicate this man immediately.
Is what? I didn't hear him.
He's lost his mind.
He said Hillary Clinton is a nice lady.
Oh, why not?
I knew Denmark would be on my side.
Yeah, you guys are worse than Glovers.
Just imagine having a picnic and a brunching with Hillary Clinton. You know what I mean? Riding around town, kicking it. Try to go smoke with her and she'd be having a seizure. I'd be like, oh shit, Hillary, what the fuck, cop? Hillary, are you okay? Yeah, give me that. Okay, here, hit it.
Do you think like anyone ever is like normal hangs out with Hillary? Like one of her friends is like doesn't know what she's up to, and like she just randomly takes a call. She's like, "Wait, what? Wait, they did what? All right, you know what to do with them."
Yeah, I'll be doing that shit, and I'm not Hillary Clinton. I'll be like, yeah, they're all, yeah, yellow vest. Yeah, they got a green hat. And the people look at me like, what the fuck is, that's my description.
Yo, would you rather Q-Op, would you rather smash Michelle Obama or Hillary Clinton?
Both of them, dude. I'd take them in a threesome any day.
No, you got to pick one.
I was about to say something really gay, but I'm glad I didn't. We're on live stream. Well, I think Hillary's more likely of being maybe a woman than Michelle, so I'll take my chances with Hillary.
Ah, shit. Yeah, no, I'd have to say the same thing. Not so sure about Michelle being Michelle. That might be Michael.
Might be Michael. You haven't seen her bounce junking her junk bouncing around?
Actually, I did see that. Could have been prosthetic. Yeah,
Her bounce junking.
she got a big dick.
Bro, she like literally she's adjusting it while she's like walking down those stairs. Like it's like totally like a wiener adjustment. She probably feels so cool when she like goes to piss. Like This wiener is like a secret. It's like most top secret wiener ever. Wouldn't you be paranoid that like, your wiener no one can catch like that you have a wiener? I'd be like scared. Like, what will they do if they find out I have a wiener? No one can know about you.
I don't want to think about what I'm thinking about right now. I'm picturing Michelle Obama like putting a whole bunch of duct tape on her groin, and like the bulge just won't go away.
Yeah, when you put it like you push it down, it makes it worse. I learned that when I was fucking little. It's like trying to get
They
rid of
tuck
it.
it in
So
their
it's,
butt usually.
what?
That's
Tuck it
extreme.
in the butt.
Yo,
Michelle, she gotta tuck it in her butt and squeeze the butt cheeks and walk around like a duck. I'm just being stupid. I don't fucking know. You guys said do what? It's a joke,
I'm gonna
man.
go
It's a
clip.
fucking
I'm
joke.
gonna go clip that.
yo,
You imagined it. It's your fault.
yeah. I'm tired of imagining this right now.
Yeah, but if you like a Baphomet, they're all Baphomets now. They're like, I got titties and a Virginia and a pina colada.
Yeah, Michelle Obama. She got a whole different kind of appendage that we've never heard of.
They're trading places with a robot. They're getting robot Virginias.
She's trying to make a new gender.
You got a robot pina colada. Oh my God, that'd be crazy.
Cop's here.
If
Q up,
the
Shaw
robot,
J.
they're all here. Yeah, that'd be scary if a robot had a Virginia and you thought you were doing something and then the government had like other plans and inside that Virginia was the thing that went out like an antenna and said, "Phew." Oh my God, that would hurt so hard.
Oh, Jesse's going to do an event, it seems. Oh, he's not here at the moment.
Have the light, Jesse. Have the light, Jesse.
Yeah.
All right. I'll watch that.
So which Earth shape are you on at the moment? Callie? Other Jesse? It's a secret.
I think he's trying to determine between physics and non-physics.
Yeah, we have demonstrable physics, and then we have useless, unapplicable globe that never matters. It's like water creates a horizontal plane. Cool, I experienced that. I can utilize it. Cool. Water being level is a tool. And then you got the globe physics. Water's curving, or geodesic, spinning, and none of that is actually happening in reality.
On the globe, the water curves at a horizontal rate. Isn't that cool?
useless globe bottle bullshit. Doesn't happen in real life.
That's what
Right.
we
They
need
don't even
fixed.
have a
We need you guys to come and help us understand how water, the physics of water.
No, you don't. Just get a ball. The ball will show you that physics, remember? Whatever you can't demonstrate is going to defeat you. Excuses don't help you in physics. The fuck? It's natural. It just is what it
Can you
is,
go into
motherfucker.
detail? Can you go into more
About
detail? What
what
the
you can
physics of
demonstrate?
water?
Oh, it's all physics.
Physics of water? Yeah, you can go into detail too. Grab a ball and see how you can put water on there. That's enough detail, isn't it? Until we figure out how you put water on the ball and make it stick and show us some other magic shit that don't happen in reality, then that's the only detail you need. Welcome to Flat Earth. No globe physics. They don't work. Can't work. They're an excuse. Globe physics are called a big excuse. A big what, why, huh, what, huh, what, why. Scale, what, huh, what. But then you look for black holes in a fucking machine, little bitty. A black hole's supposed to be a big thing, but it's okay for you guys to make a little black hole. That scale don't matter. And a little sun, that scale don't matter. So little suns are good, but no little globe physics. Fucking crazy.
That is crazy. You've nailed something today, Denmark. You've absolutely.
Yeah, you know the attribute of an atom or a particle.
I think if you say more, we'll get the entirety
you
of this
think they're
VC to be
spheres and you know
deafened.
the
Because so
attribute of
far it
them.
is the
So how
Earth
do
is
you
Life
know those
doesn't
little
count. They've
spheres
got
do stuff?
1, 2, 3, 4 all at the top deafened, and Jim and Omnivore are deafened.
I don't
I
care
think
what
if you
those
keep going, you could
weirdos
get
who don't
everybody
like
out of here.
reality do. Bunch of weirdos who hate physics. Not my fault. Tell them to like physics. Tell them to believe what the globe does in a lab and not lie. Globe's not lying to you.
I mean, the globe can't compete with direct observe the story.
Well, I think
I think it
I
does
think
just
we can
fine.
watch suns set and planes fly in certain directions, and we can do a fair few observations.
Let's tally up the scorecard so far, shall we?
Moon looking all moony.
My bad. I wasn't listening.
All good. What are you doing? You cooking up some children?
No, there's some.
Async def setup bot. I am really excited by this thing that I just dreamt up the other day, which is...
Are you dreaming of globe evidence?
It's not globe evidence, but it's close enough to it. It is...
Nice. What kind of
I'm starting
fantastical
code,
evidence?
right? And I can just type code. I can just type my desires into the large language model, and it spits back code, and I copy that code in, and it generally works. So one of the yeah.
Do you dream of electric sheep?
I do a little bit, yeah. Loading events cog, loaded cog events, loaded cog general, loaded cog moderation. So why is it going twice? But I asked it yesterday just before I went to bed, and it really blew my mind. I was like, hang on, given I'm just typing in natural language to the AI, right? So I just go, can I build a bot that can detect over talking and mute both people for a short amount of time? And it's like, yes, I can. And then I was like, can I do this? Can I do that? Can it just offer me suggestions? It's like, yes, it can. And I was like, can it then execute those suggestions? Like, yes, it can. So you can just sort of say to it, create a role for this and assign it to the people that deserve it. And it'll read through your messages and go, yeah, that person deserves a, good argument role, badge or something. And then I said, can you just write your own code? Like, can I just put natural language commands into the chat and you figure out what I mean, turn that into code, debug the code yourself and produce it back when it's working. And if it doesn't work, it just rolls back to the old thing. And it was like, yep, all of these bits already exist, but here are some concerns if you want to implement it. And you know what one of its concerns was?
What?
Hang on, let me get the wording exactly right, because the wording
Get it
really
right.
makes it.
This is going to be interesting.
Wording
Yes.
really makes it. It says you should make sure you use a safe execution sandbox, right? Preventing malicious self-modifications. So it's warning me that it might deliberately start adjusting its own code without my instruction to do so.
Yes,
Malicious.
it's like you have employed a farmer on your property, and he has a dog, and if you're not careful, he might let that dog do things you don't want it to do.
Right, it's terrifying and fascinating, because that means we're like, I've got to be quiet. We've got to be right around the corner from having a mobile phone that you would be able to say to, look, when I wake up, make sure you put the kettle on, and you know how your messages come in like this. I want you to alert me for those kind of messages in future, and it just understands and goes, okay, I've rewritten my code a little bit.
We had a bit of a conversation.
Democ only had half the room muted. I've now sent it to 2/3 muted.
We were briefly discussing self-driving cars and stuff the other night, and what I heard is that Tesla's going to employ Grok, and so you're going to be in a robo-taxi and you're going to be able to talk to Grok.
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to instruct Grok to do things in the car.
Yep. Turn up and down the heating. Take the motorway.
No, don't go this way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like I-95. Go I-95. It's a bit further, but I don't mind.
Stop at a petrol station.
Yeah, I need to get some cigarettes.
Yep.
Lock the door, wait here. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm excited by it. It will be terrifying but exciting. It does make me wonder, like, why bother doing anything though? Because it's noticeably better than when I started doing this less than 6 months ago. Oh shit, gotta go.
Bye.
Peace out, dog. Yeah, so you got your natural everyday experience. Empirically, directly, you observe the Earth as planar and stationary. It's every day, direct evidence. Occam's razor.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't, because the sun sets.
Well, what kind of Earth are you living in? It must be really small.
No, the sun sets.
If you can experience Earth curvature, then that Earth must be very small.
Oh. I experienced a large planet with a sun, and the sun sets.
Sunsets?
Yeah.
You observe a sunset, therefore you're observing Earth curve.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, indirect. It's indirect evidence. You're not observing Earth curve. You're observing what you think is caused by Earth curve. It's an effect of Earth curve.
Yeah.
But what you're truly observing is a terminating line. You're observing the horizon apparently obstruct the sun. Right? The horizon It's just an apparent horizontal plane. Created by where the sky and the ground meets due to perspective.
Yes. All those things I accept as true.
Right. So you're experiencing a flat Earth.
No.
When you look at a sunset. Oh yeah.
No.
We can disagree. It's fine. I've been talking a lot, so.
So where's the sun go?
You said where'd the sun go?
Yeah.
Yeah, where's the sun go on a flat Earth?
I don't know. You have a model?
Well, you asked your question.
Yeah, I'm asking if he has a model.
Oh, can't ask a question with a question.
I just asked a question. You said the sunset. I'm asking you where. You said it's a flat Earth observation. So where does the sun go then?
Yeah, in order to know where the sun goes on a flat Earth, you would have to model the flat Earth.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
No, I didn't do that. Obviously not, or else I'd be parading it around celebrating.
That's right. That's right. You can't model a flat Earth. Why can you not model a flat Earth?
I wouldn't go that far to say that it can't be done.
All right. But has it been done?
Honestly, I think it has been done, but we don't have access to those models.
Ah.
Yes.
I haven't heard that before. That's interesting.
I think they're making these models. They're not based off of angles to the stars or however much something deviates over distance. Now they're making these models using, they got their new fancy drones and their infrared. They're doing these geospatial models. So I think they could totally make a flat Earth model with their new methods.
Mm-hmm.
The old method, the method that they're throwing out, the one that they don't like because it's not good, the globe model, they're getting rid of that.
Who is getting rid of that?
The people that are making the new flat Earth models.
But wait a second. Has anyone made a flat Earth model so far?
Yes. Like I just said, I can't prove it. I think that they are totally capable of it based on the technology they have.
They made a model, but it doesn't work, so they abandoned it.
They made a model.
The Glovers made a model, and then
they proposed one. They proposed a model.
The 3D globe didn't work,
and
so
it was
the Glovers
the AE map, wasn't it?
Yeah. What'd you say, Dama? Or you were rudely interrupted?
I said the 3D globe was abandoned a long time ago. They lost that technology to make a globe map. So they give you flat ones of all different kinds that don't make no fucking sense. They're schizophrenic globe maps from each other. Why can't you have the real globe map? Why is the globe just firing against
We do.
He's right. All your supposed
globe?
accurate globe maps.
Where is the globe?
You lay
with an
them
accurate
flat.
map? Highways, runways, cities, everything.
Have you done that?
Who?
Oh, Jesus Christ. This
There's
guy
no
is the
globe.
worst.
How could I do that on a non-existent
Dude,
Turn
thing?
him down.
This guy
Am I
is
done your
absolutely
globe model? What are you, a weirdo?
Robert, just turn
We're
him down.
looking for a globe
Yes, you
map.
are.
No, don't turn people down. Red Cloud, why are you trying to make this place worse than it already is?
Yeah, we're looking for a globe map, so I don't know why every time we start with the
Trying
questioning,
to do that.
where is the globe stuff, then you guys keep asking us the same question.
Okay,
We're
maybe you're
looking
not
for-
trying to do that, but when you tell people like, "Oh, you should just turn it down," that's what's going to happen.
He asked me where his globe was while I'm asking him where his globe is. How weird.
They don't have a globe.
Right, and they don't have a globe map that matches a globe with the key legend
Bullshit.
on it, with the miles,
Bullshit.
the
Bullshit.
feet, and the
What are you
engine.
talking about? We have a globe matches a globe 100%.
Where's it at?
Where's it at? You can find them in
Yeah,
the
where do I
store,
buy it
in a
at?
school, on the internet.
Yeah, the
You can find them all
globe
over the place.
matches the globe
got
matches
the
the globe.
legend
That's right.
miles
But we're
on
talking
it,
about
feet,
reality.
That's got
The
arc
globe.
inches and feet and meters and
It matches.
And
you got
the
runways
globe
on
map,
it.
No, it
and
doesn't.
the globe map
Got
actually
highways
has
on there.
a scale, which the flat Earth
What
pizza
are you
land does
talking
not.
about? The scale that doesn't exist nowhere?
What
That's
are
what
you
we're
talking
pointing out.
about?
We're pointing out you
Hey,
don't have any scale. Your numbers don't work now. They're broke.
Bullshit.
yeah, you guys just
You just
invoked
say
scale
anything.
changes physics. Based on
You
how
No
big
just say
globe
something is,
anything.
model.
based on
360
how big
scale
something
can't
is
get
going to
you shot
affect
with
the
it.
laws of physics within the vicinity of the
Every
object.
sphere is 360. No sphere isn't 360. There's
One
your
of the laws of
scale. Take
physics
your
is
pick, however
gravity.
big you want your 360. Now put all your land masses on it. Put highways on it, runways. Make sure the orientation's correct, and we'll want to see the arced feet, meters, root, miles, inches, all that good shit on there.
This guy is unbelievable. Where do you come from, man?
Reality.
Big time.
Reality.
You're living in a friggin' fantasy land, dude. You must be on
What, where
mushrooms
you
every
can't
No,
day of your
produce
dude,
life.
the
a
globe
globe in
model is the
fantasy
fantasy.
land? Asking for a
The
globe map
heliocentric
of a
model
globe.
is the illusion. You do not observe.
Hold
No,
on,
it isn't.
Jesse, hold on, brother. Every time I go to answer, you talk right over me. Asking
Right.
for a globe model of your globe that you say fits 1-to-1 is not something crazy on my part. It's a crazy fucking claim on your part that you can't commit. So in physical reality, you have no idea what a 3D sphere does anyway. You ignore 3D sphere in real physics. You'll not do real physics. You'll ignore them at any cost for a what if and a make believe religion.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
So you got
Physics.
some learning to do, man. Just listen.
A
This guy
ball.
is a
Take a
moron. You
ball
can't
out,
learn
put a
from a
full dose
moron.
pendulum on a ball, and the ball will teach you everything about a ball. There's nothing that ball's gonna hide from you, I promise. I promise you, the ball's not gonna lie. You think that ball's conspiring against you guys, Globers? When it won't hold water, you think it's lying to you? Something wrong with you guys.
Yeah, I thought water takes the shape of its container. So where is the spherical water?
You're like an Eric Dubay parroter. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, you're like a guy that can't use your ball for a coffee cup in the morning for your hot coffee while it's spinning. It's sad.
I'm not talking to you. You're a moron, dude. You should just go see
Yeah,
Flight
I know gravity cups.
Yeah, just turn them
My
down.
best part of gravity cups are when you
Yo,
still
Red
see
Cloud. What the hell, man? Come on, man. Don't do that.
He's just mad because he doesn't have a gravity cup like me. When I spin my
Red Cloud,
ball
I never told
and I give
anybody
it
to
to
turn you down.
McDonald's and they pour their hot
I
coffee
don't
on my
need to
spinning
turn you
ball.
down because we're having a good conversation. Then what comes in, it just gets destroyed.
Yeah, because Democ said, "Where's your scaled globe model?" You said you have a map of a ball that matches a ball of a ball that's a ball. Where is that 1-for-1 exact map? Then you go to make excuses why you don't have the map. The very thing you guys keep claiming you have, it's like you're schizophrenic. You don't even remember 2 seconds ago? How can you have a good conversation with anyone? I'd hate to be your parents. The fuck?
Yeah, so every day you experience what you experience the Earth to be, it appears to be a horizontal plane. You treat it as such, it is practical to do so. That's just a fact.
Locally,
doesn't.
it appears to be horizontal. Locally, it's a very large object.
Thank you. No, now we're getting somewhere. So you can admit reality that we do
If I
treat
go
it as
to
horizontal.
Chernobyl, I can treat the air as completely breathable and the atmosphere and the environment totally safe. Can I not?
I don't like this analogy you're making. I don't.
Wow. The analogy is that it may on the face of it appear to be a certain way. But upon further analysis, it turns out it's not that way. And that's what it is with the shape of the Earth. It appears, when you go outside, you look around, it looks like you're surrounded all 360. You look around, you look up, it looks like a dome over your head. That's the way it looks.
To who?
Yeah, even
can say
even upon further analysis, it
I've never
appears as
seen any of that.
flat
You've done no further
horizontal
analysis.
level plane.
I've never seen a
Except that
dome.
you have done no further analysis.
No, that is with further analysis.
No, that is not with further analysis. On further analysis, we find the Earth is a globe.
Where?
No.
No?
No.
Hell no.
No.
No, you'd
How
have the
no?
measurement of an earth curve
How
in
is
the
that not
hardware
so?
store.
I wish somebody could mute this guy. He just ruins everything.
So,
You guys fucking
Man,
hate
you guys
reality, then
gotta
you
stop
don't.
advocating for
Stop
censorship.
imagining globes, and maybe you'll like me.
we don't have a mod in here.
You don't
If
have
we
an
did,
earth
we'd have
curve
someone to
either.
tell him to shut up and
You
stop
don't have an earth curve
Oh,
printed out
disrupting
either.
conversations.
I'm a
Then
mod,
can you do
but-
something about this?
But I've muted him a couple of times, and somebody, I don't know who, unmutes him immediately. So I'm like, what the fuck?
Why are you muting me? I didn't do nothing wrong to nobody except ask you a question you
It's
can't
possible to have
answer.
a conversation.
What a bunch of fucking pussy bitches in a debate room who can't answer questions.
Your
Never met
questions
such
don't
grown
merit
ass
your
pussy
questions.
motherfuckers with pussies in their
Your
ass.
your questions don't merit an answer.
Yeah, shut up, pussy guy who has a 2-year-old acumen. Because you can't understand nothing goldfish. Speak for yourself. You can sure believe globe fucking nonsense words, huh? Fucking goldfish
Why are you always
words.
coming so hot, Democ? Like, did someone hurt you?
I don't know. I got 5 fucking freak pussies getting mad because they don't have a globe. The globe hurt
Leflin,
you.
please at least
Physics
try.
Yeah, it's
hurt
like a
you.
Diddy party, dude. They're having a freak off.
Physics hurt you guys. Physics hurt you. A ball hurts
Dude,
you in
don't
your
cross
hand.
that line.
3D ball. Everything about it just fucking kills your globe model. Everything. Your own sphere kills your sphere. It's like its own God and Satan. The God religion ball, devil, and Satan, and God.
None
Couldn't have
of
said it
those
better
things
myself.
exist.
So yeah, the ball religion is satanic.
Well, it fights
No, I
against
think that's
itself.
the flat Earth.
The imagination of a ball fights with all the ball physics that don't prove a
The way
ball.
you deal with people, completely demonic.
Well, you guys don't have physical evidence for Satan.
That's a globe.
I think we do.
Physical evidence for Satan?
Yeah. So
I don't know.
They can't even
not
show that Satan's a possibility. They can't show
Not
that their
real.
God's even possible.
Oh gosh, Donald, you are such an atheist.
Yeah, well, atheist, but yeah,
You're like so atheist that it's crazy.
hardcore.
Are you a Christian then? So if so, you're not acting like one.
I don't think
You're
to be
acting kind of demonic. No, you're not.
I
You're
like the
just
word
demonic.
staunch. Staunch is a word that I like to use to describe.
I don't claim to be Christian, Rick.
Okay, that's good.
He probably doesn't claim to be Christian, so he doesn't have to like hold to any actual concrete views.
That's the David Weiss approach.
No, it's because in order to be a Christian, I just don't have all the values. I don't check all the boxes.
What do you think? Jesus Christ is like God and all that?
What the hell are you talking about?
Do you think Jesus Christ is God?
No.
Okay, then you're definitely not Christian. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
But you believe in a God?
So look at what you're doing, because because Donald wants to bring up the fact that, you know what, whatever. I'm not trying to engage in some God versus no God debate right now. Or maybe I am. Why the fuck
Why are you getting so mad about it?
I mean, I don't know what I brought up either. What did I bring up that you're mad
Yeah,
about?
you brought up God. I don't know why.
Well,
Like,
the matter of God or no God is a matter of faith. The matter of flat or globe is a matter of science. And we're in here, we're discussing science. We discuss faith. We can go another chat, and I can talk about faith with you if you'd like. But in
But
here,
Donald thinks
the discussion
My
is
bad.
flat or globe.
That's fine, all. But if we talk about the globe,
I mean, it was Democ that was talking about Satan and stuff, but
yeah. If we start talking about flat and globe, then Denmark's going to start interrupting again.
Sorry.
Well, we just talked before, and we realized and came to the conclusion that I think Squiggle Line Guy said that it is possible to make a flat Earth model, just that no one has, or no one's come forward with it.
I mean,
That's not
I've
what I
Is
said.
that
tried.
wrong? Could you?
I've
Could you?
tried.
Come on, remember what I said.
Okay.
Come on.
Can you?
Nothing works.
I said they most likely have a model already. It's just not, we don't have access to it.
Can you
I've
explain that? I
tried
don't
to make a
understand.
model. You know, anybody can make a model, right? I've tried to make a model that
Yeah,
works.
yeah. I mean,
Nothing works.
it's actually not that hard to make a model. You just got to make a model that works. You get anyone made a model.
Well, I'd love to see the model. I'd love to see how the model would explain the stars rotating counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere, and why you can't see the Southern Cross in the northern hemisphere, but you can see it in the southern hemisphere. I'd love to see the model that would account for that stuff.
Yes,
And why
we all know what you
why
use to
is it?
reaffirm the globe to yourself. Yes, we
You
know
know,
you think.
And
We know you. Why am I being
is it?
interrupted? Why am I being interrupted? You guys are sucking at this.
And why is it that the North Star,
there aren't any stars.
the North Star sets to the horizon in a linear fashion depending on your latitude?
I tried to answer.
Why is the North Star metric latitude?
And
I can explain why.
Talking, because this is not about a conversation. You're not asking questions. You're here to reaffirm your globe delusions based off of celestial observations.
That's why.
I don't need to be here for that.
I mean, celestial. I can measure my room from the light.
You don't have to do
So
it.
I can measure my entire house from the lights in the
sit in a
ceiling.
chair, stare at your wall.
People
and tell
interrupt you
yourself celestial
because
navigation proves
people
the globe
interrupt you because they don't
over
respect
there.
you.
There are no stars.
People interrupt you because they don't respect
There
you.
are stars.
No, they.
I can demonstrate stars exist.
And you don't.
Sadistic,
And
ready
you
to
make
disrespect
sure
their. Yes,
you
you
are
guys
making sure they
disrespect
don't
your
respect you.
interlocutors all the time. You don't deserve respect
Wow.
either. Yeah.
Whoever's in your fucking mind, insane weirdo liars. That's black up there. There
Wow.
are no stars.
Why are we so
Mark,
antagonistic
you
in here?
have
Like
to
I don't
stop
even,
calling people
I don't even know
liars.
you guys. I don't even know you guys. And you're like coming in hot.
Reality is not a liar.
Well, Red Cloud just admitted
Mark,
these
you
guys
have
aren't
to
here to have
stop
a
calling people
conversation. They
liars.
disrespect the opponent and they chant their globe delusions no matter who's listening. So it's not even about a conversation with these guys.
Every time you open your mouth, it's laced with
too bad you guys
vitriol.
can't prove
If you were
stars.
to
why are you being so
But
rude?
you just admitted you guys are not here to have a
They
conversation.
don't
You're
have
not here to have a
proof. If you-
conversation.
That's
if
not
you were-
true at all.
If
You're
you
just
were
here to
to,
say words and not listen.
I guess
That's
Squiggly's
the
here to
problem.
complain. I guess.
yeah, that's all he's
What
really here
is
to
I mean, do you
do.
understand
All
that
I hear
you
is
are
crying.
wrong? The flat earthers are wrong.
See,
We
these
don't
Clovers
have
are going to
to
come in here.
listen to you. What we're trying to do. I don't know why you're talking.
Every 60 miles, and
We're trying. I don't know why you're talking over me.
69 miles. Flat Earth doesn't work at 1 degree every 69
You don't
miles.
have to
You take an
listen
angle
to.
measurement to a celestial object, and you don't have
I mean,
a
I
model
was in
that
the middle of a
shows it working
sentence.
He's panicking. He's panicking.
I was
No,
right
I'm
in the
doing
middle of a
what you do.
sentence.
You guys aren't here
You're
to have
just
a
panicking.
conversation. No, Red
I
Cloud.
was right
This
in the
is,
middle of a
I'm
sentence.
demonstrating how you can't have a back and forth. You are here to chant.
we were
your
having
globe
I was in
delusion.
the middle of a sentence when you
don't
started
need
talking.
me. You don't need me
Then
to say
get
1 degree over
out.
69 miles.
Okay, you can
Go
do
do
this. On your
something
own. You don't
else.
even need me. You can just do this on your own.
Yeah, you could literally tell
Talk to
yourself 1
Denmark.
degree every 69 miles proves the globe while
Then
talking to
talk
your
to
wall.
Denmark then, or go to another chat.
Nobody's chanting
Why don't you
anything.
go have a 1v1 with eggshells again or something? What the fuck
Whoever
benefit
this
are you
gentleman,
having?
whoever this guy is that talking right now, there's no spouting anything. It's for since the 16th century, they've used looking up to the sky, which is the easiest way to determine the shape of the Earth. And
Yeah,
your
get a
flat
guy who
Earth
doesn't know the
hinterland
shape.
can't explain any of it.
Instead a religious guy who believes anything he's told. That's weird.
You have to
Keep
believe
looking
it.
for
You see it with your own
Superman.
eyes.
Well, see what? No stars? Get in the
Oh,
high
stop it, dude.
altitude
Just go
footage.
away. You are
Go
such an
get some high
asshole.
altitude footage, liar, and film some fucking stars, you liar.
That's why Flat Earth doesn't like the stars.
Because they don't exist.
Well, how can we have a good faith debate if we just call each other liars from the get
At
go?
100,000 feet, prove stars exist, you fucking liar. How can you have a liar debate with a liar if he's not going to prove his lying ass claim? Stars don't exist. It's
Nobody
all
wants
black.
to talk to you, dude.
The
Nobody
closer you
wants to talk
get,
to
they
you.
turn black. Why are you guys lying to each other? Buzz Aldrin, Neil deGrasse Tyson Armstrong, and fucking Michael Collins sat at a table right when they got back from the moon and they did a fucking an interview. And the guy said, "Did you see any stars out in space and doing on the cislunar side of the moon, meaning the black side, the dark side?" One guy started to say, yeah. The other guy was shaking his head, looking up like he didn't have fucking know. And then the one in the middle said, yeah, there were no stars. None. We saw none. There were none on the way, none on the backside of the moon, nowhere. So the sun wasn't blocking them out.
I thought
The
you said
dark
we didn't
side of
go
the
to the
moon
moon.
had none. No
Wait,
stars. They said it was
I
like the
thought you said we
blackest
never went to the
velvet,
moon.
the
Hold on.
blackest velvet they've ever seen. I wonder
You
what
said we
that
never
means.
went to the moon.
Also, there is no dark side of the
So
moon.
Glovers never went to the moon. You can still get high
No
altitude
permanently
footage
dark
right
side of
now.
the moon.
Wait,
Yourself.
you
High
just said
altitude
Buzz
footage
Aldrin. They
with no
talked about
stars.
it. You said we
Don't
never
need
went
the
to the
moon
moon.
on my flat Earth to prove no stars. High altitude footage does it for you, stupid. Let's go, baby.
You just said that Buzz Aldrin, blah 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 blah,
Yeah,
about
your
no stars.
Globers
You
told
said
you
we never
space
went to
is
the
black.
moon.
Your Globers told you space is black. That's the only point you need to pay attention to, weirdos.
Oh,
Now, a flat earther is going to tell you, prove
So
your fucking shit claim by
he only
going up to
uses the
35,000 feet.
scientist arguments when it supports his
35,000
argument.
feet. Go up to 35,000 feet, prove stars, and then 70,000, all the way up. Keep proving the stars.
How many
With your
Like
high
being a flat
altitude
earth is one
footage.
thing, but not believing in
How
stars is
high
kind
is
of
your high
crazy.
altitude footage going to
Yeah,
go?
he's.
How many cameras
That's
do I
weird.
need?
Like he doesn't even believe in the
So,
moon.
Tamok,
High altitude
why
footage,
is it that
120,000
when.
feet.
Jeez,
Can we
you
get some
never
moderation?
stop.
feet,
You
you'll
just
see no
never
stars.
stop. So,
What are you
Tamok,
top
Some
of the line,
moderation.
fucker, Donald C? Donald C,
you
stop
just.
lying.
Left lane.
You have to stop doing that, Tamok. So, why is it that when the rockets go up and then come down, not all of it comes down? The top of it isn't there. Where does that top go? Where does the top of the rocket go, Tamok? I'm curious about that.
Don't. He doesn't know. Don't ask him questions. He doesn't know.
I don't know why we bother
It goes to the
meeting him.
Bermuda Triangle.
Just.
I mean, he's
You think he's gonna
muted.
improve? You think he's gonna improve? We've been doing this for like all year, at
I
least a
know.
year.
It's just
It's
fun.
better not to engage him because it just turns into chaos.
Sure, but does anybody else want to talk?
We can
I
debate
was trying to,
Squiggly,
and the
but
guy
he's
goes
getting all
nuts.
mad.
I was having a lovely conversation with Squiggly Line.
Let's get back to that.
Yitler.
I mean, he is intensely frustrating to talk to, but it's infinitely better than talking to Denmark.
Squiggly, why is your profile picture Kanye West? Or maybe he's like AFK.
What that is.
He's not here.
I mean, I know it's frustrating to talk to Demok, but if nobody else wants to talk,
Well, what happens
we
is we
were
start
talking.
talking. Yeah, we were talking, and then he jumps in and starts going cuckoo.
Yeah, it's true. He we were talking, and then he jumps to go cuckoo, and then we forgot what we were talking about, and then it's silent, and then you guys unmute him because it's silent. So it's a vicious cycle.
I was just commenting that the parroting point, the Eric Dubé and all of them, you can't use the lights in the sky to determine the shape of the ground. It's like the oldest parroting point that all these flat earthers say because they have no argument against it. That's what I was trying to make my point, and that's when this DMOC guy, whatever the hell his name is, went nuts about it.
Here, I can measure my entire house with just the lights in the ceiling. It's very easy.
But you need a flat baseline.
No, you don't. That's silly.
I'm not.
Why are you using the lights on your ceiling to measure them?
I mean, you can. I didn't say that's the only way. I said you can do that.
I don't like the lights in the
it's-
ceiling thing. It's not really really easy, convincing.
It's extremely convincing. People just, the flat earthers just say no, but it's extremely convincing. I can come to your house and measure your entire house just from the lights in your thing. I can teach you how to do it, and then I can teach you how to do it on the earth. And it's extremely convincing to measure the earth yourself.
The problem is that you have thousands, hundreds of years of the most brilliant minds and scientists against it doesn't make sense, it's stupid, nuh-uh. That's basically the playbook. You've got thousands of years. Again, they don't understand what a sun is or a star. So it doesn't make sense, and they don't understand it, so it's fake.
Well, you don't
And
even get into the science with other people. Like in the 24/7 flat Earth, I'll be like, "Give me a syllogism. Give me a syllogism for your round Earth."
Who said that?
I can do that.
That's something that like
That's
the
easy.
indie something. This guy named Indy always says in 24/7 flat Earth.
I just
That's trivial.
It's amazing.
I can do
it's
that.
amazing that it just. I honestly feel that probably 95% of the flat earthers are not. They don't really believe it's flat. They're just doing this for shock value. There might be a small percentage, because you really would have to be pretty. You're. It just. I don't know. I don't know how anyone's mind could think that the Earth is flat.
It's called indoctrination.
There's a term for that. There's a term for that. If you come across someone who's a murderer, you can't understand it, how he can be a murderer. There's a term for that.
Yeah, I guess.
Incredulity.
Like David Weiss, that guy for sure. There's no way that guy could say what he says and actually believe it.
He uses globe math in his app. He has to know.
Is David Weiss that one guy that was debating?
My God, you guys are so cringy. All this fucking slander, all this overcompensating slander. You guys are copers.
They get really mad if you talk about.
Why are you in here slandering?
Wait, who's that?
And they get really mad if they talk about their flat Earth gods.
What are you talking about?
If they could
You
beat
guys
flat
need
Earth
Globers
challenge,
Anonymous. You literally need like a sponsor. You guys are like addicts.
It's fun to talk to flat earthers.
Thanks for adding to the conversation.
You're welcome.
Are you a flat earther? Whoever just said that addict thing?
Wiggly.
Yeah, you sound like an addict. You guys are in here coping, huffing paper bags, talking about how much you hate flat Earth. I'm wondering where the flat Earth.
I hate him.
I don't hate it. It's actually entertainment.
Yeah, but you have like real animosity in your voice when you slander people.
That's all you've had since I come in here. Squiggle line. Since I've come in here, you've had a lot of animus. Just and every sentence, every comment is dripping with really, really deep animus here. So let's calm it down. Just have a chat.
The thing about when the Globers get angry is whenever they get insulted by the Flat Earthers, which happens very quickly, because they don't have any good evidence. They don't have any evidence at all. So they very quickly go to insults.
No, that's the other way around. Whoever just said that.
I think that's
it was Donald C. that said that.
The evidence that we have a plethora of evidence. You guys just don't accept it. You just wave it off. And
give me one piece of evidence that says the Earth is flat.
No, I'm talking about a globe Earth. I'm a globe Earth guy, not a flat Earth.
Oh, well, me too.
No. Oh, I thought you were a flat Earth.
No, it's true.
No, the globe Earth has all the evidence. There's zero evidence for flat Earth.
The flat Earth has got all the evidence.
No, give me one piece of evidence for the flat Earth.
My rejection of the globe.
That's not evidence of anything.
Well, it is evidence of something, isn't it? Couldn't be evidence of nothing.
Eggs. Come on.
Who's the person who just said that?
It's evidence of your imagination. It's just evidence of your imagination.
I'm very imaginative.
Eggs is just playing around.
I'm not playing around. Are you saying I'm not imaginative, Rum?
Well, you're not a
no,
flat
I'm saying it's evidence of your imagination.
I'm a very
That's
imaginative
what I'm saying.
flat earther.
Yeah, but okay.
Are
I'm
you
saying
really
it's
a flat
evident-
earther or just playing?
Oh,
the evidence I'm a flat earther is that I'm describing myself as a flat earther. That's all the evidence you need.
Are you really
argument?
I'm three-dimensional. I'm a man of flesh and blood.
Are you a free man on the land?
I'm a free man on the land. I don't need no. I'm not driving. I'm traveling.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you're sovereign citizen.
This man is a pro-trans ally.
Did anyone see Norm Macdonald?
He says that you are what you identify as.
Norm Macdonald was on. Hold on. Norm Macdonald did this bit where he was.
I didn't hear anything. I'm
he was on Conan, and he says, one thing people don't know about me is that I'm a deeply closeted gay man. And Conan's like, oh, I didn't know you were gay. He says, I'm not gay.
I like that.
I'd love to see that clip. That'd be amazing.
All right, so Karen Reed, guilty or innocent?
Probably as innocent as OJ Simpson. OJ didn't do it.
He couldn't
My
have
bad.
done
I had to take my headphones off. But Red Cloud, you were trying to slander me there, saying?
No, I was saying you. I was saying you're a really great guy. No, I was talking about something else. But
Why would I believe that? You definitely did not tell anyone great guy.
I don't care if OJ did it or not.
If we could park the animosity a little bit, that would be more helpful. Because if I don't assume that you hate me with every fiber of your being, and I don't, hate you with similar levels, then
No,
we could
me
probably
and
have
you,
a better
we get
conversation.
along. No, we get along. I feel like I get along
Yeah, we
with
do.
you just as much as I do.
Yeah, we do.
Some of my best Glober friends on here.
That's cool. I'm glad.
But what I don't understand is like when I'm listening to the tone of people's voices,
yes,
they have real anger.
Yeah.
The mod calls me a liar on a regular basis. I'm not a liar.
Yes.
I hate being called a liar when I'm not a liar. That is where the animosity comes from, not from the flat Earth, from the flat Earther who insults.
Are you in control of that?
What?
Are you in control of that?
In control of what?
Whether you lose your temper when somebody calls you a liar.
I haven't lost my temper. Getting loud and talking fast is not losing temper.
It gets to the point where I go from having my headphones on the desk, just tapping away doing stuff, to clearly hearing that it is you speaking and that you are very upset about being called a liar.
It's
not upset, insulted. There's a
Are you
difference
guys trying
between
to
upset
bait
and
Donald
insulted.
into being mad by calling him mad?
So
insulted.
Yes, so because you're
he's in control.
Not mad.
There's a big problem.
Mad, insulted.
Right.
Maybe,
I
let me
felt
see if I can analyze
insulted.
it. Let me see if I can analyze it.
Oh my gosh!
For
Why are
Donald,
we doing meta on me?
No, because if you're
This
scientifically
bonkers.
listen, it's a good point.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're preaching. Like nobody cares.
Let me
cares.
explain. Let me say the words before you assume that it's just preaching. If you are scientific minded, the people that attack the scientific principles that show us that the Earth is a globe, it's insulting. It's insulting to people who are scientifically minded for people to say Earth is flat. They take it personally.
No.
Yeah, they do.
Why would they?
You really, really do.
No, they do. I
don't.
hear it in their voices. These people get offended as if like all their hard work doing science is being ignored.
It's being spat on.
Yeah, being disrespected.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Why would your beliefs impact somebody else?
That's what Red
at all?
Cloud is telling you. Like that's where the sentiment comes from. Like your animosity towards flat Earth.
It comes from when the flat earthers insult for no reason. That's where the animosity comes from.
And that's what I just heard you guys doing. So it goes both ways.
Comes from the flat earthers, not from the flat Earth.
Guys, you already asked him his opinion on it. Why do you got to keep badgering Donald about it? Like, just
You're
move
not
on.
going to get a different answer. It's going to be
I
the
plan
same
on
answer.
badgering Donald. It's a big deal.
I don't.
Just move on.
You could change subject.
Why? Look, I did.
You sound so
Wow.
much like Brenda. Holy
Wow.
Fucked up, dude. Come on, man.
I don't care if you badger me, but you could change subjects. This one's boring. You're just going to keep getting the same answer over
Why
and
do you
over.
sound like Brenda, bro?
Stop.
What the fuck?
Actually, you know what? You kind of do.
It kind
I
of
don't
does.
sound like Brenda. Yes, we've been in the room at the same time speaking to each other. Me and Brenda have been in the rooms at the same time speaking to each other, and I don't sound like Brenda.
Yeah, people thought that Brenda was talking with herself.
You poor
It's the
Orthon.
amount of soft spokenness that
Poor sad
you
Orthon.
both have the same amount of soft spoken.
I mean, I just speak softly because of the drugs I take.
It's okay, Donald. I'm just
I feel like an asshole.
Oh,
I'm
yo,
sorry, man.
we got a truth reveal.
I didn't mean to be having a go at you, Donald. I view this as like it's practice, right? In our ordinary life, people piss us off, and the better we are in here with that, the better we are out there, because there's less reason to stop. It takes real deliberate practice in here to stop, and if you get good at it, then I feel like
there's no reason to get mad over Discord because you could just like turn the Discord off at any point. But if people are getting in my face in like real life, I'm telling them like leave me alone, and they don't. Oh my god!
I carry my tomahawk everywhere I go because Christians are violent.
Christians are not violent.
Hang on, Donald.
Oh yeah, those really violent Methodists.
What were the Crusades? What were the witch burnings? What was the Spanish Inquisition? What was the Salem witch trials? What is the way of treating trans and gays and interracial people in the 60s and 50s? Oh my god! And black people and before that, oh my god!
Yeah, the Christian institution has been violent in periods of history, but it's not like it's not like right now, like they're calling to kill people directly or anything.
Are you kidding me? They are.
Donald, can I ask you a question? Donald, can I ask you a question? Do you own a German car?
No.
Would you buy a German car?
Sure.
Well, aren't they violent people who try to take over the world 2 times?
No, they were. There was one guy. There was one guy.
One guy. He did it alone.
One guy.
No, he
nearly took over
commanded.
the entire world twice. That one guy.
He
I feel
commanded.
Hitler was justified in a lot of what he did.
He commanded people. He was their commander in chief, and they followed orders. And they did horrible things, and they're responsible for the horrible things they did.
Yes, very
There's
good.
plenty of other really bad like Nazi generals and stuff. It's not just Hitler.
But let me make this. Let me draw this. Right. So you can say that German people today and German people that were not involved at the time, they aren't culpable.
The Christians right now are violent. They are calling for the stop talking. Let me finish. They're calling for the deaths of trans and gay people. They want the government to literally kill these people.
I think we're getting to the heart of the matter here.
No, I wanted to finish my sentence and you wouldn't let me. That's why I got loud.
And I'm laughing because it's outrageous, man.
I guess one to make an argument that
have you never heard Matt Powell say that the government should line these people up and execute them? I watched a clip of him saying it today.
Sure, I've also
one
heard
can make an
people
argument
say
that like
to shoot cops or to eat the rich. Sorry, go ahead, Rum.
I was saying one can make the argument that like the Third Reich doesn't exist anymore, but the papal institutions still exists and is pretty much the same as it was like even 100 years ago. But
very true.
So I guess you could make that argument.
All I know is
the only argument I need is that Christians are calling for the deaths of people right now. That makes them fucking violent.
I don't think you have a case here. I don't think it's Christians.
Are you kidding me? I can show you clip after clip after clip of Christians saying that gays should be executed.
I'm sure some Christians, yeah.
Many Christians. I can show you clip after clip after clip on YouTube of Christians saying this.
You collect those clips. You collect them. You look for them.
Can you be like, Americans are violent? Can you say like Americans are violent people because you take clips of American people being violent?
They're all violent Americans. I wouldn't say that Americans are violent.
Ah, okay.
Oh, interesting. So how do you make that distinction sometimes but not others?
Because I have dealt with many Christians, and many Christians are violent.
Stop generalizing people as violent. Like, stop doing it.
I'm not. Listen, I have dealt with many Christians, and many Christians are violent. I'm not generalizing. I'm telling you, Christians are violent.
You're not generalizing.
That's a cool story, bro.
Said he's not
generalizing.
Okay, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, and you guys can cope.
Why don't you say many Christians are violent instead of trying to generalize?
Yeah, that Will Duffy. That Will Duffy, what a violent guy that was.
You got me feeling like a social justice warrior, Donald. What's with all this radical, all these radical things?
Although he did let you guys get him mad. Just bring up Christians.
I'm sorry.
He wasn't mad.
He sounded kind of mad.
I'm not mad.
I'm not mad. They're killing people. They're killing me. Help.
But
What was
honestly,
that? What was that woman in LA? What was that woman? Sorry, what was that woman in LA? She was trying to stop a truck or something, and she was like, "Don't run me over!" And she's standing in front of the truck. Did
I
anyone
saw
see
that
that?
video. Yeah, the blue
Don't
hair
run
lady.
me down. We'll just step out of the way of the truck, you daft bint.
I do not identify as a pedestrian accident.
These people are willing to risk death.
That is wild. I mean, like I understand, like you have the First Amendment right to protest, but I feel like if you're like lying in the road, like you just like deserve to get hit.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
It really was perfect timing for that phrase, fuck around and find out. There was another one I saw the other day where this person was like stopping the car, but they were sort of running back. The car was still moving, but shoving at a really slow pace. So the person kept walking backwards. And then they were like going backwards, still with their hands on the bonnet at quite a pace before, of course, inevitably, they trip over because humans aren't designed to run backwards, crack their head really badly on the bitumen, and are clearly out for the count for a good 5-10 seconds. They're completely cold. And then wake up being like, oh, that really hurt. I'm like, you've just given yourself a head trauma. For what? To slow someone down who's scared. Like, what are you doing? Head trauma. You're never going to be the same again. You're going to be just a little bit dumber forever. Maybe even blind too, given it was a blow to the back of the head, which is where your visual processing is. Whoa.
That was tough to watch. I didn't like watching that. Yeah.
At least the protest yesterday went pretty without incident. As far as I understand, there wasn't any like massive riots like there was in California. I mean, like there was in LA.
I still stand by. I feel I was really vindicated the other day when I was like, the thing that causes civil unrest is not being poor, but inequality. And I Googled it afterwards with my little bot thing, and it was straight away like all 4 of the first reasons are inequality based. Because America pops off pretty regularly, right?
I feel like if they sent the National Guard to all the protests yesterday, there would have probably been more violence.
Oh, you think they're sending the... Yeah, it could be.
It doesn't really help.
It's a damned and a do damned if you don't sort of situation there, isn't it?
But I feel like if the California really needed like help or like with the riots that were going on, they would have probably like asked for it. But
no. I think Newsom wouldn't have asked for it.
You don't think so? Well, they never asked for help before.
Did anybody see the military parade?
With the
Did anybody?
Yeah, they did ask.
What about?
Sorry, Tom.
Did anybody see the military parade through Washington D.C. where they had Abram tanks driving down right in front of
I
the
guess what I'm
Washington
confused about is
Monument?
like if Trump cares about like LA, then why did he like threaten to like pull away their wildfire support? But then when there's like riots going on, he's like, "Oh, I got to send people in to save them." But clearly, it's all like political bullshit, right?
Yes. Yep, you nailed it.
Classic.
So does anybody have an interesting topic to talk about? Because politics is boring.
Let's talk about racism.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say
Well, that's
something.
politics.
No, wait, I was gonna say something. Dude, fucking wait, Red Cloud, you're in America, right?
I am in America.
He is
He is
America.
American.
I am America. I absolutely love it here. America's
When people
amazing.
when people protest nowadays, like when did blocking the road was
No,
that a thing? Was that a thing in the '60s?
Well, there
no.
is a difference here. There is protesting. There is no blocking of the roads. There is no smashed windows. There is no burning cars. That's a regular protest. And
I
then
feel
we
like
have
a
the
lot
other
of
things that are
I feel like
listed,
a lot of
which is
like
not a protest but
yeah.
a riot. Thank you for interrupting me.
Sorry.
What were you saying? No, I was listening. What was that?
There's a difference between a riot and a protest. The things
Well,
that you
don't
describe with blocking the road, smashing windows, burning cars, that's not a protest. That's a riot.
riots start as protests?
There was a guy they interviewed in the street, and he said, "What we should do is we need to." I see. He said yesterday. I see they burned some police cars. We need to burn all the police cars we can, and then we need to do this and do that, and and that was his reason. He's very calm about it. I think it's what we should do. Yeah, that's the difference. That's not a protester. That's someone who just wants anarchy.
That sounds like a crisis actor. Honestly, I don't know what you watched.
No. You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. It sounded like he was. Yes, it really did sound like that. I thought that dude looks like he's acting or something. You know what I mean? You can't seriously
just
be
like
suggesting that.
blatantly suggesting that you burn cop cars. That doesn't sound like a normal human being.
But they are burning cop cars. So does that sound like the action of normal human beings?
But you're on the news with a microphone in your face, and you're at the rally, and like this is going to be held against you when it's time for you to go to court about your charges. Like, why would you be on
The
camera
reason
saying,
these
"Oh,
LA
yeah, we
riots
should burn cars"? It's because
the reason these LA
these are the
riots
idiotic.
started.
He's on
Yeah,
the crisis.
you're not wrong. It did look weird. Not wrong.
I
It's
think the
not real
reason that
people
LA
doing
riots
it.
started was because like they were under the pretext, like from their perspective, like they're already like like ICE was violating rights of people. So this was their way of civil disobedience, I suppose. They were at the beyond the point of where they thought that a regular protest would do anything, and that's why violence often happens.
Yeah.
I feel like we focus way too much on like, oh, violence bad. Like, yeah, of course, everyone knows violence bad, but you got to look at the underlying reasons of why the violence is happening.
What do you think is causing all of it?
Well, I mean, I know what like the reason, like why they had the riots, but
Yeah,
'cause they were
what do you think?
protesting that they're protesting the ICE, deporting people without due process.
Yeah. Anyway, we were going to do a topic change, but I wanted to say that about
It wasn't controversial enough. Let's find something more controversial.
No, like the idea is like blocking the street is something that I think the crisis acting has brought to the forefront. Like no normal protesting human being is like, I'm trying to block the street today. I don't give a fuck if your cat is up in a tree. It's like, okay, people block the street. If your cat is up in a tree, you're probably blocking the street. I don't know. It's just
There have been instances I've seen. Oh, that was it. Hold on. What were they called? Targeted individuals. Do you remember that thing that blew up and then fell back down? There was a thing. For a while there was a spate of people that call themselves targeted individuals that think that they are being personally targeted by government agencies and other forces for persecution. Have you heard of those? Gang stalking. That's the other one. It's called gang stalking.
Yeah, Widget thought he was being watched by the government.
There was a documentary. I think you can find it on YouTube. If you look targeted individuals, it was Vice, I think it was, did it. a number of years ago, but it petered out into nothing. But what I'm saying about that is they thought that there was what they called street theatre, which is very similar to the crisis actors that you were mentioning. The street theatre.
The way the way I see it.
Okay.
My bad.
That's right. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, these people, they got a budget, right? So they got all this stupid amount of money to throw around for their fun little projects. And people that participated in the January 6th thing, like, yeah, they definitely had like some fucking people following people around. That's obvious. Everybody was talking about it. People were getting followed around after they were considered, what were they getting called? They were getting called terrorists, weren't they? So if I can label this person as a terrorist, then I could use this stupid amount of money in this budget to just follow this person and use all my fancy gadgets to figure out what they're saying over there. They're just using it on like normal ass people that participated on January 6th now. That's true. I've seen all the information about that. Why wouldn't they do that? They think they're terrorists.
Well, if you have enough money and have enough power, you think you can do anything.
Why were we talking about this? I was gonna make a point. But so much bullshit going on around my house too. Everybody's bugged out. What was the point? Help me, Red Cloud.
I lost it myself, I'm afraid. Sorry. Crisis actors, gang stalking, they have enough money to do what they want. I'm the last one to want to be asking. I have a memory like a colander.
We were talking about fake. We were talking about riots.
Oh, January 6th, you were saying that there were.
That's it. That's what it was. Incentivizing people to block roads is part of their agenda. I don't know why they got people protesting in this fashion. I don't think it creates results. I think they're creating like war states, like these like barricades, and all the police have to get involved. And you're like in the street, you're in the highway. So it's really like, it's not truly no man's land, but if you think about it, like highway is like no one's actual residency. So it's just like stupid shit goes on in the street. And it's just like that is not the environment for getting your point across. Like being in the street blocking the road, I think that's part of some kind of like weird false flag operation. So when you see these people blocking the street, don't think those are, I don't know. Normal people don't come up with that as a form of protest. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's not real. That's like, I don't know. Could be an agency, man.
Oh, could be.
I mean, I'm wrong. Yeah, it really could be.
They're just sowing the seeds of, what's the word? Discord. That's the word.
You hear about people wanting to protest. Like, I even got family members that participate in stuff. When they're getting ready to, like, voice their opinion and be heard and, participate in a movement or something, they're, like, everybody knows that they're going to be safe. If you plan on, like, being in the road, like, I'm worried for your safety. Nobody's thinking that, like, yo, we're going to go, like, risk our lives today. We're going to go burn stuff. We're going to throw rocks. We're going to get into it with the police. We might get arrested. That whole mind state that's brand new to me.
I mean, it's not a new phenomenon necessarily. They've had, lots of protests over the years. It does seem to be getting worse, though, isn't it? It may be because, I think it may be worse. I may feel like it's worse because if you look at this, there's a guy on YouTube who has an e-bike, and he Jack something. Well, I can't remember his name. And he rides around, and he's been riding around looking at all the people and the rioting and all the rest of it. And there's him, and if you look, there's every third or fourth person has a phone out, and every one of those people has the ability to post that footage on YouTube, which then has the ability to get around the world. We're just seeing more of it. That could be what it is as well.
Maybe it's just getting worse.
Yeah, exactly. It could also be getting worse.
Like there's lots
True,
of
that's right.
protest. There's lots of riot and protest about.
Yeah, some people like to protest.
We're in like a surveillance state now. Everybody has cameras. You're not like looting a business. Like you're not like destroying a CVS without a camera catching your face.
That's true. Right? That's why you got to do it in like. That's why it's good to do it in riots because they can't like. If it's like 50 people, they're not gonna like catch all of them probably.
Right, that's
But
the idea. If you're in like enough of a blur of a sea of people, if you have enough people that want to loot with you, you'll all get away with it. Only a couple of us. Maybe it won't be me. Like, I guess that's
Well,
the idea.
there was a guy in a van, and they pulled up to a bunch of rioters, and the guy was driving, and they gave a bunch of the rioters masks and face shields. Do you see that? And they identified the guy. I mean, it doesn't take much, you know. If you think about posting someone's picture online, this guy was driving this van. There's got to be someone that knows him.
Huh?
They give a $1,000 reward. Bob's your uncle.
I mean, also being in those kind of protests or riots it's dangerous because you can like get in trouble or arrested, even if you don't do anything yourself. Like if you're just around people that are causing trouble, then you might get shelled with rubber bullets. So it's a big risk for just being in that sort of thing.
Yeah, these things don't even feel like they're like real grassroots movements anymore. When the police know about the event before the people, it's funded by like George Soros and the Clinton Foundation and BLM and their whole brand of activism via social media. Like when they enact their their activism, it's all about letting the cops know where you want to be. Like you're legally staging a protest. So like you're calling the police and like, hey, I want to be here on this day. And the people that are organizing that, they're freaking, who are they? I don't know who these people are. Weird ass.
Don't you have to fill out like an application and protest anyways, like organize? Like that's not new.
you know, so Jersey City is like right outside of Manhattan. And when George Floyd died in 2019, what's it called? So I knew somebody that they had a business on a pretty busy street in Jersey City, and they got a letter in the mail that said like, be ready on this day at this time. There's going to be a protest. Like the police sent a letter to like all the businesses to like board up their windows. There might be some glass smashing, some rock throwing. We don't know if BLM is going to start a fire. So the police knew about the rally.
Well, yeah, it's because they announced. That's because they announced their rallies on like days ahead of time,
social media. Yeah, it's on
so they can get more people to come out. Yeah.
Yeah, their news blasts, any type of communication to the people that are going to participate is Facebook. It's social media.
Did you see where some people were putting BLM stickers on their windows of the businesses so they wouldn't get smashed?
Interesting.
That's pretty funny. The point I'm making is like, all right, so they notify the police. They say, hey, I'm coming to throw bricks. I'm coming to break glass because you guys killed George Floyd. And the cops go, okay, we'll tell everybody in the neighborhood. Feel free, come by. We'll protect you while you're here. We'll set up cones.
I mean, most of those
how much space
protests
and
weren't
time do you
violent.
need? No, this is how it works. They set up these rallies. The police participate. They make the space.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all funded.
Not about that.
Yeah, they're funded protests.
By the organization?
I wish I could tell you exactly who, because then I'd go frickin', bring them some justice. Knuckle
For what,
sandwiches.
protesting?
No, for large scale social deception and being part of an evil cabal.
Oh, so you're saying like Black Lives Matter is an evil cabal?
The people that are funding these fake riots that incentivize normal people to do things that they normally wouldn't, as if like, you're a kid growing up, you're absorbing information. Now you believe that a form of protest is setting fire to somebody completely unrelated in whatever you're protesting.
Yeah, but that existed before social media. Like Rodney King and stuff. Right?
That existed before Rodney King. Social media. You're talking about, okay, so you're saying that protests before social media must have been grassroots every single time.
What do you mean by grassroots?
Organized by people that are actually upset, not people staging, creating controlled opposition, forcing narratives.
But you don't think any of the protests for George Floyd were genuine?
No. Nope.
Okay. Does anyone even hear anymore?
Sorry, yeah, sometimes I get into things that I know are not interesting. My bad.
That's okay. I'm just wondering if people like went away or if they're just listening, or I don't know. Rick Cloud,
I
are you
had to
still
step
there?
away for a little bit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I did have to step away.
Oh, okay.
I'm making my hot chocolate. Just had to make my hot chocolate with some
Hot
petite
chocolate in the
marshmallows.
summertime.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The cafe de latte.
Just turn the air conditioning down. You need to bundle up and get hot chocolate. It's the weekend. On the weekend is when I have splurgy stuff like hot chocolate.
I mean, I guess it depends what group of people you get in here, because some people here don't really like talking about politics stuff, I guess.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, now I know why I brought all that bullshit up.
Ah.
But I definitely don't think the George Floyd stuff was fake, like all fake.
I can explain. They overhyped it, right? They get the people charged up. They sensationalize a specific story based around a guy that it really might have been the case that the cop did not kill him because apparently according to the report he did not die due to what do they call it?
Asphyxiation.
Thank you.
Yeah, apparently he had lots of drugs in his system. And he
Yeah,
OD'd on
the
something.
mainstream peddled the story about this guy. Woe is the
I
man
mean, I don't know.
that is
I mean,
attacked
like
by
the
the
medical
police.
reports can be a little misleading because it's like you could have a heart attack, but then like it won't like will it show up as like the cause of death as a heart attack? It'll be like something else. It'll be like I don't know.
Blood force trauma or something.
They pick and choose what to sensationalize. They blew this story out of proportion.
Well, yeah,
They
the news
created a
definitely
whole.
sensationalized stuff. No matter what. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I
I'm
want to.
saying both could be true.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Like that,
All
that
right.
they did sensationalize it and it was real.
What was I trying to say? Damn, fuck. Damn.
Concentrate, mate. Concentrate.
That's whatever. You guys get the point.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on some of that stuff. You know.
So yeah,
Like that guy
create
saying,
the fake.
oh, we need to
they-
we need to blow up the cars. I think that just sounded that didn't sound right to me.
They create the outrage so they line you up, like they make you assimilate with ideas, right? So if you're upset that George Floyd died, they got your category. They got all your attributes for your category. You're lined up. Like to be an activist, to be,
Oh, they do that all the time. Yeah.
upset at George Floyd.
Yeah, you
Now
could say the
got
same
your
thing for
whole
like the
coalition
election
has
being
all of
rigged
its,
and
the whole mission statement for the coalition, everything, the whole foundation. They control the opposition. They control the organization that wants to protest about George Floyd.
I mean, you could say the same thing about like the people that thought the election was rigged. If you believe that the election was rigged, then I can guess what the rest of your political opinions are.
Which election?
The 2020 election.
There's people said the 2016 election was rigged. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting them confused.
Yo,
Yeah,
there was
I mean,
another
people-
there was another story at that time.
I know, no, I was talking about 2020. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was another story at that time about this girl Breonna Taylor that like she got shot in her apartment, and a lot of people were talking about it on Twitter. Not a lot in the news as much as George Floyd, which I thought was kind of weird. But yeah, it's weird. There's like levels to how much the news represents a tragedy, and like they'll just like Breonna Taylor, but George Floyd though, oh, but this is.
I don't
really-
remember. Like, I think like, did like the police in the Breonna Taylor case go to trial or no?
She got found guilty. Like everything that happened with Breonna Taylor, it was weird because it was like I don't know, dude. They
I'm
just do
saying
the
like
weirdest
I'm
thing.
saying if like the police aren't like charged by the state or whatever, then it's not gonna like it's kind of
They
just
were
getting the
charged.
story kind of just goes away.
They were charged, and I think they were acquitted, but it was like 3 years later.
I don't
She was
know.
already dead.
Story can go cold.
Maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
I mean, the news media has a rule, and the rule is if it bleeds, it leads.
I remember the story. They had a warrant for her arrest. They burst into her apartment, and she drew a weapon, and they shot at her as she was
No, you're
drawing
right.
her
Hold
weapon.
on. It was her boyfriend's apartment. He was the one they were allegedly after. She was just in bed next to him. It was a no knock warrant. So they literally just barraged through the door without any announcement, without any knocking. Just came in to sleeping people, and he rolls out of bed with his own firearm to defend it. He feels like defend himself, right? So
Unless
and
she
she
got
was
like
just a
on the
collateral damage.
Collateral damage, yeah.
Yeah, you went fucking Rambo.
I mean, you're not ready to take care of dudes kicking in your door at 3 a.m. Like, I think most people in America are one way or another.
The point I'm making is that the George Floyd story got sensationalized. There was an agenda behind why people were so upset about it. The media made people upset. They picked that story. They could have made fucking John Flibberham II. They could have made the story about anyone. but it's weird. It's like you have to question, like, why do they pick and choose like this selective outrage for the people?
I don't know where you live, but
Sometimes
I definitely had at least equal coverage of both where I lived at the time.
You're telling me the Breonna Taylor story had just as much publicity as the George Floyd story?
I mean, that's why I know the details that you're lacking, or you lacked, or don't remember. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It was a while ago, but my recollection is definitely accurate because it was in the
Maybe you
news so
live
much.
close to where it happened. Yeah, like you said. I don't know. Where are you close to where that happened?
Same quarter of the country, yeah.
No, there's no statue of Breonna Taylor. There's no like
Also,
cousin memorial services in the name of
I'm
George
looking
Floyd.
up
There's
like
nothing
the
like that.
reason.
that's
I think
true.
I think the COVID-19 pandemic also gives context because of the lockdowns and frustration. It says, well, I'm just like looked it up, like reasons why the George Floyd case might have been bigger than other, police cases. And one of them, the things I'm getting here is that maybe like the widespread lockdowns and frustration associated with the pandemic contributed to intense public reaction and large-scale protests.
Yeah.
Large scale social deception.
The visible
That's what the
brutality,
taxpayer dollars went for.
of the George Floyd thing with like the officer on his neck for an extended period of time. I guess like for some reason that sort of brutality kind of rings. I'm like not a psychologist, but maybe that sort of brutality like rings more emotionally to certain people than just a video of somebody getting shot. I can't breathe, rallying cry, social media. I don't know. There's probably reasons.
Dude, they brought back a whole holiday because of George Floyd. June 19th, nobody was acknowledging that before George Floyd.
I mean, black
I
people
don't know
were,
what we're
I'm
talking
sure.
about. This like weird.
That's another
There, there is a
regional
scale.
thing because in my
We're
neighborhood,
acknowledging the
it's
difference
been
in the scale,
celebrated
how
for
much they
as long
acknowledge
as I've lived
tragedy.
here.
And mainstream media chooses to acknowledge different stories at different scales.
You guys, I feel like there's something up with your media choices because like Juneteenth has been a thing for at least 15 years where I live. Again, maybe it's regional, but
I think a lot of
no,
people context
June
the context
19th?
of
No.
the time.
No,
it's a
you're not
company
about to act
holiday,
like
dude.
people were
Like
celebrating June
it's been a
19th.
company holiday for a while for me. I get the day off and have for longer than pre-COVID.
Sweet.
All right, man.
I mean, it's true.
You just recognize like the limits of your own vision here. Like that doesn't mean there's some global deception to make Juneteenth a thing. Like you just found out about it. That's fine. But that's not a blanket reality for everybody else.
I don't know. I disagree. Like, okay, so you might be right about what you're saying, but I disagree with like what you're correlating it to. Like you're saying that therefore, more people who know who, like the same amount of people know who Breonna Taylor is.
I didn't say
Whatever,
everywhere.
man.
I said that was.
I don't know.
That also was just a regional reality, perhaps. But
George Floyd is the bigger story. Like, what are you talking about? There was a video of a cop with a dude. He was like putting his knee in his neck for 8 minutes or something. That's a bigger story. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's why it was a bigger story.
Can you, without looking it up, can you name how far apart the events happen, or can you like how many months between each one?
No, random factoid I don't know off the top of my head. I'm so sorry. Do you know?
Leo, do you know?
It doesn't matter.
Brianna's happened first, and then like the regional opinion is that George Floyd overtook it.
I only bring this up to talk about something completely different. Like we're going off into
Oh, it
the
makes
weeds
sense
now.
then, because then it makes sense that like the George Floyd would be bigger because you had like you're having these incidents pile on top of each other.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's bigger. The point is that the media is creating deception. They're deceiving the public. Large-scale social deception. They're lying to you.
I don't know,
They tell you.
I see it as like the media just it sensationalizes everything because to make money. It's not like that they're trying to like brainwash people. Unless you're like, I guess unless you're like a like unless it's like a political like station like that's trying to do something political like Fox News or CNN or something.
Everybody's being rage baited. They like divide. They want you fighting each other instead of them. More rage bait, the better.
Yep, that's true.
You're the enemy. And they don't like the idea of you guys getting together and rising and working against them. So they keep you dumb. They keep you divided and stupid and thinking like, that some cop killed a guy by keeping his knee in his neck for 8 minutes and that he didn't have a drug overdose and that you should be very, very angry about this and consider it a race issue and
I'm
pick a
saying, but
side.
couldn't it? Yeah, are you saying okay? I'm saying, couldn't it be true that he did get killed by the knee on the neck and everything else you're saying could still be true?
I don't think that's what happened. I think that it could have contributed to him being unconscious.
Yeah, but I don't think I don't think like that making up that part up like makes that matters to the story. I mean, like whether it actually happened or not. Like they could
No,
have.
what happened is the first story is the one that spreads the most. And they picked the most sensational lie to spread first. That's what they did.
How do you know that?
Because a lot of
Donald
people
is back.
believe the lie. They believe the first story. They don't
How
believe
do
the
you know?
coroner's report.
How do you know that there was a person who picked
Everyone
which
missed my
lie to
joke.
tell? How do you know there was a person who picked which lie to tell first?
I don't think that a specific person was behind which lie spreads first. I think that there's incentive to generate money, and these journalists and these stories and these people that publicize information, they're incentivized to make the story sound ridiculous and crazy. So the idea that a cop suffocated somebody with his knee for 8 minutes in the street and everybody watched and it was all filmed, that's a wild sounding story. That's the first story that blew up because it sounds wild.
You're saying it was a deliberate falsification. So somebody had to do it.
Yeah, when you make definitive claims like this is how this guy died.
That's what you did. And then you
that's
try
what they did.
and then when I questioned you about it, you're walking back from it.
Well, he's saying he doesn't think there's like an
You
individual person did it, but
you starting off in La La Land is not going to help.
No, so the thing is you said they picked the story to spread first. And then when I asked you who that was, then you walked back from it and said it just came out of the ground. It materialized out of the air or something like that.
Yeah, the most sensationalized story, the first person to report it, to say like, oh shit, this is a video of a cop, like he's killing a guy by putting his knee in his neck. I'm going to report on it and say, this cop killed a guy by putting a knee in his neck.
You will be unable to find a
those
report that says that.
Those people rush to make headlines. They have incentive to like generate wealth and
That's not what you said. You
make
said
cool stories, right? And that's
that's not what you said. You said somebody.
I was Brenda's here. I thought it was Donald C talking.
I said that earlier and everyone missed it.
Sorry,
you guys got me explaining so much
gobbledygook. He said somebody deliberately chose that story in order to as a deliberate deception. It's not like this is what the reporter saw. No, that's not what you said. You said it was a deliberate misleading the public. That's what you said.
Yeah, when you don't have all the information and you immediately jump to conclusions, you should know that you could be misleading the public, especially being a major news broadcasting.
Right. So you're walking back from your original statement.
the overarching point, and
And
I
you're gonna
agree
let
with
things go over your head for
the,
the sake of nothing.
hold on, the overarching point, and I agree with it, is it does seem to me, and to a lot of people, there seems to be a concerted effort to sow discord in the general populace, and race is one of the things they're using, and so they highlight racial inequality and racial, incidences.
Who's they again? Who's doing
See,
this?
this guy. See, you got to
Main,
give props to Red Cloud.
mainstream,
You said
mainstream,
He gets it. Red
mainstream.
Cloud gets it.
So it just comes out of the air. It just like precipitates out of the air.
No, just mainstream media has. It seems no. Okay, hold on. Listen.
There's no
Listen to
such
what I'm trying to.
thing. There's no
They
such.
give views from rage bait.
Listen, my point is.
Listen to.
Listen to
Okay.
my point. Listen to my
Okay.
point. My point is, there has to be a person who actually does the thing. You can't just say this nebulous media. No, media is composed of people, and people have to write the story.
I'm simply saying. Yeah, I agree. You're not wrong, but I'm simply saying it does seem weird. Let's all be honest here. It does seem weird that race relations were getting better. Were they not? Yes, they were. They were improving. And then it suddenly took a nosedive. And it's just interesting that that is happening. And one of the things that precipitated was the Floyd thing and other things. And it seems to me that it is the mainstream media seems to be whipping people up into a frenzy.
Yeah.
That's what it appears to be. That's all I'm
No,
saying.
it doesn't appear that way to me. Do you understand? I don't see.
You're delusional.
I don't see.
Well, hold on, wait.
Well, that's fine, but you can have that opinion, but keep it till later, right? Till I'm done with my sentences. I don't look at events that take place in the world and think that there are secret hands directing those events.
Just stating that you don't believe it to be so is like not an argument.
I don't believe
I
it.
wasn't
I don't
making
believe
an
it is.
argument.
I don't believe that it is necessarily so. I'm just observing it as a curiosity. That's all.
No, you're not just observing. You're inserting your beliefs into it. You are making an inference based that is, I think, is unwarranted. You think that there is you think that, and I'm trying to give you the best representation. You think that there is a deep state or some elites who are behind an increase in racial tensions, right?
No.
That's what you just said.
It isn't you. That was your inference.
Then what do you think?
That was your inference.
Then what do you think?
I think it is really weird that race relations were getting better, and now they're markedly worse. And when I watch the media, there seems to be a concerted effort to make it worse. That's all. I'm not saying there's a deep state.
And you don't understand that you're just repeating what I said.
Possibly.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah,
Possibly.
This is because it's a blind spot for you, right?
No, anywhere there's
hold on.
tension,
You just came in here and analyzed my blind spots. I'm just talking. I'm just saying words.
I've noticed the same thing since 2020 as well. The same identical thing he just said. I've also
What did you notice? What did you notice?
That since 2020, the uptick in the media covering only one side of a racial situation only, and pretty much pushing the racial divide, I've noticed hugely since 2020. And I think it's the new racial divide that could not be nearly as bad, just like he just said, up until 2020.
I missed part of that because you cut out.
Yeah, I feel like it's been frisky.
I'm sorry, but
Yo,
since
you guys are awesome.
hold on, I'm just about done. Since 2020, though, I've noticed an uptick in the way that the news covers things. They tend to want to cover things that make it seem like that there's this horrible racist country called the United States, and everybody that has dark skin color just has this, or this ultimate victim of this horrible racist party. And that's what the news has been pushing for the last 4 or 5 years, and it has driven a wedge between the races in this country that we work so hard to get rid of.
So it's not real? Is that what you're implying?
No, it's made up by the media.
Oh, it's made up by the media.
Yes,
That's what you see.
it's
That's what
largely
I'm
made
asking.
up by the
I'm
media.
just
Talk
asking
that
a simple
shit,
question.
Cole.
That's what you see. That is
That's
you.
what it seems. That's what
Yes.
seems to be the case.
Yes, that is you coloring the news with your own interpretation, right?
Are we all doing that?
No,
There's so many people that
not
interpret it
everybody
the
does that.
same way.
No,
dude.
they don't.
Everyone does. Everyone does that.
No, they
Everyone
don't.
colors.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
They
do.
don't.
You got three people
Everyone
telling
has.
you that all three of us interpret what the media portrays these race relations as the same way.
No, not everybody thinks the way you do. That's why you're here.
What? Why are we here?
Because you're
I want to
conspiracy.
I want to tell you why we're here.
Oh, excuse
Because
me.
I brought up the
I
news
am
at
not
the
a flat
beginning.
earther.
All right, dude.
Right? So this is
Cole's not a
conspiracy.
flat earther.
This is called conspiracy theories.
No, hold
And
on, Brendan. You
it's
weren't
the
here.
result of
No.
paranoid ideation. You're putting a
No, okay.
paranoid filter on the news. You're putting a filter on the news that reflects your inner fears of paranoia. That's why
Okay,
you
that's
think.
very.
That's why when you see the news,
That's
you
completely
think
wrong, Brenda.
Yeah.
you think you
Let's.
see. Just a minute. Just when you see the news, you think you see an invisible hand pushing a decreased race relations in the United States or something like that. That's what
Brenda,
you
I
think.
lived in the United States before 2020 and after 2020. I grew up in the United States. I've lived here for 44 years,
Me too.
since I was born. Okay.
Meet you.
I remember what it was like and what the media was
I
like
do too.
before
It was much worse.
and after 2020, and I can see the racist ideology that's being pushed now that used to not be pushed. It's
No,
not something I'm creating. It's something
that's
that
not
I'm
what I.
seeing with my own eyes.
No, you don't
If you're
see
not
it with your
seeing it,
eyes.
it's
I
because
think that's just your view then,
your
because
eyes
when I was in
over
college,
your
that
eyes.
when I was in college, there was still like talks about like anti-racism and the same sort of thing. It's just that it wasn't in your field of view, I guess. But just because it wasn't a part of your life doesn't mean it didn't exist.
Yeah, when
Well,
I was
I
when
give
I
you.
was in high school, race relations were very bad. There were race riots. There
So
was riots over busing, school busing.
I mean, they're
No,
just using
things
like
are
yeah.
much
recency bias for
things are
to be
much
like,
better.
oh, things are so much different
What's wrong?
in
Well,
terms that. Yeah,
right.
Professor, is there something wrong with you?
sorry.
Yeah, I was talking, right? Right. So I don't go on for very long. I don't filibuster. When I was young, right, there were literal race riots. People threw rocks at school buses filled with black children. There was shootings in Alabama, Mississippi, and places like that. Things are much better in the United States than they were.
But then so it got better from that, and now it is going worse. That's all we're saying.
Okay.
We're not
No,
saying
that's
that
not
no one
all
is
you're.
paranoid.
Yeah, that's
There's
not what
no.
you're saying. You're not saying things got better and then they got a little bit worse. You're saying somebody is behind that.
No.
Yes, you literally said
No.
that.
You were trying
Yes.
to tell me what I'm saying.
No,
That's
I
Are
Squiggly
you
was saying
really?
that.
I literally just repeated what you said. That's all I did.
What I'm. No. No. Because then what you did is you assumed that it's because of some paranoid
Who's
or
who?
conspiracy.
Who in the media?
You said that.
Who in the
You
media
said.
is pushing decreased race relations in the United States? Who in the
Did
media
you, wait.
is the media doing that?
Or
What you're saying. What you're
Squiggly
saying is
line
the
said
way.
that.
What you're saying is that it's a result. What did you say of paranoid delusion or something because of
I
conspiracy
said,
belief or something?
here's what I said. I said you're seeing the world through a filter that you put onto the news. You interpret the news in a particular way.
That could be said of you as well.
It
So,
could be, yes, it could.
all right. So you look at the views, you look at the
Yeah,
news, and you filter it through your own personal
that's right.
perspective.
That's right.
Okay.
Do you
Alright,
think that there
so-
there's some that there can be gradations in how much you filter the things that you perceive around you?
Well, I tell you what, I don't think. I don't assume that what you do is you filter it because you're paranoid. You have some mental flaw.
I
don't
think
assume that, which is what you just did.
what I see, I see it virtually every day.
Brenda, listen, you're missing the point.
No, I'm not.
We're not yet. Yes, you are, because you're talking about you observing a race riot. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that the media is
Not what I said.
portraying. Listen, you're not listening. The media is portraying race relations differently than they ever have before. That's the point that we were just making.
Yes.
This is incentivizing people to protest differently than they ever have before.
Yeah,
I was
that's-
talking about how people are nowadays, when they want to protest something, it was never a thing in the past to like block a highway.
Yes, it was.
No, I don't think that
Yes,
this is news to me.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It used to be. It
you
used to
should
be
not
bad.
doing
They did.
It used to be bad, and then it was getting better,
Yes.
and now it's gone back to bad for some reason.
They sicked police dogs on protesters.
It
What are you talking
used to
about?
be bad.
No,
Now, and then
nothing.
it went better. It
Yes.
used to be bad. It got better, did it not? Yes, it did. And
Do you
then
think-
it suddenly took a turn for the worse.
I wonder.
Yeah,
look
do
at the
you- do you
take a look
think
at the
that-
leadership these
Isn't
days. and
that
you'll know-
interesting?
take a look at the leadership, and you'll figure out why it's gotten worse.
Do you think that it might simply be that the media is just reporting what's happening?
No, they're
because
not.
the media
They're
ignores.
sensationalizing everything.
The media ignores, selectively ignores things and promotes things according to whatever.
Now, do you think that you could
They
be
have
wrong?
stories and narratives they need to stick to because they
Yeah,
believe that
you think
something is going
yes.
to generate
See,
more viewership.
Yes,
So they're
yes,
gonna
it could be
stick to
right.
that
The
story.
narratives
Stick to
does.
that
That's
story
your
every
When you
narrative.
say
that-
narratives, it does sound conspiratorial.
It does.
Yes.
And then you guys
Do you
were like
think-
saying, "Nah."
Yeah. Do you think it's possible that the media simply reports on events as they happen, and pretty much gets it right most of the time?
No, lately
don't know if I agree with the last part.
they reported on George Floyd. They got it all wrong.
No,
Yeah,
they
there's
didn't.
just there's
that the cops
there's
not
just
killed the
as,
man.
there's just as many white guys gets killed by white cops as there are. Actually, there are more white guys get killed by white cops than there are black guys get
you
killed by
think
white
that-
cops. But yet, all we saw on the media for 4 years was every time we saw one happen, it was a black guy getting killed by
Do
a
you think
white
that
cop.
Chavez-
We never saw a white
Do you
guy
think-
get killed by a
do you
white
think
cop
that
on CNN or
Cole-
MSNBC.
Cole, do you think that Chavez is innocent? Is that the point you're
Random,
making?
dude. So random.
No,
You think
Chavez.
Chavez is innocent?
Yeah,
Yes, his name is Derek Chavez. Do you think
No,
he's
it's not.
innocent?
It's Chauvin. It's Derek Chauvin. I'm like, who's Chavez?
Oh my, yeah. I was
Chauvin,
confused for a
fine.
second. I was like, who are you talking about?
Yeah, like it's the big difference between them.
Okay,
Do
no,
you
I have
think
like, I have
he's-
like,
do you
wait,
think he's-
Brenda. Before you get to
do
that,
you
I have like
think he's
I have a direct,
innocent?
I have a
No.
direct response to what he said before we go to a tangent.
Do you think he's innocent?
Did you know that?
No.
That's a tangent.
So the reason why
guilty.
people are concerned about the reason people are concerned about like the violence against black people is that black people only account for what, like 12, less than 20% of the
13.
population or something like that.
13.
13% of. So the amount of violent crime to black people is disproportionate based upon disproportionate
Not
based
really.
upon those ratios.
Not really. That's not. That's
They could be at like 80% of the crime in this country.
Yeah, that's wrong.
It's more like 50 to
is
60.
that wrong? Is that wrong?
It's not wrong.
Yeah.
There's-
Okay,
it's
60.
not wrong.
60.
Yes, it
It's
is.
60. It's not entirely
Now,
correct,
Brenda,
but it
are
is
you sure?
entirely wrong.
Now, Brenda, are you sure that you're not just have been brainwashed, or you're not looking at
What's
it through-
wrong about it? There's more
No,
black
and that
violent
you've been
crime
that your
to
side is not lying.
disproportionately than white people. That makes sense to me.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
Why is it wrong? Tell me why it's wrong.
Okay, it's wrong because I've debated this years and years ago with white supremacists like you guys and racists.
That's not a
Ooh, wait
racist
minute.
or a white
Wait a
supremacist,
minute.
either one.
Okay,
Hey,
stop right there.
no.
Stop right there.
We're not going to let that fly right there. You don't come in here and call
No.
people racist, Brenda.
Yes, yeah. When you make racist arguments, yes.
No,
You
you know
That's
that
not a
no one
race.
here
No,
has made a racist argument, none
I wasn't saying the
whatsoever.
It
opposite
is.
of
It
a
is
racist argument. I
absolutely a
was saying
racist
that there's
argument.
more police violence
that's
to
where the
black people, even
conversation
though there's
ends.
less people.
So
How's that me being racist?
Yeah,
so
just disengage. You know, to talk to
Yeah,
yourself.
that's
so
the conversation's done.
I will.
blacks are blacks are
I
yes.
wish we
That
could
was your
keep
out.
the
That was your
convers.
signal to so
Yeah,
you can
Brenda. I
back
wish we
out.
could keep the conversation about
Here's the
what
argument.
was more
Here's the argument.
productive
Listen,
conversation
Squeaky
before.
line,
listen,
squeaky
listen,
line down.
listen, listen.
What?
Here's the problem. Blacks
Just
are overrepresented in disadvantaged communities
Oh my God, this is dumb.
in the United States. They're overwhelmingly lower income and live in distressed communities. People from distressed communities commit more acts of violence than the regular population. And in those communities, blacks and whites commit crimes in equal numbers.
Yeah, I agree with all
Right?
that. I wasn't saying
Yeah,
that
that's
I wasn't saying black people do proportionally more violence
it's
without that
literally what
context.
somebody said. It's
Without
literally
that
what somebody
context,
said that was
I was saying
80%.
that there's more violence against them proportionate
Yeah,
to
by
white
other
people.
blacks. By other blacks.
No, I mean there's more violence against black people proportionally by police.
By other blacks, yes.
No, but what I said is true too as well.
Yeah, by other blacks. I'm agreeing with you by other blacks.
Oh, and police.
Can you stop
I
saying blacks like
suppose so.
that?
So the point is that black people of color predominantly come from areas which are poor and disadvantaged, and there's more violence in communities
That's
and
wrong.
locations that
I
are
come from
poor and
Appalachia.
disadvantaged.
That's wrong.
That's called an anecdotal fallacy.
Appalachian Mountains is the poorest. Is the poorest
anecdotal.
people. That's the poorest white people in America. Is where in
Yeah, but
the
you guys
Appalachian
aren't
Mountains,
police.
and there
You
is
guys
not
aren't
a
police that
there
much,
is
though.
not a high there's not a high percentage of violence there because
It's
it's a
not
poor
analogous.
That's
people.
because you're all
It is
business
analogous. It is very
It's
analogous.
not an urban area.
Let me finish and then I'll shut up. This whole idea that poor people, that somehow if black people live in poor neighborhoods, that it means that they commit more violence or that there are more cops causing them problems because that's complete false.
No, it's
That
not.
is, yes, it is.
It's
If you
borne
live in an
out by
area
the
where you
statistics.
commit more crime, obviously there's
Urban
going to be more cops.
urban areas have more crime in general.
But I come from one of the poorest places in America, and there's not more
Not
crime
urban.
there.
That's because
it's because that is a false statement you just made.
It's not. It's not. It's
and I just give you evidence to show you it's wrong,
No, you
and you
didn't. No,
still
you didn't. You
refuse
gave
to
me
even
an
look at it.
anecdote.
It's not
You
evidence.
gave
That's
me
an anecdote.
Anecdote. Yeah.
I'm relying
Right.
on the FBI statistics when you properly
I
break
should have
them down.
listened to
the
Left Lane I
violence
am if
occurs-
back.
I'm relying
Yeah,
on
just
FBI statistics, and when you properly break them down, right, most of the violence comes from poor and disadvantaged urban communities, right? And blacks are overrepresented in those communities. And if you control for that community, then blacks and whites in those distressed communities commit crimes at equal rates.
What's
People
even worse
misquote
is
it.
that
People misquote it because they want to advance a racist agenda.
what's even worse is that the black people were pushed into those communities via redlining and what's the gentrification, that sort of thing.
Yeah, because they're poor and disadvantaged. It sucks to be poor
That's why black people are more likely to live in cities
in the United States.
in the United States. Yeah.
Now in Europe, it's actually the reverse. Wealthy and middle class people live in city urban areas, and all the poor people are around in the ring communities in the suburbs.
I think a lot of it has to do with we have like a lot of land here, so I feel like I guess other countries have a lot of land too, but like rich people like to own a lot of land in America, so they don't necessarily live in urban areas because you can't really own a lot of land there. Like you can own like a penthouse or something. I don't know the reasons. But yeah, I guess if you just
I'll
say
be
if you get
trying to make a point with you guys, and then you just like go off into la la land. You forget what the conversation was about. You're talking about all these
Let's
little
bring it
details,
back.
just off into the weeds.
I was
talking about nothing. Now you're
I
talking
didn't
about
I mean,
jack
everything
shit.
they said, everything we said was valid, but it's not nothing. But
No,
I
but it
was
is a little bit.
I
It
don't
is a
think
little
it
away
is.
from the conversation.
Totally missing the point though.
I was able to track
As soon as we all got called racist and white supremacist, the conversation
Yes.
ended.
because I've been debating racists and white nationalists for years, and this is the argument they invariably put forward, that blacks commit all the crime in the United States, and they fail to mention about
The way you say blacks, it sounds like you're a product of your environment. Stop hanging out with these white
Cry
nationalists.
some more about it. I don't really
It's
give
just
a shit.
victim mentality.
No,
It's just like every time you say it, I just feel uncomfortable.
when I say
Victim
black,
Not an
mentality of the
argument.
ultimate victim.
what would you
I
prefer?
feel
I say?
uncomfortable. It's not an argument.
It is an argument. I gave the argument.
No, not you. I'm saying
Oh.
what they were saying.
What they're
Yeah,
saying.
who is
their
this
problem
guy?
was-
This fucking.
Their problem
No,
was
no,
with,
dude. You're just a
with running.
contrarian today.
No, I'm not. I made a point.
No,
I made
not you.
2
The other.
points. I made 2 points. One is that you put a paranoid filter on the news, and the other is that you're misunderstanding the FBI crime statistics.
I mean, you weren't
Rick
here
Clown,
earlier, but
Rick Clown, look at
he
your
said that
DM real quick.
Soros.
I
He
came
said
in and I
Soros
made
was
2
funding.
points. I came in and I made 2
Yes, yes.
points.
Hey,
earlier.
can we please bring it back to the original point? Yes, bring it back, dog.
The
Do
Earth
it.
is obviously a globe and is not flat. That argument?
No, we're talking about how the media will just sensationalize a story beyond the truth because they have
Yeah, but I'm saying
other
squiggly
agendas
line
that
earlier
have
was
nothing to
saying
do
that
with the public
like it's
understanding
funded
the
by
actual
George
story.
Soros.
Why are you
So that's a
interrupting
little
me when I'm in the
different.
middle of talking, dude? It's kind of rude.
Well, you're representing the argument, his argument wrong.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish his sentence.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. When you look at the news and you see an invisible hand operating behind the news, that's called paranoia.
No, invisible hand, dude. That's your theory.
Yes, that's what you
just
said.
strawmanned. No,
You
because I
said
never
the
said it.
media put forwards an agenda, right, to promote bad race relations.
That's what Squiggly said. Yeah,
Yes, that's paranoia.
and he
Oh my
said
God!
George
So you
Soros
just
funds the
don't
media.
understand. You just don't understand how social engineering works. You think that there's like a secret person in the background, like in Wizard of Oz, some guy behind the curtain controlling it all. No, it's
Yeah,
not
people
how it
say
works.
that call that George Soros.
Well, that's because
Yeah,
he's
George
a Jew.
Soros does. George
That's
Soros
because he's a
funds
Jew, and most
lots of
conspiracy
rallies and
theorists are
protests.
anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
Right?
why does George Soros care to fund so many protests?
Probably
Does
because
he?
he's a fairly liberal-minded person, probably.
Sorry, Brent. Cole, go 1v1.
I need a
1v1
fact
chat
check.
down.
I don't fucking know. You guys are so silly. You're just
Soros
arguing
isn't the
for
only
the sake of
person.
arguing. You
George
don't even believe the
Soros
shit you're
isn't the
saying.
only rich person. What about the person who's behind Agenda 2025? He's a rich person, and he has an agenda. He wants a Christian nationalist state.
No, the point is you're being lied to. And there are people that are being manipulated to protest in ways that doesn't get them the results they want.
Yeah, you just keep repeating your paranoid take on the news. You keep saying you're being lied to. What if it's not I'm being lied to?
Because maybe you weren't here when there are people that are here
Doesn't
right
matter.
now that understand why I say that because they heard all the reasons
You're
that I
wrong.
brought up before. Now you do the stupid Glober Pop Tart.
I mean, we did say like
You're gonna pretend you
I
weren't
did say
there.
that earlier that like the violent protesting isn't like a new phenomenon. Like all countries do that when there's civil unrest. It's not just like a new thing that was invented for media disinformation. Like people acted irrationally.
Has it
All right,
ever
so you
occurred?
think that mainstream media has never spread misinformation because they had something more in mind than
What about it?
telling the
What
truth.
do you think it's possible that you're the
Let
one?
him answer. Do you
think it's
believe?
possible you're the
Don't
one
care.
being
Don't care. I
manipulated?
was in the middle of something. You're very rude. Dude, do you think that the media has never lied? They've never sensationalized a story outside of the realm of truth.
No, I think they do sensationalist things, but that doesn't mean that
Then
the
what are
thing
you
that
arguing about
that
it?
doesn't mean it's not true.
Why are you arguing about it then?
Because he's arguing that like that it's it's like the whole thing is fabricated. Like the protest rioting isn't like a true like thing that's actually happening. It's like a media fabricated thing.
His take is that it's not true. Actually, it's wonderful to be a black person in America. They just get sugar and honey. They get free phones and free food and free homes and free cars, and it's just wonderful. But the evil media is making it seem like all these black people are getting mistreated, when in fact it's just sugar, milk, and honey here in the United States. That's what he's saying. All these black people are
I don't think people like when
ungrateful.
you put
Yo,
words
am
in
I
their
going to
mouth.
be able to respond to this?
They're not gonna like that.
They're
I'm not going to be able
ungrateful,
to
living
respond
off.
to this.
They're ungrateful, living off the federal teat, right? And all of this, and if
I think
the
we got the
media, and if
point.
they would just learn their place, everything would be fine. That's what you're saying,
No.
right?
No, I don't know what kind of weird lefty media you tune into that makes you think that everybody that doesn't agree with you believes that. That's not what's
That's called
going on.
sarcasm.
I hope so. Yeah, okay then. Good.
I don't think you know what it is anyway.
I'm glad you're being sarcastic.
Yeah, I'm mocking you,
a
though.
little worried there.
Mocking you.
Whatever. The point is, like, I can't believe I'm still trying to make the point to you, Brenda. Why don't you get it?
Because I don't think it's true. That's why. I do get it. I just disagree with you. And you don't seem to be able to understand that. That people
All right.
can have
All
disagreements.
right. How did George Floyd die?
He was called by Derek Chauvin. I mean, what did I say? Called. Why did I say called? He was killed.
That's not what the coroner said.
Huh?
No, the autopsy was ruled a homicide. So yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was a homicide.
No.
He was murdered.
Yeah, the
What are you talking
autopsy
about?
was
The
ruled a
autopsy said
homicide
it was
though.
homicide.
He was found
Yeah,
guilty.
it did. Yeah.
He was found guilty, right?
Where are
Yeah,
y'all
he was
getting
found
this
guilty. Yeah.
information? Where are you getting this information from? Now
Where
you're gonna
did
make me go fucking
It's
look
like
into this
the news.
bullshit
He
again.
was found guilty, right? You understand that? He was found guilty. He's in prison right now.
I mean, if
Right?
the event is as big as you say it is, it's kind of weird that you have the facts wrong.
He doesn't even know that.
No, I don't have the facts wrong, dude. I
Do
don't
you
know.
not know?
It's
Do
like
you
I
not
literally
know?
just met you. This guy sucks.
Dude, where is Derek Chauvin now? Where is he now? Right now? Where is he?
Oh my god, it's like there's two
Probably
Brendas right
sleeping.
now.
He's in prison serving time for murdering George Floyd. See, the total silence tells me that everything I've said is
No,
correct.
I'm not willing. I'm not willing to make the
The total
argument that I want
total
to,
silence
because
tells
I
me
already
that,
know what you're gonna. I already know what you're gonna
yeah,
say.
the total silence tells
No,
me
stop.
already
Stop
that
talking.
you don't.
Now I'm gonna make the argument now.
They're
What
gonna make it
actually?
like
What actually happened that day, according to the police, George Floyd was on drugs. He did, in fact, he was unconscious. They say that he was dead before the supposed time that the cops thought he was dead. All that is true, and
he was determined a homicide though.
contrary.
He was tried. Derek Chauvin was tried and convicted, wasn't he?
There's a whole nother angle that I'm not opening that can of worms.
Nobody gives a damn what you think.
Because I already know what you think.
What really happened
You're not
is
reasonable.
he was
in this
tried
topic.
and convicted of murder. The fact
He
that
probably thinks there's a conspiracy there.
this just shows what you do is you cherry pick facts from the case in order to believe in an independent narrative. That's what you do. You are doing this. You are putting, this is your filter right here in operation right now. You won't even
Brenda,
answer.
stop.
Just a minute.
Stop.
I'm talking.
Stop
I'm
the
talking.
tryhard.
Shut up.
I don't care that you're talking because everybody can go
Yes,
watch
but
the video.
you
They
can
can
just,
go
if you
watch
don't care,
how
you
much
can
his
just
neck was
sit
actually
down
being
and
pressed down.
shut your mouth.
No,
Sit
you don't
down
do that. No,
and
you don't
shut
do that.
your mouth. I was
No,
talking.
you're a crazy person.
I'm
Okay,
not
you
the
don't do
one
that.
who's picking
So
and
everybody, you
choosing
can go watch
what to
the video,
believe.
and you could go look at how much the cop actually pressed his knee onto the dude's neck, and how long it took, and what the guy was saying, and when he actually passed out, and when the cop
And he was
actually noticed
guilty.
that, oh shit, the guy's passed out. You could go look into all of that,
And
and none of it lines up. Okay, so I think
So
that
are
they're
you
fabricating.
saying
So
that are you saying the autopsy didn't say it was a homicide?
Police fabricate things that happen all the time to
Yes.
protect themselves.
This is,
And I
this
think
is
this is
your,
what happened. I think that the dude Derek Chauvin, I think that there are some things that are being fabricated about
yes, this is
him
your,
being arrested and him getting sentenced and all that
yes,
stuff. There could be
this
some
is your
phony shit
filter.
going on.
This is your filter right here. It's a racist filter that you have put onto the news. Because
Dude,
if,
after hearing
because
what
if
you were
George
saying about
Floyd
black
was
people a
white,
minute ago, you calling
if
anyone else
George
racist
Floyd
is
was
fucking
right,
insane.
you'd have a different conclusion.
And you don't listen to people. You just talk over them because you're a delusional fucking
No,
retard.
you keep interrupting. I'm just saying, I don't filibuster.
No,
And
this
you're
isn't about having a
interrupting me
conversation. All you want
because
to do is
you're
yell at people
triggered.
what you believe.
I'm
That's all
pointing
you ever
out
do.
the racist filter that you see
I
the
have to
news.
listen to you fucking chant your delusions.
Yeah,
I have to try
cry
to make
about
sense
it.
of reality
Cry about
for you.
it. I
I'm
don't
trying to
care.
educate you, and you're over
Cry.
here fucking chanting your delusions some
Keep
more.
crying. Keep crying. Do you have more tears? Big hot purple tears? Big tears. I want to see a big tear go down your cheek.
Yeah, you know, Brenda, you're a sadist. Okay, you're not here to actually have conversations. You're bent on doing something else weird.
No,
You get
I
off on this in
don't
some
care.
weird ass way that I don't agree with.
Yeah, I'm a sadist when it comes.
That's why you're
to
very
people who,
interruptive and
to a
rude, and no one
racist,
actually
put a
enjoys talking.
racist
You're a
filter.
sadist.
They see the world through a racist lens. George Floyd was
No.
not murdered by Derek Chauvin. That's a racist filter that you've put onto the news.
No, George Floyd was actually on a lot of drugs that day, and he could have passed. He could have passed out due to fentanyl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was killed. And he was killed. He was murdered by Derek Chauvin. He was murdered too, wasn't he?
Autopsy says a
story, bro.
cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement, subdual, restraint, and neck compression. The manner of death was ruled as a homicide. So, those are the facts.
But he doesn't want to believe that because he's a racist.
What's a conspiracy? It's all fake.
Brenda,
Nothing
you
wrong
fucking
with being
retard.
a
You're a
racist.
fucking
What?
idiot.
Absolutely.
Why are you calling me racist?
And well, I'm sure it goes more to that. I'm sure it goes
Shut
into
off when you call them.
anti-Semitism too.
People kind of shut off when
Wait.
you call them racist. It's not a good
Jesse,
Don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Wait a
They
minute.
need.
Leslie, tell
What did, yeah, what did, yeah, wait a minute, guys. Jesse's black. Fucking
Thank you.
hell.
It doesn't
An
matter.
idiot.
Yeah, it does matter.
No, it doesn't. There's no rule that says you can't have a racist filter on the
But
news.
this person's not going to let me
Boondocks?
speak. They're going to keep shouting their delusional crap. I'm not going to actually be able to have a
There's nothing that
conversation.
says you can't do that.
I could break down this whole thing about
It's
George
called
Floyd,
internalized
but
racism.
Brenda's too busy shouting.
Internalized homophobia. There are plenty of gay men.
Homophobia.
There are plenty of gay men who are also
Now I'm a homophobe.
homophobes.
All right.
Listen to what I said. There are plenty of
victim
gay men who are
mentality.
homophobes.
At
There are
its
plenty of gay
worst.
men who are homophobes, and there are plenty of black men who have internalized the racism that's prevalent in our culture.
Like Kanye West.
Yeah, he's a black man wearing a hood, wearing Nazi uniform.
You're so annoying because
What's annoying about that?
you claim to be like an intellectual in these spheres of information.
Do you
But
think?
you say the word black, and like the
Do you
context of the
think-
word black, you're not listening. That's why you're the worst at this. The context of the word black is so it's so dissolved into nonsense.
What do you want
And the
me
way
to
you
say?
throw it around, dude, you are using the wrong.
What do you want me to say?
What do you think the word black actually means? Can you tell me?
It refers to a particular subgroup of Americans
Wrong.
who
Okay, you're
are.
wrong.
Oh, it doesn't refer to a subgroup of Americans?
No, black is an anagram for cabal. That's
For
where it
what?
comes from. Cabal.
For what?
Cabal. Kabbalah.
What?
Kabbalah.
What? Black is an anagram of Kabbalah?
Yeah, Baal. They worship Baal.
That's silly.
What the actual fuck?
That's silly.
You're learning things.
What it means?
Now we could keep going, or you can just have your stupid knee-jerk reaction and not learn anything.
You
What
think
you want to do?
You think that black simply means somebody who worships the
You've never
Kabbalah?
heard of this. You've never heard
No.
this. You're being educated.
Yes, it's flat out delusional.
No, you're delusional because of the way you talk
So
about
when I say black,
is honestly like it's so cringy. Like
I'm just
you
talking.
speaking on race relations is like asking a baby what to invest in.
Yeah. When I say black, I'm referring to an ethnic minority in the United States.
Yeah, I don't want to hear
I'm
you
not
ever talk about black.
I'm not
ever
talking to
again.
people who follow the Jewish Kabbalah. I'm not talking about that.
That's where the word black comes from.
No, that's not where the word black
Yes, it
comes
does.
from. No, it does not. No,
It's
it
definitely
does
not.
not.
I feel like black people definitely don't know. If you ask a random black person, they're not going to be like, "Oh yeah, it comes from the cabal."
Yeah, it does. They associate black with all of these. You have all these cultural ideas. Being black, you associate with rap music, with being
Stupid is too
poor,
much
with
here.
wearing chains, and all these stupid things.
Like, why are they stupid things?
Yeah, it's called being culturally
You're
black.
saying rap is stupid?
No, I'm saying you're a libtard. You're a super auto normie right now. Okay, you use the word black. You throw this term around. You are identifying people with pigmented skin as black. What black really means to the people that gave you the term, it means cabal. And the cabal is practicing things like sagging your pants, wearing chains, listening to dirty, filthy music, objectifying women. These are all the kinds of things that you are associating with pigmented people, even though not all pigmented people do these things. That's what makes you a racist, because you believe that race
No, I don't think
is
using
based
the
on
word black. I don't think
is
no, I
based
don't
on
think
these cultural things like what you call being black.
I don't think using the word black means that you believe in all those
But
things.
you don't understand this because I have to explain this to you right now.
But can't the meanings of words change?
But like literally, I'm educating you. Like you're so fucking dumb. Like I have to explain this to you.
You're just wrong.
No, I'm correct.
Nope.
No, you're wrong. You're an idiot. You don't know what black means.
But why are you calling me an idiot? I didn't say anything rude to you.
Because I'm actually disgraced with myself that I find myself in rooms talking to people like you that don't understand this yet.
Okay, fine. Then go somewhere else. I don't care.
But like,
Squiggly
why
line.
aren't you like
Squiggly
you
line.
Why do I have
Dude.
to educate people on these fucking things, dude? It sucks. You guys should be caught up. Like you normies need to not be in the Matrix in 2025.
We agreed on so much.
Gotta take the red pill, bro.
Yeah.
Is this new to you, Red Cloud?
What is new?
What I'm breaking down.
I've not heard some of it. Some of it I have heard.
What people associate the word black with, typically modern society, general consensus, you associate the word black with cultural values, not truly the pigmented skin. Like somebody
Yeah, if
can
you're
have
if
pigmented
you're
skin, but if
racist.
they're not demonstrating these weird American values, like whatever you think black people should be doing, like fucking eating fried chicken and watermelon and fucking listening to rap music, that's what you think black really is. These are the people that you think are creating these fucking murder statistics. Okay, you think that there's neighborhoods full of black people that are all listening to rap music, and that's what's causing them to kill each other. That's what you think. Brenda, are you still here? Okay, you think
Right.
black means cabal. That's what you literally think. When you say black, you're talking about all the supposed cultural values that make them enter these statistics. I hope this is making sense because you guys, I don't like explaining these fucking remedial concepts. I learned this fucking like 20 years ago. Shout out to my teachers.
Hey,
Yeah,
you
the
went to
word
a
black
weird
comes from the
school.
word cabal. It comes from
What
Baal.
school did you go to then?
It means the void. Yeah, the idea is the void. It's where all information comes from. Your brain is a channel. You have an antenna to universal information, and that's the void. In ancient Kemet teachings, the void is pretty much just like the universe. That's what your empty space is. In your cosmological model, the black, the void.
Oh, I get it. Did you forget to take your lithium this morning?
Oh no, you don't need to do that.
Yeah, all these guys take meds.
I mean, you what? You
They're
just called
so
me an
boring.
idiot 5 seconds ago. Chill, man.
All right.
You're sticking up
You
with
can call me an
Brenda
idiot, but I
about
can't
one of
call
the
him.
worst
I can't call
arguments
him
I've
things.
ever heard. While this person's calling me a racist and you're sticking up with them, yeah, I'm gonna
So
think you're an idiot.
how about this? How about stop calling names?
Well, you only
All right,
said it when I did
apologize.
it,
Hold on, I
though.
want to apologize to you.
I did do
I'm
that. Sorry.
gonna stop calling this dude names. But why
Thank
the
you.
hell are you sticking up with Brenda's horrible argument? I'm really confused.
Well, I don't go around calling people racist. I think that's kind of reductive, but
I bowed out as soon as I was called a white supremacist. I thought that was a bit.
Y'all are making me get
No.
into the super nitty gritty because you act like there isn't a point on the other side. I'm telling you the point. You guys have misconceptualized what it means to be pigment, and to you justify your argument with statistics. But circumstances are like certain people get affected by circumstances. You can't point at the statistic and say, look, this is happening because of their skin color. No, something happened to the skin color, therefore the statistic. You guys got it all reversed. You think you could reverse engineer your cause for things. That's what
no, it's
Brenda
because of how people treat them because of their skin color that creates this.
Wait, what did you say?
The most racist group in America is the black group. They are far more racist towards white people than white people are racist towards them. Yet they are also the ones that cry victim far more than white people. White people aren't. Very few white people in America are racist. Very few black people in America are not racist.
I mean,
And
your
that's just a
generalization
fact.
is just as bad as Brenda calling you guys
It's
racist.
it's generalized, but that's the way it is.
All right, source, please.
Yeah. I don't know what the stats are on how many people are racist to different
Like,
racial
how would
groups.
you even prove that? Like, you can't.
It just seems, if you look at the footage, you look at people, what they're saying online, holy smokes, man.
The difference is that black people are openly racist. White people are racist behind closed doors.
That's
Or
probably
they
what it
have.
is.
Also, white people can also what's it called? Like, they can be racist in code. What's it called?
It's called dog whistle.
Dog
Yeah, and
whistling.
y'all have like
Yeah, that's something that's made up. That's something that's made up by one group of people because they think that another group of people is being racist when the other group of people is not. Every time you get butthurt does not mean that somebody's being racist to you. Every time you don't get your way does not mean somebody's being racist to you.
What we just saw in this conversation was it started while we were talking about race relations and how it appears that the mainstream media is, for whatever reason, it appears that they are fanning the flames of racial divide in America. That's what it seems to a lot of people to be happening. Within 3 minutes of that person coming in, I was called a white supremacist. So it's just, that's where we are. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, y'all
I'm a
don't let
white
me control the conversation.
supremacist.
I'll fucking bring this shit into retarded land.
I wasn't offended. I don't know. That's just so stupid.
Brenda left when I was breaking down with the word black man and why she shouldn't be using it the way she was. It's kind of rude. Fucking so rude. Fucking Brenda.
There's a massive chip on that one's shoulders for some
I don't
reason.
think that's really what the word black means, because I feel like that's not the way that people generally use that word.
I'm not talking about the way people generally use it. I'm talking about the meaning was assigned by the evil cabal.
Well, it doesn't matter because it just matters the way the word's used. It doesn't matter how it was originally conceived of. Words, the meaning of words change over time.
It certainly matters what meaning was in the word, like what it was intended to be used for at first. That definitely matters.
Not if they use it for something else
There's
now.
I'm gonna butcher this word. I should just Google it. I'm gonna butcher this word.
But anyway, go on. We'll figure it out.
Phonicity. Is that it? Phonicity? The phoneticity of words, they pick the phoneticity based on what the word means. So when you say black, there's a reason you're saying that. It's not just because somebody was fucking having fun being willy-nilly.
Well, I think we say black because it just colored is out of date, you know. Because
Yeah,
like
you
people
say black.
racist people in the '60s said colored, so they don't like it when people call them colored. At least that's how I understand it. And then
Well,
African American sounds way too square,
Yeah.
so nobody says that. So then what else is there? I mean, yes, race is like obviously like a human constructed thing, but like, you know, I don't think it was like a cabal or something like that.
What's the NAACP stand for?
I don't know. I'm sure you could think. I'm sure you could think of some kind of crazy thing.
No. Does anyone know what it stands for, though?
National Association
I
for the
do.
Advancement of Black Color People.
Correct. Used to be saying colored people was okay.
Well, I'm
And it
saying that they're
changed.
not gonna. They just don't want to change their name. I don't know. Like that was their name before, and they're not just gonna change it. I mean, I don't. You know.
Because you're creating a generalization that actually you're generalizing people that would be divided otherwise. You know, not everybody's from the same nation or ethnicity just because they have black skin. So when you call black people black, it's like, damn, you really don't give a fuck where that person might actually be from.
Well, no and yes, because like the idea of race is a socially constructed idea, and you know, it was just it was invented so people could be racist and own people and that kind of
It's
shit.
not.
What?
It's not.
You don't think race is socially constructed?
No.
Why is that funny?
Because I'm sorry, I'm just reacting to something that no. If you're from Europe, you're European. If you're from
No, but
Africa,
that's not
that's
race. That's different. So race is like the buck.
okay.
So like skin tone, pigmentation. Those are real things, right? But it's like the value that we assign to those kinds of things is why race was invented, right? Like at a time like there's no like scientific basis for the group in which we call white people, because it's the group white has changed over time. Like at some point we didn't include Italians in that group because we didn't consider, and so they weren't a privy to the the white power structure. There was wasn't there a time where I guess was it Irish? I think it was just Italians. I think weren't considered white people at the time, and then later they were, and that's not like for any biological reason.
I'm trying to think of the word. It's too late. I can't think of the word. Never mind. No, what I'm saying is that broadly speaking, yes, there are races. You have Asian races, you have the African races, you have the European races, you have the South American, right? You have the Northern European, Southern European, Northern African, Southern African, West African, East African, right? You have Singapore and you have Malaysia, you've got Hong Kong, you've got China, you've got Japan. Those are
Well, yeah, it's
different
just the way
races.
that race is used in like America is like
They're
based on like
physically,
skin color and not where you're from.
they're physically different people. The Vikings
Yeah,
are
but I'm
very,
just
very
saying how
different
it
people
is.
from the Chinese or the Japanese.
I'm just like saying how the power systems were. I mean, how it was, like the history of it.
No, all I'm saying is that then maybe I didn't understand what you meant. I'm saying that the fact that the people from China look like Chinese and the people from Africa look African isn't a socially constructed fiction.
No, it's not. But like the value assigning value to it or certain rights or that sort of thing is like That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like race, like the concept of race.
Oh, okay.
Like that wasn't. Like I said, I mean, it was always a thing. It's just like it just like had. I guess it was just called different things throughout time. I don't know. I'm sure there was always somebody oppressing somebody for where they're from or how they looked or that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, it's been doing that forever.
Yeah.
Remember the in America in the 1800s, you'd have a sign, and it would say no, like room to let, no blacks, no Chinese, no Irish. Why did they not want Irish? I think they were troublemakers, or they were deemed to be troublemakers. I can't remember.
Also, because
It
I'm
was
saying like
it's from Bronx.
it's like telling how race is used in America too. Because if someone's like half black and half white, which group do you think that they're gonna are usually thrown in the bucket with?
The Irish.
So that means like there's no like real like reason for like I mean okay so maybe like you maybe if you're like half white and half black like you're oftentimes you're gonna be more dark skinned than light skinned. I mean it really depends on the person because there's like like darker toned black people and lighter toned black people but it's just like a testament of like how like race works that like like you're half and half but the like society and like the system will consider you black. But yeah,
Yeah, I get you.
I disagree. I don't know what you said, but I'm gonna disagree.
it's fine.
Mm.
I think that's the problem is you get people like Brenda coming here and like she's annoying and he or she I don't know their gender they're annoying but definitely more
She's a
entertaining.
male.
She's a
It's
man.
annoying that like
Yeah,
clearly
she's a male.
Brenda
She's a
tried to
male.
reset the room.
She's a
Yeah,
male.
Brenda was like doing a reset. You know
He
what a
looks
reset
like a
is, right?
lady.
Are y'all?
They did kind of just come in here and like act as if they like own the room. They like some people do that. They'll come in here and like act like they own the
Yes.
room.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
the one of the worst. I still respect him in so many ways, but BHG Tony would do that. And it's like, oh,
I mean,
now it's
there's a
time
lot
for
of them.
class. Time for time for physics lesson. All right, I'll see you in 3 hours.
Another one would be like Shoebill or Earth is Life or something like that.
You just come in and chat,
Yeah, it's like PhD Tony wants to get like a whole like lesson about like physics. Like he can't just have a conversation.
Yeah. Just enjoy a chat with fellow human beings, Don't come in here just trying to browbeat people. And come in here with a sense of humor, for pity's sake, There's a
I
sense
don't know
of
why
humor.
people
Some
get
of these
so like
people have
hot
no
antagonistic.
sense of humor.
Like I don't know why you get like what's the point of getting so hot antagonistic online with people you disagree with? Like I disagree with a lot of what Quigley
Guys, I'm
Below was
educating
saying,
normies. You guys getting
but
mental?
We're normies, yes.
I disagree with him a lot. But like I'm not like yelling at people and calling them racist because there's no point. If anything, it just gets people like annoyed.
Oh yeah, you white supremacist. That's how white supremacists talk. I was actually a laugh earlier because I went out the chat and I laughed because you hear this stuff, and people are saying that doesn't have any. It doesn't have any weight just calling someone a Nazi now. It doesn't mean anything to say, "Oh, you racist," and then I just, you white supremacist. It's just so stupid. Oh.
Yeah, really calling somebody a Nazi doesn't have any power anymore.
Yeah.
But calling someone a commie,
Call me Pinko. I don't even know
You
what a
damn
pinko
commies.
is. What is a pinko? To look it up. Tommy Pinko. Pinko with a K. All right.
Go to lemonparty.com and get back to me.
Okay. Someone is left-leaning or sympathetic to communistic ideologies, not necessarily an actual full communist. That's what it means. And pinko is also a...
Sounds like a slur, honestly.
It does, doesn't it? It's also a brand of bag. A fashion, Italian fashion brand.
I think if it sounds like short and quippy with like a vowel at the end, then it sounds like a slur.
Yeah.
Like if I was just like that sounds like a slur. That sounds like a German slur.
What are y'all talking about? Yeah, I don't
No,
understand
no.
what the fuck y'all like. This is fucking issue right here.
What's the issue? We're just talking. See, it's just a conversation.
I know
Not about
it's a
anything.
big problem. It's not
No
good.
one is complaining. Well,
The
that's
problem
not
is
true. You are complaining.
the problem is no one's out here calling people racist and white supremacists. We gotta change
Yeah.
that.
You call me pinko.
Yeah, Jew.
If so, when's the fascist going to come back in so we can chat with him?
Who's
I
the
want to
fascist?
know. I want to know if this guy understands what we were talking about.
No, I was going to say
Professor Run. What's up, dude? What's up?
I was just going to say my brother does that. He calls me a fascist for no reason. I call him on the phone.
Okay.
What are you doing, you fascist?
Yeah, that's funny.
Okay, go on.
Fuck it, man. What was I gonna ask him? Oh yeah. So do you understand the thing about mainstream media not sticking to the truth for the sake of going with the more energized story?
I think they exaggerate things to make money, for sure. But I also don't think that doesn't mean that the thing isn't true either. They can
I think
exaggerate
they tell
things,
lies. They
but
tell
it's not
straight
like
up
they're
lies.
straight up lying.
Oh no, they straight up lie. Absolutely.
They do a lot of all of
I
the
mean,
above.
I personally think that the George Floyd thing was a murder, right? Homicide, right? So from my perspective, it's just I would be like, oh, like yeah, like it's possible they're exaggerating it, but from my perspective, they were lying. But you think that that's not true, so you're gonna think it's a lie. So that's the difference here, right? That's why we have a different opinion here.
What I think is that they sometimes amplify things that are divisive. So they're not true.
That's why yeah, I can agree with that.
And that's all. So I wasn't I'm saying that there's a big cabal or something going on. Not suggesting that for a second. It could be.
Once you have evidence, once you have a little shred of evidence, which I can give you, you'll be willing to say so.
Maybe. Maybe not.
But the evidence in a conversation with someone that is clearly not willing to concede. I'm not saying that's you right now, Professor. But yeah.
Did you guys see that skyscraper in Dubai that was burning for like 10 hours and did not
Yeah.
collapse in its own footprint?
Yeah. I saw that.
That's pretty crazy.
Was that because of Iran?
No, I don't think Iran or Israel bombed Dubai.
Was it George Bush? George Bush
I
is
don't.
really
I
good
don't
at
think it's
burning
from a
towers.
bomb. I think it was just an office fire or something like that that just spread to the entirety of the building. But it was burning for a long time.
What's
Still
wild is I
burning.
think 9/11 could have been an inside job. Like it's possible.
Oh my god.
And I'm usually
Thank you
not
for not
conspiracy
being.
filled.
Thank you for not being full blown Norman.
I mean, there are reports that 1 year before 9/11, they had crews in that was at least testing or measuring or something like that with the asbestos, the fire protectant on the beams, and they actually wanted to remove it or something like that. So if they have had like a 1 year where they have been working on this asbestos, which is poisonous for people and stuff like that, and they wanted to remove it and swap it out with something else and stuff like that, that's a 1 year where they could have implemented all these nanothermite charges or whatever they cut the beams with. They had plenty of time for this.
That sounds crazy. That sounds crazier than the conspiracy that I would believe in.
Yeah.
Although
I'm
it
just
is
trying
so,
to justify that the buildings fell down in their own footprints when we see that this doesn't happen.
it just seems weird that I mean I don't know. It seems kind of contradictory that they would even treat the building for asbestos if they were going to destroy it.
No, they wouldn't. No, that's my point. They said they were treating it for the asbestos, which was the fire protectant, but what they probably were doing, conspiratorial, was removing it so that the beams could, first of all,
I mean, the
wouldn't be
plane still
protected
crashed.
between the heat, or they could also have put in these charges that would cut the beams at specific time.
I mean, the plane still crashed in the buildings. Like that's not a conspiracy.
Yeah, something crashed. A plane crashed a building. That happened before. Was it at the Empire? No, one of the Chicago buildings or something like that. Nothing happened. Just a little hole in the building. The same thing happened in 9/11. We saw that, and then a small office fire, and then total collapse. Like that.
I don't know.
Something hit it.
I don't believe in like
Something
that.
hit the buildings. It's not in contention.
No, I don't believe in the jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams kind of crap. I just believe that like it's possible that they knew about it or how the manner of which it was organized. But I'm not gonna say that like like in 9/11's like a conspiracy because the crashing in the buildings didn't make them burn down and collapse or whatever.
Well, in my opinion, that's the smoking gun. Like not even talking about Building 7, but just looking at the two main buildings. Like a building hit, nothing happens, a fire erupts, and suddenly after 6 or 7 hours, it just completely collapsed. Not even pancake collapse, down in its own footprint, and all there is left is a bit of rubble and then a ton of dust.
Why do you keep calling what's the footprint of a building? Why do you keep saying that?
You know what I mean when I say it. That means that it wasn't spread out. All the rubble wasn't spread out. It was down there at the footprint of the World Trade Center plateau.
I'm interested in the fact that when the conversation turns to 9/11, it stays on 9/11
because
for a long time.
It's still relatively recent. It's something that a lot of us experienced,
Right.
in some sort of way. Like we actually talking about World War II, that is interesting, but none of us were there. None of us lived in that time, so it's not really that relevant for us.
That's true.
I'm saying like I'm not like a big on scientist. I'm sure if we had like somebody like Omni or PhD Tony in here, they could probably explain the physics of why the buildings collapsed or something.
Well, we can read the NIST report ourselves and look at the animations, sure, and that is all. Like PhD Tony will not be able to provide more than that. He will just further prop up the mainstream story, which is still not giving answers to why some office fires suddenly just crumpled the lower 150 stories that has not had any impact, had no fires or whatsoever, and there was no resistance from the top of the building down to landing.
Yeah, but I feel like you're just repeating like points that you probably read or heard somewhere. Like you're not like giving the whole story. You're just highlighting certain points of it to support the conspiracy,
I don't know what I'm leaving out.
like everything.
A plane hit in the top of the building. There was a fire in the top of the building, but the bottom of the building completely disappeared underneath the top. That's what I'm saying. That's what we all can observe. It would have made sense if the top of the building tipped over or something like that. There was no way that there was enough force to actually just, completely just remove all resistance below the first top 20 floors. There was nothing to weaken the lower floors. Nothing.
I've been reading about it. I need to educate myself more. You guys can talk about something else. I'm done with the 9/11 for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Let's go back to racism.
I wish every conversation about 9/11 ended that way.
White supremacists. You want to talk about race because you're a white supremacist fascist.
Well, not talking about 9/11 anymore, but what about the aftermath? Weakening the Middle East for 20 years, and now the other day we fucking had Israel attacking Iran, which was predicted before 9/11 that they would fight all these 7 Muslim countries and end up with Iran. What was predicted back then is
Predicting there's a
actually what
conflict
have
in the
happened
Middle
in the
East.
last
Wow,
25 years.
if you could bet money on there being conflict in the Middle East, we'd all be rich.
Well, it's not so much about conflict in the Middle East. It's more about how it went down. It went down 1-to-1 as it was predicted before it actually happened. They would take all these small countries, Iraq, Syria, blah, 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 and they would end up with Iran in the end, which they just did the other day.
Well, they took over Syria.
Well, they have weakened all the Muslim states down there. They don't have any power to actually fight back any longer. The only power down there, that actually have a little bit of power to actually fight back would be Iran. Not just because of Iran themselves, but also who they have in their back with Russia and China. Like, as predicted, it happened. That's my point. Like, the entire aftermath was predicted.
Predicted by whom?
Well, there was that Aaron Russo, one of the Rothschilds, or Rothschild associates, who spoke
It's
about
not
this
that
before
surprising.
9/11.
It's not that surprising. Israel's our ally. Our ally was with anybody in the Middle East. So
Yeah,
it
Israel
makes
is
sense we went to
America's.
war with everybody else except Israel.
I mean, if you open up a map, and you look at the region itself, Israel is America's only entrance into that region. So of course we are propping up Israel. Of course, that is the Western ally number 1 in the Middle East. Yes. They need that area because it's a huge buffer zone between eastern parts of the world, Russia, China, and stuff like that, and the rest of the world. Okay, back to racism.
All right, 9/11.
You suck.
Okay,
Be
so
back in it.
so according to this article about 9/11, um, it says like it's talking about like there's like redundancies for the thing. Like if it loses several exterior columns, then ensure that there's backups and that sort of thing, and like how heavy the building is, and compared to the force to the plane, it's like nothing. I mean the plane's like nothing compared to the weight of the building, right? So the impact alone, obviously didn't collapse the building, but it says here that the joists on one or two of the most heavily burned floors gave away, and the outer box columns began to bow outward, and the floors above them also fell. The floor below could not support the roughly 45,000 ton of 10 floors above crashing down on these angle clips. This started a domino effect that causes the buildings to collapse within 10 seconds, hitting bottom with an estimated speed of 200 kilometers per hour. If it had been free fall with no strain, the collapse would have only taken 8 seconds and would have impacted at 300 kilometers per hour. I don't know. But yeah, apparently the reason is that the burned floors collapsed and it kind of fell in on itself like a chain of dominoes. And I guess that's why it didn't like happen like all at once, like when like the plane impacted. So you think there's any issue with that? Who was I talking to about 9/11? Was it Morningstar?
I think it was Red Cloud.
What else are you not auto normie about, Professor Rum?
What do you mean not caught up on? Like like not being very well educated on the collapse of the World Trade Center is a knowledge failure.
Are you jibbed?
What?
Are you jibbed?
Am I jibbed?
Are you vaccinated?
Oh, vaccines. Oh, are you gonna tell me those are bad too?
They are. Normie.
Do you just believe in like every conspiracy theory?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like there'd be more validity to some of your points if you weren't like just pointing at like every single thing, but like a conspiracy. You just like it's like it's like dominoes, right? Like as soon as you believe in one conspiracy, you believe in all of them.
You already determined I'm your enemy before we ever met. You're jibbed.
Seems like you're very conspiracy addled.
But you're jibbed. You're super auto liberal. I'm your enemy.
No, we're not
What is
enemies.
there? What is there a conversation like? It's 2025, and you think I'm your enemy?
But
So
you
what
just
kind
said
of
the media.
conversation are we
You
gonna
said the
have?
media is trying to drive us into part, and now you're calling me your enemy.
No. I said before I ever met you, I was your enemy because you're jibbed. I'm not.
No,
So
no, we're not.
I've
We're not
threatened
enemies.
you. If you think we're not allowed to talk about this.
When you go to places and people and talk about this and people know what you're talking about, is that like a normal thing for you?
No, you just have this. You're just condescending.
No, I'm not
Right?
being condescending.
You come into the conversation with ideas about who you're going to talk to, who's going to disagree with you, and you're
Yeah, but you're just saying all
auto
the You're just saying all
Oh,
the
don't worry.
conspiracy theories. Like you probably get all your anti-vax talking points from the same places you read about George Floyd not being killed by Derek Chauvin, right? I mean, these things pair together pretty well. It's not uncommon for people that have that view on the George Floyd thing also ain't being anti-vax.
Look, man, I'm not trying to make it like that, but you are.
Make it like what?
Yeah, you don't even hear how you sound right now. You heard that, Red Cloud? What are you doing, Red Cloud? You making hot cocoa? Why do people tag me in text chat? I never read this. I never, ever look at who tags me.
What y'all niggas talking about? What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. What's up?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought when I joined here, I thought like nobody would speak. So what's up?
Nothing much.
Just hanging out. Well, what time zone are you in?
1 a.m.
Okay, yeah, it's 1:52, right?
No, 12:52.
You in Oklahoma or something?
Tennessee.
I'm in Tennessee. Tennessee where, bro?
Nashville.
Oh, you 2 hours away from me, bro. I ain't going there. You too far away from me, bro.
Yeah.
I'm in Johnson City, bro. I ain't going nowhere near you, bro. I gotta go to Asheville for a bank thing. For a bank thing. I ain't going nowhere near you. Jesus Christ, lady.
For a bank? What's a bank thing?
Sorry, what's up, bro?
What bank thing?
Oh, I got like an Amazon credit card, and I need to open up a Chase account, and I can't do it online. And the only Chase Bank is in Asheville.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do it. I mean, okay. I ain't
I was
fucking
just
with it.
curious.
Jesus Christ, I'm fucked up. So what usually you niggas you guys talk about in here? Are you are you familiar with the debate flat Earth and more server? What server am I
Yeah.
in? So what made this server?
The fact that the Earth is not a globe.
Don't worry, I'm a flat earther too. But what were you from the 20? Were you from 24/7?
No, I'm not from there, but
Oh,
I've been in
okay.
there before.
Yeah, I've been in there for a while too. Uh, I'm just trying to find out where you're from. Because you got like a funny Arab name.
Yes, sir.
What? You ain't got you got an Arab name. What are you talking about? Yeah, let me see what your name mean, bro. Your name probably mean jihad or something.
It means the Terminator.
We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out. Just translate. Oh, that's Travax.
Yeah, I can't believe
Tra-
Brenda. I can't believe Brenda called me a racist.
God, Brenda's still alive? I don't know why she call you a racist?
Because I said that that they lied about what happened to George Floyd.
Your name means finisher, you piece of shit.
No, it means the Terminator.
No, I copied and pasted in Google Translate. It means finisher.
Well, translate it again. It'll give you more definitions.
It means the word is alamanhulu. Alamanhulu. Alamanhulu.
You could just say.
Oh, my
You could
bad.
just say.
Actually, my bad. It's Alamanhiu. There you go.
Yeah, Almanhiu. That's correct. But you could just say Almuni if you want.
That means that does not mean what you said.
Okay.
It means finisher, bro. Yeah, let me go on Chat GPT. Yeah.
Hello, hello.